Trevelyan, Illyria, and Arator have had their adventures within the novel blood ties, ending with their family units splitting apart. But there are more Windrunners out there, like Varisa, youngest of the Windrunner sisters.
Champion, my Aunt Varisa has been experiencing visions from the Radiant Song. They're dire, but hazy. We hope that being near the Core Way can bring more clarity to them. Will you meet us on the Isle of Dorn?
Varisa is more than just Arator's aunt. Like a Lor'themar or a Liadrin, she and her husband Ronin have played a parental role in young Arator's life, as his parents had gone beyond the Dark Portal. Despite searching for them with the Burning Crusade, the Windrunners would be reunited until the Expansion Legion. To put all of that in somewhat of an in-game timeline, Beyond the Dark Portal is at year 8, the Burning Crusade 18 years later at year 26, with another 6 years to go until their reunion in Legion, which is year 32. And now, in Midnight, we should be somewhere around year 43, which means that Arator is around 35 years old.
Dalaran. I should have come sooner.
Dalaran was her home for quite some time, and yet she wasn't there to honor Dalaran or its fallen. Now the Radiant Song sings to her, the visions come and go, but they're vague. It's her hope that being closer to the Core Way, and in turn the Spirit of Azeroth, might give more clarity.
Even this close to the Core Way, I cannot trigger my visions on command. So, while we wait, we've come here to pay our respects. Mine are long overdue. Ronin gave me this locket on our first anniversary. It seemed an apt offering for the home where we raised our family.
He loved you with all of his heart.
As he did you, Arator. Come, that cliff to the north looks like a good place.
A fitting place to honor her late husband Ronin. Despite Ronin dying around the start of Mist of Pandaria, which was year 30, and not with the destruction of Dalaran at the start of the War Within, which would be year 42. So it's been 12 years since Ronin has passed away, after she said her goodbyes already before, and even going on a side story of trying to claim vengeance. Now is the time that Varisa takes her moment to once again honor her husband and the fallen city they've lost.
Ronin.
Varisa!
Arator? Where are you? No! The screams! The horror! Stop! It's too much! I cannot bear to see this! Stop! Stop! No!
Shalna, come back to us!
Sniff out of the Twilight's blade! Kill the Windrunners!
A vision that shows her glimpses of what is to come in the expansion Midnight. The Void is coming for the high home of the elves. Worse for later, as right now, darkness unleashes all around us. The Twilight Blade has come for the Windrunners.
The vision. I can't.
Don't worry. The champion and I will deal with this. The Twilight's Blade. They must be the threat from my aunt's vision. These cultists resemble the Twilight's hammer. Looks like they found a new doomsday to chase. Given their name, I think it's obvious that these fanatics now serve Xal'atath.
The Twilight's Hammer clan has its roots with Cho'Gall and the Horde, but would soon enough be known as a cult. All about the old gods, the void, the end of days, and embrace the darkness. In summary, that is what they were about. And the Twilight Blade is extremely similar, yet they use Xal'atath's dagger as their symbol.
No matter what their goals are, the Twilight's Blade must be stopped. Light bless you.
If these Twilight fools cannot defeat you, then I will!
You can try, but I don't like your odds.
The Void will claim this world.
Not if we stop it.
Arator fought ahead and figured they might need the assistance of his mother. Despite his mother abandoning him and his father at the end of Blood Ties, a portal scroll provided by Uncle Khadgar will take us straight to Karesh, as that's where Illyria was last heard to be out hunting.
Despite her hesitance to discuss it, my mother is Azeroth's foremost expert with the Void.
My visions are still difficult to parse, but it's clear that they are a warning. Xal'atath intends to lay siege to Azeroth.
We must tell my mother. No one has more experience fighting Xal'atath than she does.
That is precisely why she will not return. Illyria prefers to chase her quarry to the ends of existence.
And if Silvermoon comes under attack?
Then she would have even more reason to stay away. Her link to the Void makes her a danger to the Sunwell.
Then, what about Sylvanas?
Though few agree with me, I believe Sylvanas would do everything in her power to defend our home. But she has been condemned to the Maw until her penance is complete.
I can't just stand idle and wait for Xal'atath to strike. I have to at least speak with my mother.
I know, Arator. I will wait for you in Dornegal. We can journey to Silvermoon after you find Illyria.
Thank you, Aunt Farisa. I'll return as soon as I can.
That may be sooner than you like, but I do hope you succeed.
This place, this world, the Void seems to permeate everything. I have a few people to ask. One of them must know where we can find Illyria.
Illyria? She is not in the city, and so she is not my concern.
How helpful of you. Come on, let's go.
I'm afraid I don't know where Illyria is. But her colleague, Umbric, frequents the northern terraces.
If anyone will know where to find her, it's Umbric.
We ask around for the bits and eventually send over to ask her colleague Umbric. Magister Umbric and the rest of the Void Elves, they've been exiled from Silvermoon, just like Illyria has, as their dabblings with the Voids, it would threaten the Sunwell. Despite that, the first mention of Silvermoon being in danger, it has Umbric and the Rendorai ready to stand in its defense.
I will gather my people and return to Azeroth. We'll be there to help, Arator.
Thank you, Umbric. With both you and my mother, Silvermoon will surely be safeguarded.
Sending us off with Illyria's last known location, hard at work, hunting down Xal'atath's new Shadowguard lieutenant, in the hope of getting some information from him.
Now I've got... Arator! What are you doing here?
Looking for you!
Is this true? Farisa had a vision of Azeroth being attacked?
Yes. The vision wasn't quite clear, but she said some of the buildings resembled Silvermoon. If Quel'thelas is in danger, it is our family's responsibility to defend it.
Arator, I'm exiled from Silvermoon. My mere presence would place the Sunwell in danger. This is where I need to be. Hunting Xal'atath's lieutenants and tearing her secrets from their minds.
What's so important here that you can't return to Azeroth? Even Umbric has recalled the Riftwalkers.
All the more reason for me to remain. After Locust Walker, few can hunt the prey I'm after, and fewer still can extract their knowledge. It has to be me.
If you won't help, I'll ask Sylvanas.
Absolutely not! You'd risk your soul in the Maw only to have her refuse.
Farisa thinks she'd return to defend Silvermoon.
Farisa! Always saw the best in her, even when it was brutally clear what our sister had become. Quiet, here he comes.
Be on the lookout. Our mistress has informed me Illyria's son has come to Karesh. Kill them on sight. I am off to the ruins above Shandora. Soon we will strike the Void Elves and be done with them.
The threat we disturbed was set for Shadow Lord Vashj'in, who's been getting orders from Sol'Hadar, the same Nexus King Sol'Hadar we took on and defeated within Mana Forge Omega.
Another king falls. You should be glad I know a loyal, tractable servant when I see one.
Xal'atath! No!
He sided with the Mencius way back when during their devouring war, but the details have not been made clear. Did he do so willingly? Was he manipulated? Why did he sell out his people? And what kind of servant is he going to be to the Harbinger? Time will reveal, as for now, we just deal with their Shadow Lords, imprison them within a cage kindly provided by Vanari after we bring her some stolen Kareshi relics.
You'll have to weaken Vashj'in for the tag to work. Try not to kill him.
Don't worry. I'm perfectly capable of holding back when needed. Get the tag on him and let's get out of here.
This isn't over!
I'll see you back down there.
You think your mastery over the Void surpasses mine?
Champion, place the foci. They should limit Vashj'in's power.
Fools! What do you hope to accomplish against me?
He's stronger than I thought. Champion, come lend me your power. Where is Xal'atath? Where is her army?
I am the master here. You are nothing, elf.
I see it in your mind. The devouring host, lurking in the void. Whatever they call themselves, they can't hide from me.
It's enough interference from you, fleshling.
Watch out!
How disappointing. Let's see how your offspring fares.
Eretor! No!
Champion, help me turn his power back against him!
Your son will die quickly, Ilaria. Then I deal with you.
I will kill you!
We're almost there! Keep pushing!
You cannot defeat me, boy! I will crush you!
Xal'atath will take nothing more from me!
You have no idea.
Did you get the information you needed?
I got enough.
I see you put my materials to good use.
Silvermoon needs the Windrunner sisters. If you won't come back, then I have to seek out Sylvanas.
Eretor, I know I can't stop you. Just don't lose yourself in the maw. I swear, Eretor. Sometimes you're as stubborn as your father.
And as rebellious as you.
Oh, so this is payback then? For all the times I disobeyed my own mother.
I wish I could have known her.
She was stern, but loving. She too wanted me to remain in Quel'thelas, to defend its borders, as was our family's duty. But I wanted to leave the kingdom, so I did. And by the time I came home, Sylvanas took up the mantle of Ranger General after our mother died. And we all know how that turned out. If I had stayed,
You couldn't have known any of those things would happen.
Perhaps not. But they did happen. And they can't be undone. That holds true for my choices, and even more so for Sylvanas. Remember that when you go to see her.
It's interesting to consider why Arator feels so strongly about Silvermoon needing the Windrunners, as his mother was gone. Verisa left to live with Ronin, and Sylvanas would fall in the defense of the city and be raised as a Banshee. She'd eventually become the Banshee Queen, leader of the Forsaken, member of the Horde, and that entire road that led to her serving her time in the Maw. Whereas the citizens of Silvermoon would also see drastic changes since the days of the Windrunners, with the High Elves becoming the Blood Elves, the history with Quel'thelas, and also joining the Horde. Arator should be well informed of all that history, and yet his idealistic mind is focused on the days before the fracturing of the Windrunner sisters, times that he only knows about from stories. And perhaps it is not Silvermoon that is in dire need of the Windrunners. Perhaps, in truth, it is Arator himself who so desperately needs their family unit to heal.
Opening a gateway to the Maw is possible, though I would not call it advisable. Step over there and activate the gateway. It once allowed for passage between the Shadowlands and the realms of the living. It can do so again. The gateway will allow you to travel back and forth, but I suggest you not linger in the Maw.
This place... Nothing could have prepared me to see this.
The sky above is still shattered in the Maw, despite this being fixed at the end of the Shadowlands. But the more confusing part is how the Void has managed to slip through our portal and set up base here before we arrived, even though we immediately stepped through the gateway.
I don't know how the Devouring Host got into the Maw, or what they want, but I know we can't let them stay here.
Regardless of how they got here, they are a problem that we need to fix, as they're snatching up souls left and right to drown them in the void magics. Arator hands over his holy symbol to drive away the shadows, but this light is equally ill-suited to save them from this place. Fresh torment, no hope. The void devours, yet the light, it burns.
That sound, do you hear it too?
May the light...
I can't shake the feeling we should follow that sound. Someone moved these baskets recently. Let's keep going. Dead. And this lingering magic. There's no mistaking it. She must be close. Sylvanas!
Lyrith? No. Arator, what are you doing here?
Lirith is the youngest brother of the Windrunners, but he died to the Horde invading their lands. A big part of Sylvanas' motivations of allying with the jailer, so not surprising that her mind would be on him while playing her instrument, as he was the musician of the family.
When I last saw you, that sword would have been too heavy for you to lift.
It stayed that way for a time. Lor'themar was a harsh taskmaster, but his training regimen paid off. Now I use that strength to protect our world. I've come to ask you to do the same, as the Ranger General you once were.
A man grown, but still a child at heart. This is no place for such sentiment, Arator. But neither is it a place for the Void. Let's put Lor'themar's vaunted training to the test. It was foolish of you to come here. But now that you have, you can assist with ending this incursion.
And she's off. Just like Mother.
The Void has taken up a defensive position within the Tremaculum. No doubt they intend to expand their presence and shore up their defenses, now that they have had a foothold. All the better for us. It means they will all be gathered in one place for us to take them out. They've already managed to set up more rifts to pull in reinforcements, so we also make sure to deal with the source by closing those rifts.
Struggling to keep pace, Arator?
Please, this is merely a brisk workout. Is this a bad time to mention that I'm not terribly fond of heights? How's this for keeping pace?
It is done.
Good. Sylvanas, we need to...
Not here. Come. It's time for you to leave, Arator.
I'm not going anywhere until we've had a chance to talk.
If you insist on staying here, I'll put you to work.
Being in the Maw is not for everyone, as Arator's soul is fraying, the connection between body and soul dwindling. The Maw shall not suffer the presence of the living, but he is not ready to leave, and Sylvanas still has work to do.
I expected the Maw to be alien, unknowable, but these structures are...
Familiar. I agree. I have seen past the veil of true death, Arator. There is more to the Shadowlands than it seems.
Why are you doing this, Sylvanas?
Isn't it obvious? This is my penance. But more than that, it is my purpose.
From what I've been told, half of the souls here would rather slay you than be granted peace.
You misunderstand. I do not grant them peace. I merely offer them a way forward. An offer which you have delayed me from making for long enough. Let's get to work, nephew.
Ferrying souls beyond the boundary of the Maw is no easy task. This is not a place from whence souls are meant to ascend. But she figured out ways to ensure the relative safety of the souls that she retrieves, though she is gonna require some materials, which we get to fetch. Reeds that grow in the silt of the Goa River, soul threads from the cloaks of the wandering specters, the hide of a soul eater, and 100 maw-red teeth. With that, we also get a small glimpse of what her penance has been like down here, as we deal with 4 souls that have fallen into the Maw without proper judgments. 4 souls connected to Sylvanas. A stalwart soul.
The war chief leads us to victory! For the Horde!
Rest, brave warrior. The Horde stands. It will never fall.
Then, it's over. Thank the Earth Mother.
I never took you for such a loyalist.
I told him what he needed to hear.
The soul of a Tauren slain in service to its war chief. And the plague soul, which says, monster, traitor, she damned us all.
Sylvanas, look out!
Let them quell their rage.
Sylvanas, who plagued and resurrected Horde forces during the siege of Lor'themar.
Come. There is more to do.
A betrayed soul.
Has the Banshee Queen come to finish what she started? You had me executed. You twisted Derek's mind. I would rather suffer for eternity than have you grant me peace.
If that is what you wish. Come, Arator. We still have more to do.
Which is Zelling, a Tide Sage that helped Bane liberate Derek Proudmoore from the Banshee Queen's schemes, who was planning to warp his mind, turn him into a weapon before sending him back to his loved ones. The war chief found out about this betrayal and decided not to execute Bane. He was too valuable, she could use him as bait later. Instead, she executed Zelling. And then finally, a smoldering soul, which says...
Mother Moon, I hear you. Please, save us from this torment.
I hope your goddess awaits you beyond the Maw.
I don't know how to put it, Arator says, but seeing Sylvanas like this, in a way, it's how I always imagined her. I know this is meant to be penance, and it's certainly not easy, but she seems at peace like this.
Another spirit?
A silent one. He follows me and then departs, only to return again later.
Presumably the spirit of Nephanos Blightcaller, but that's not been confirmed. And on that note, Nephanos' model has been found in this questline, except the model is finicky. It doesn't always appear. I tried to recreate it and he doesn't show. So it's possible that at some point they plan to have Nephanos be part of this questline. It's possible that this model just randomly shows up. Either way, the making of this video, there's no clear indication or explanation as to why Nephanos is creeping on Sylvanas.
Marcella Nore. Sin Dore. Illumen yo mal Allah sin Dore.
Sylvanas, that was...
Enough. You wish to talk, so talk. Why have you come here?
Sylvanas, Azeroth is in danger. The people of Quel'thelas need the Windrunners. They need you.
And the people of Teldrassil? How would they feel about my return?
You've done terrible things. I won't deny that. But what good is penance if it leads to more harm? I've seen what you do for the souls who are trapped here. I could vouch for you, help convince...
Your fellow paladins may call you the Redeemer, but I do not seek redemption. I have worn many titles myself. Ranger General, Dark Lady, Banshee Queen, War Chief. I set them all aside when I descended into the Maw. My place, my duty, is here. Not among the living. You say Quel'thelas needs a Windrunner. So go, Erator. Be a Windrunner.
Sylvanas. Very well. I think I understand.
Thank you for tempering my nephew's exuberance. He's skilled, but tends to rush into danger. It runs in the family. Erator is correct about one thing. I am a Windrunner. And I have not forgotten where I came from. But as I told him, now is not the time for me to return to the world of the living. You have noticed, have you not? The Maw, the Shadowlands, all of it. The question that has plagued me since the jailer's demise. I know the truth of death better than most. This, it is too convenient, too ordered. I have made many foes on the path that brought me here. Most of them once called me an ally. I do not regret the choices I've made. Nor do I bear ill will toward those who met me with their fangs bared. But know this, I cannot stop now. I must not stop now. Or all I have done will have been for naught. Return to Azeroth. Fight the battles ahead of you. One day our paths will cross again.
Despite Sylvanas turning out to be Sylvanas, back in Battle for Azeroth, they allowed us the option to be a Sylvanas loyalist, a small separation of the questline, actively staying at her side, even before the Shadowlands being promised that everything was going to make sense. Those loyalists still get recognized to this day, and they get a little bit of extra dialogue with the Banshee Queen.
I know the truth of death better than most. This, it is too convenient, too ordered. It has been many years since you chose to follow me, despite where I led you. Know this, I do not deal in regrets. For all that has happened and all we have done, it would be a greater crime still to falter now. Return to Azeroth, my champion. You will be of more use there in the days to come. And should any of our allies ask, tell them that the Dark Lady watches even now.
Sylvanas counters her nephew's optimism with a dose of reality, which would come from her stepping out of the maw. She will remain and serve her time. For now, but who knows what will happen in the future. Before we leave though, Windrunner has some insight to share. I've done a much more detailed video going over this, but in essence, it suggests that the Shadowlands as we see it right now is not how the afterlife is supposed to be. That doesn't mean it's retconning the story of the Shadowlands as we know it, nor does it mean much for now, as the Shadowlands has been this way for as long as we know. It doesn't change the past, but it can mean a whole lot for the future, especially when it comes to bringing back the mystery of the afterlife within the story of Warcraft. All the same, Arator will have to represent the Windrunners in their stead. Leaving the Shadowlands finally has him breathe again. He can scarcely believe that we're able to traverse that place for extended periods of time. And here he thought Uncle Khadgar was exaggerating in all his grand tales of our adventures, which means that Khadgar has been bragging about us.
I take it you spoke to her?
And she refused, just as you said she would.
Of course she did. Sylvanas is...
She's a bit like you, to be honest.
Excuse me?
Sorry, I didn't mean... I know that for a long time you feared that you would become like her. Led astray by a dark force that eclipsed you, becoming less and less yourself. But Mother, what I saw in her today, she's a Windrunner, the same as you. Driven by a sense of sacrifice and duty, enduring personal hardship for the sake of those you wish to protect, and refusing to follow anyone's path but your own. I think you're more alike than you realize.
You always see the best in people, Arator. Farisa truly was the one to raise you. I will have to thank her for that.
I'll pass it along to her for you.
Take care, my precious Arator. Guard Silvermoon well, as a Windrunner.
Reporting back to Farisa shows us how Illyria's hunt is going.
Mistress, I have come to offer myself in service. Please.
Oh, you will serve me. I went to a lot of trouble imbuing this bauble with untold power. Now yours shall be added.
For 100,000 years, I have planned for this moment. Let the way be opened to my prize.
This on the PTR was described as the camera pans up from Arator and Farisa, fading back into the space of Karesh. While trekking in a video through her rifts, Illyria encounters Xal'atath from afar. Xal'atath brandishes the dark heart, beginning the process of conjuring the Void Storm over Silver Moon. The Void Storm is Xal'atath's base of operations, and also in that intro scenario you can see like the Void Storm and the Void crashing down. And this will be our last leveling zone for Midnight. I'm not exactly sure what she forms here with her Dark Heart's Void magics. I think it's a gateway. Point being, the shadowy hosts, Xal'atath's forces, are coming for the Sunwell. They're coming for Silver Moon. Vrisa's visions are going to become true. She's filled up the Dark Heart with massive amounts of power, and that power has been converted to start the next step of her plan. Seeing how the Dark Heart is now empty, I do think that lowers the chances for those that wanted to see a Locust Walker return. He, Dimensius, and whatever else was sucked up in the Dark Heart, it seems to have been used to power the Void Storm. I was then asked on stream, what is it that Xal'atath actually wants to do? And we don't know. There's a lot that we do not know about Xal'atath. We don't know who she is, what her race is, where did she come from, where did she go, how and why did she ally with Dimensius, what has she done all this time, what did Xal'atath make that turned her against the Black Empire, how did she work with the Black Empire to begin with. Xal'atath, much like the jailer before her, is a massive question mark. And Midnight, in my opinion, needs to start giving some answers. At this point, she could be the most intricate bad guy that we've ever dealt with, or she could just be very hungry and wanting to snack on Azeroth's world soul. Her setting her sights on Azeroth's soul that actually comes from the War Within date announcement video.
The world soul, so long denied me, shall be mine.
Which has been mirrored a little bit by her Lore Walker questline.
Eternally sealed. You shall only watch this world as it gains untold power without you. You shall never lay claim to it.
But why? What does she want Azeroth for? Is it like the Titans and the Jailer, as in, does she want the power of the World Soul to rewrite the universe? Is it just to get power for herself? Does she want to set the World Soul free? There's nothing but question marks there, I'm afraid. Time is going to tell. At least, I really hope so.
So, you've seen them both then. I'm sorry you couldn't sway them.
I may never fully understand why my mother or Sylvanas choose to walk alone, but I can respect their decisions. I can't imagine what each of them has gone through. My own life has been tranquil by comparison.
As was Illyria's wish, that you enjoyed the halcyon youth that we never could.
A wish you granted 1,000 times over. She wanted to thank you for that.
Yes, well, perhaps one day she'll thank me in person. Now come, Arator. Quel'thelas awaits.
Lor'themar, the void will envelop us soon. Only the light can save us now.
No. The time for prayer has passed.
The Sunwell will not fall. Not while I draw breath.
Little elves. I can see you grow weary. How much longer can you hold out? Flee and save yourselves.
Liadrin, don't.
Light be with you.
You see? She understands it's hopeless. Soon, you all will.
The light guides my steps and illuminates my path. The light flows through me, and by its grace am I made one with all that is sacred. The light guides my steps and illuminates my path. The light flows through... I know that I am unworthy. I don't know if I deserve your help, but I know my people do. Please, give them strength.
I admire your spirit, but that will not save you. Soon, I will break your world.
You can't even break one elf.
This darkness comes to devour everything. And when it is finished, there will be no more light. Without your aid, we will perish. I beg you, help us. Sunwell will not fall!
Not while we draw breath.
The Sunwell is a fountain of great arcane power, created with waters from the Well of Eternity. And the Well of Eternity was somewhat of a band-aid to stop the world's soul from bleeding out, meaning that the powers of the Sunwell are connected to that soul inside, which was then infused with the core of a Naru when it was reignited at the end of the Burning Crusade. The Naru are beings known for being connected to the light, but they can most definitely turn to the darkness as well. We saw this when Le'leodrin and the Blood Elves drained one of the Naru. They sucked out its light, until Ma'uru turned into Entropius. That same Naru's core now resides within the Sunwell.
Our arrogance was unpardonable. We damned one of the most noble beings of all. We may never atone for this sin.
Then fortunate it is that I have reclaimed the noble Naru's spark from where it fell. Where faith dwells, hope is never lost, young blood elf.
Can it be?
Gaze now, mortals, upon the heart of Ma'uru, unblemished, bathed by the light of creation, just as it was at the dawn. In time, the light and hope held within will rebirth more than this mere fount of power. Mayhap they will rebirth the soul of a nation.
And that same Le'leodrin, despite her history, feeling like they may never be pardoned for their actions, she dares to truly call out to the light once again, not for her sake, but for the sake of her people. And it responds with a miracle. The army of the light, and nearly anyone and everyone that you've ever seen cast the light in-game, in the story, and some that only quite recently started to use it, they've been summoned into battle. Some personal highlights for me include Tepartos, Leroy Jenkins, Terranar Sunstrike, Gitwin Goldbraid and Fiona, Edric the Pure, Yalia Sage Whisper, even Talia Fordragon now wields the light. We have Skidda the Cobalt, a little bit unsure as to why they have been summoned. It's worth your time to look around and check who you recognize. But not just the light wielders must stand in the defense of the world. We, that's right, you and I, as those heroes, will need to hold back the devouring host.
Evacuating the civilians must take priority.
No, we need to focus on launching a counterattack.
The Void is on the assault, with the light responding in kind, which pushes some of these light wielders to extremes.
You can feel it, can't you, Arator? son of Turallion. Something is amiss. One so confident in the light you wield. Have your eyes finally been opened? You fight with such conviction, but your light will betray you. In your darkest moment, when you need it most, your light will turn to wrath! And all you'll be left with is ashes. So tell me, Arator, son of Ilaria. Can you feel it?
I'm still not sure what happened in that moment. But I'll have to worry about it later. We have lives to save.
I was overcome, not by the voids, but by the light itself. I couldn't see and unleashed the power. It felt like fire. When I came to, they were all destroyed. My apologies. The feeling has passed. There's this prophecy, Renilush, the ultimate clash between light and void, which could be approaching ever closer. Arator has things under control for now, as we go around culling the Void Front, grab our units to rally at Lightspire, dodging the dragon assaults from above, where we can see Azorak and Vilgor, former red dragons, twisted the darkness. Then Anduin Wrynn stands with Farron Lothar, who has helped him on his first steps to reconnect with the light.
The light will shield the land of my ancestors.
Ancestors, dating all the way back to the very first human empire of Arator, led by Thoradin of Arator. They were the ones who united with the High Elves against the Trolls in the so-called Troll Wars, human and elf securing victory and an allegiance that would span the centuries, with some of the humans and elves deciding that they were going to stick together. They set sail and form a whole new empire, and that empire is where Farron is from.
Go join the Vanguard, Farron. I'll escort everyone to the Sunwell.
And after a small hesitation, Farron runs off.
Xal'atath. If only I had found a way to destroy that accursed blade.
As it was his guidance that originally put the High Priest in Legion on recovering the artifacts, which contained Xal'atath. Imagine if they could have just simply prevented this. Now, in life, Alonzus was a powerful wielder of the light. He stood at the foundation of the Paladins of the Silver Hand. In death, he remains connected to the light, even though it now hurts his undead form.
Foul spawn of the void! Prepare to meet your end!
And finally, we have Lothraxion, the light-infused dreadlord that we met back during Legion. A strong member of the Army of the Light. Yet, information from the Shadowlands, it revealed that the dreadlords might all just be serving their true Master of Death, the one who sired them, Sire Denethrius. Only time is going to tell. For now, he seems extra enthusiastic about routing out the darkness. The Vanguard of the Light charges forward to make their stand against the seemingly endless ranks of the devouring host. Kalia Menethil is making sure that the children are kept safe, that they're taken care of. She is the sister of Arthas Menethil and was slain by Sylvanas Windrunner, but then resurrected in the light with the aid of the Naru Sa'ara. She now stands as one of the leaders of the Forsaken, the twisty roads of destiny. The Quel'denas student tells us, it's the hero, the one we read about, meaning that our adventures, our heroic deeds on Azeroth and beyond, they're being passed on to the next generation. And let's make sure that there's still a next generation around to hear our stories.
Vanguard of the Light! We make our stand at the gate. For Azeroth! For the light!
Arator, wait! I must escort these civilians to the docks and get them to safety. There are still many unaccounted for. We cannot abandon them to the void.
Of course, Lor'themar. We'll do everything in our power to safeguard them. Surely the High Exarch can spare us for a moment to save some lives.
Once more, Lor'themar is at odds with Turellian. The human is thinking like a battlefield captain, and not like a leader. Lor'themar's people have suffered much, and he wants us to join Arator with rescuing as many citizens as we can. Guide them safely to the boats at Silver Landing. Boats quickly become a priority for our enemy. Xal'atath wants none to leave alive, so on the back of a light-empowered Dragonhawk, we fly around, pulling them out of the water, while taking up more of the endless devouring hosts.
You did it, champion! The civilians escaped the devouring host!
Turellian forgets that victory means nothing if it costs us everything in return.
Mount up, champion. We must get to the gate before the Vanguard attacks!
Lor'themar could have handled the evacuation, Arator. You're needed with the Vanguard.
Meanwhile, Turellian has managed to set up a great defensive line, but there are void pylons out in the field that are calling more and more numbers. Sooner or later, we're going to be overrun. So time to break ranks once more. Activate some sentinels, destroy those pylons. A great chance for Arator to get some things off his chest.
Please, forgive my father's tone. We don't always see eye to eye on things, to say the least. High Exarch Turellian is a vaunted battlefield commander, though I think he sometimes forgets how to be anything else. The Vanguard has faith in the light, and so do I. But I've also felt it fill me with wrath. And I'm not sure what to think when it does. My mother Ilaria would know better than anyone how to fight the Void, but I haven't seen her for weeks. I just hope. Let's focus on activating the Sentinels.
The book Blood Ties saw Arator and Turellian understand each other a bit better, with his mother Ilaria walking away from them at the end. But it doesn't mean these two paladins always see eye to eye either. The family troubles, they're weighing heavy on Arator. Let's not forget that he tried and failed to bring together the Windrunner sisters for this very moment, for the defense of Silvermoon, for Azeroth. Nothing else to do though, but to keep on going. We can worry about the Windrunner troubles if and when we make it out of here.
Look around you. Look above you. The void opens your eyes to all possible futures. And in every single one of them, your world is mine to claim.
We then take care of some of the devouring hosts that seem to act as their leaders. La Truncolon, the Wasting, and Blightfang. The death of Blightfang has Arator comments that
for all that creature's might, it was in such pain. When I was overcome by wrath, I lashed out in my pain. Is it the same for the Void as it is for the light?
Light and voids, two sides of the same coin, now crashing into each other. Arator's parents embody the void and light as well. And there's this old prophecy about a child of shadow and light, once believed to be Illidan. But could Arator be that child instead?
You little people and your struggles. Delicious. You still believe your heroics can defeat my devouring host? My forces are as boundless as my power. My fun is just beginning.
Arator, you broke formation.
The father of said child is not happy he broke formation again, even if it did aid the Vanguard. Next up, we need to take out the Shadowguard looters, who are keen on stealing some legendary weapons and artifacts that they got stored. Weapons you probably recognize if you've done the Eye back during the Burning Crusade, as their proximity to the Sunwell, it has infused them with the light. Just the thing that we need to push the Void back, all the way back to where they came from.
Vanguard of the Light, with me! Push these invaders back to the Void that spawned them! For the Light! The light offers respite, but you must press on! Keep going! Do not succumb to the darkness!
Forward! We will push back the shadows!
Hurry, champion. We need your help against that behemoth.
Channel the light from the weapons you recovered! Drive this monster back to the void! Vanguard! Redouble your efforts! Today, the Void learns the power of light is supreme!
The old warrior thinks this will be his crowning achievement.
Show yourself, witch!
A paladin staring down the might of the void, with only the absolute conviction that he is right. So brave in the light, how will you fare lost in the void? You are only fragile mortals. You never had a chance.
Remain vigilant. Terralion, we must regroup at the Sunwell before it's too late!
Damn it all! Vanguard, fall back!
Surely the light didn't answer Liadrin's prayers. Gathered us all here just to see us swallowed by the darkness. We'll have to put our faith into the light once more. With our forces in full retreat, we gather to make one final desperate gambit at the Sunwell, where even here, at the center of it all, Xal'atath's forces have managed to crawl their way in.
We will extinguish the Sunwell's radiance!
Light guides my steps and illuminates my path. The light flows through me, and by its grace I am made one with all that is sacred. The light guides my steps and illuminates my path. The light flows through me, and by its grace I am made one with all that is sacred. The light guides my steps and illuminates my path. The light flows through me, and by its grace I am made one with all that is sacred. Another miracle. Light be praised.
It isn't over, Liadrin. Our friends inside can't maintain this ritual indefinitely.
Have faith, Arator. This is the light of our salvation.
The light manages to hold the void at bay, at least for now. But Arator is worried, can't maintain this ritual forever, so we're gonna have to find a more permanent solution to the problem. Not to mention that Xal'atath and the devouring hosts, they're still looming up above. The light infusion in the land will create problems of its own, and then there are some old threats that have been around for generations.
The Sunwell holds the Void Storm at bay for now, but its current state cannot be sustained forever.
And there's no telling how it could be affecting the rest of Eversong. Especially the Light Bloom. We need an alternative course of action.
We Randori can aid you in finding one. Grant us entry into Silvermoon.
Absolutely not! Your mere presence would risk defiling the Sunwell with void magic.
Then it seems we have nothing more to discuss. I'll continue my research in Tranquillion, should you choose to see reason.
The Grand Magister is right about one thing. Protecting the Sunwell is our top priority. The Vanguard of the Light will see to its defense.
Your aid was timely and welcome, Terralion. But remember that Silvermoon and the Sunwell belong to the Sindori. You are guests in our fair city.
Guests, allies, and saviors, Lor'themar. Rest assured that we will guard your city and your people with the full strength of the light.
Silvermoon is going to need all the defenders it can get. Even the Alliance is going to be allowed to remain within the city, except for a portion that's been flanked off and remains Horde only. Going in there, we'll see the guards swiftly kick you out, and it's not just the place where you hang out. Casual racism is back in World of Warcraft, as some of the Blood Elves, some of the citizens will call you out. My human paladin, had a Silvermoon guard say, "You're not like us human, even if you do wield the light." Silvermoon was saved despite the recklessness of another human wielding the light. We are all Arthas now, and that's for a human paladin, a wielder of the light. Those who walk on the more dark side of the power scale, like wielders of the void, you can expect glares and call-outs as well. The surge of light from the Sunwell has stayed off the darkness, but that influx, it might also have some nasty side effects. We see the Dragonhawks that always know when there's danger, and they've never been this unnerved. This was more powerful than any magic that Magistrix Narinth has encountered, and the Vanguard of the Light is taking so many of the Blood Knights that Quel'thelas is largely undefended. Liadrin has her concerns, and even Trevelyan seems to be overdosing in the blessings of the light.
Is everything all right, Lady Liadrin? You've said little since we arrived.
My apologies. My thoughts are with the Sunwell. I did not expect it to react with such force.
You ask, and the light provides. Need it be more complicated than that?
She speaks of the Sunwell, not the light.
Your fount was blessed by the heart of Anaru. It is one and the same.
I suggest you hold your tongue, High Exarch. That fount you so blithely pretend to understand predates the existence of human civilization. And in all that time, I have never heard of the Sunwell reacting with that kind of aggression. Liadrin, what was that beam of light?
I wish I knew. It holds back the void, yet I still wonder if the Sunwell is capable of such power. What else will it do?
That question worries me, Liadrin. Is it wrong for it to do so?
The effects of the Sunwell have never been malicious. It has blessed Eversong's forests with small groves of light bloom for years.
Small at first, but Fairbreeze now reports a problem. If the Sunwell is aggressive, what of the light bloom?
These worries will lead you nowhere, Regent Lord. As long as the Vanguard maintains the connection to the Sunwell, the light will see us through. Have faith. That is all that is needed from you.
Perhaps you should save your words for when they are asked for, High Exarch. I suspect they would be better received.
Trevelyan might not have always been the brightest when it comes to the lights. There was a time there he was very surprised to find out that his beloved Naru could turn to the dark side. But here, he almost seems high. Don't worry about a thing, every little thing is gonna be alright. Just as long as you
put your faith in the light.
Not just Trevelyan that's feeling the effects of the lights. Nature itself is causing problems over at Fairbreeze Village, where we run into Orwenna again.
You're Orwenna, aren't you? My mother, Alair. Light soothe those wounds, little friend. Light soothe those wounds, little friend. Light soothe those wounds, little friend.
Magistrix, when did you first begin seeing these disturbances with this light bloom? Perhaps when the Sunwell blew sky high into that swirling vortex? Sorry, I'm a bit overwhelmed.
We met Orwenna during the War Within. She's a Harnir, those connected to Azeroth, nature, the roots of the world trees. The world song had baited her come here. And a good thing too, as the light bloom, it's causing a fair bit of trouble. This bloom slowly showed up after they reignited the Sunwell at the end of the Burning Crusade. Simple patches of unusual growth here and there. Nothing really to be concerned with. As the light imbued the elves through the Sunwell, it also seemed to imbue the flora. And reignited the Sunwell, it was an incredible thing, right? With it, the Blood Elves, they had a chance for a future. to heal from the scars inflicted upon their people. Yet its grace is going further than that. The infusion of light into the earth, it allowed them to heal the scars of the land. It allowed them to heal the Dread Scar, which is the path left behind by the March of Undead when Arthas showed up in Warcraft 3 to sack the high home of the elves. Great things, you imagine, but now it's getting out of control.
These creatures seem light-blessed. They're so vicious.
They claimed this as their territory. We are now encroaching.
If you've played Warlords of Draenor and you remember the story from the Evergrove back then, sentient collective hive mind of nature rising up, infecting corpses with seed and trying to spread its influence, that's basically the Light Bloom now, only with a dash of light sprinkled in there.
The Light Bloom kills, then grows anew. A vicious cycle that cannot be allowed to continue. A Rutani? Here? What is that it holds?
Quickly, there's a runestone nearby. Let's get to safety and take a look.
The Rutani, they are being driven to grow. This light you speak of may be the cause.
I thought the Light Bloom could aid the Vanguard. But were they the ones to cause this? We need to report back to Silvermoon. They need to know about this.
This is wrong. All wrong.
Fairbreeze is fine for now. But this Light Bloom is teeming with creatures driven by the light. They're killing people. I've never seen the light act like this.
The light only threatens that which warrants reckoning.
That's not what's happening here.
If Fairbreeze is safe, the Void Storm still looms. Despite Rummoth's vocal opposition, I have decided to reach out to Magister Umbric and tap his expertise with the Void. Seek him out in Tranquillion. Reach out when you have more to share.
Trellian is saying the most interesting things, considering how he nearly lost control over the light in the novel Blood Ties and murdered his beloved Illyria. The man is feeling some serious effects from the influx of the light, and something's not quite right. But worries for later. For now, we need to find Magister Umbric, as we finally have permission to recruit the much-needed aid of the Void Elves. That does still leave the Light Bloom as a threat, of course. But our questing in this forest, it's basically to give a taste, an introduction to the major stories for Midnight that we're going to follow up on. So don't worry, the Light Bloom will continue later.
We have solved nothing. These Rutani have been changed. I must return to Harendar and investigate.
I'll go on ahead. Catch up when you can.
There is tension between Eretor and his elders. I understand this well. I may not be welcome where I hail from. To leave, to work with outsiders. The idea did not sit well with my elders. But we cannot hope to save our world by hiding from it. My goddess called, and I had to answer. Eretor, I did not expect to find such similarities with those of the surface world. Perhaps, of all things, truth is the hardest to see. I know nothing of what threatens from the sky, but I know much of what threatens from below. I will continue to explore this. When you are ready to examine the root of the issue, return to me.
Hold, champion. There's a body here. What's that clutched in her hand? A notebook? So many pages missing. Strange. Let's get to Umbric. He'll want to know.
One of my own. Dead. How could this happen?
Cassia was one of Umbric's students, part of the Blood Elves that, despite people like Grand Magister Romav telling me not to, decided to follow the studies of the traitor Dark Contrafir, to eventually end up infused with the Void and exiled from Silvermoon. Even with the threat of Xal'atath looming, Romav wants nothing to do with them. His longtime friend and roommate. He has broken his promise to Romav, but to Umbric, the Void was not a path of doom as Romav saw it. It was dangerous, yes, but so was draining magics out of objects, so was using the Fel. What good were these promises if it served only to cause more suffering? The long-time companions would not change each other's minds. And so, Umbric is forced to settle here in Tranquillion. Governor Antonorian actually reached out to him to do so, to offer him a spot to do his research, giving him the room and the support needed to get rid of the threat of the Void Storm, or so Umbric assumes. In truth, though, things aren't as tranquil as they seem.
A cult? Could it be the Twilight's Blade here?
Cassia's notes appear to be focused on Summoning? Let's see. A rift? Sample of void energy. Good. Let's take it and try another location. Was she summoning from the void storm itself? But why? Let's try the last location. That's our last sample. What was the purpose of all of this? Let's take these back to my study.
Too many people are dodging questions. There may be something darker going on here.
Lord Antenorian values nothing more than the safety of his people. He'll want to know about this.
What are you... What brings you here? Lord Antenorian is away. I can help you.
This isn't right. See what's in that lockbox she was toying with.
Magister Umbric, how goes your research?
Go on, tell him.
We shall not... Really? How very odd indeed. I shall have it looked into, but I'm glad you're here. I need your assistance with something. I cannot thank you three enough for taking the town's safety seriously. I shall look into your investigation. We'll compare notes later.
Champion, wait! It's an ambush!
Little birds, void and light, asking far too many questions. Take them out. And find a better place for the bodies this time.
This is a member of the Twilight's Blade. You were right, Arator. Quickly, back to Tranquillion. My research on the Void Storm. The Twilight's Blade has stolen it all. Even if I offered my aid to Silvermoon, I have little to give now.
All is not lost, Umbric. They can't have stolen everything.
One of the Void samples. See if the others are here. Excellent. Wait. What's that glinting over there?
I was wondering where I'd left that.
This was your doing? What of the people here? You said you wanted them safe!
And I do. Look at the sky, Magister. You know what resides there. You know the fear it brings. The uncertainty. And when it unleashes, and it will unleash, the Twilight's Blade will stand on the side of survival. Won't you?
I will not bend to you, or the Void!
Tranquillion will join us, or die. And you with it.
How long has the Twilight's Blade been here? How many scouts have gone missing? Crimes gone unreported? Innocents recruited by those they thought they could trust?
What aid has Silvermoon sent us? None! We shall be on the right side of this conflict.
Was I... right? They've all gone mad with fear. So easily fooled.
Antenorian was 2 steps ahead the entire time I was here. Let's return to my study. We've rescued who we can, but my research... What was in that lockbox? This map of Eversong is marked with targets for the Twilight's Blade, including Windrunner Village.
I won't let that happen. Go, check on your people. I need to tell Silvermoon what's happened here. I'll catch up with you.
Arator, has Umbric agreed to lend his aid?
In due time. I have dire news. The Twilight's Blade infiltrated Tranquillion. What's worse is they had a map of Eversong marked with targets. Tranquillion was only their first stop.
traitors on our doorstep. How can they betray their own people?
They're afraid, Father. You know the Void preys on fear.
The last time the Sunwell was threatened like this, the Sindori were nearly wiped out.
Then this time, we'll ensure that cult is wiped out. See it done, Eritor.
Not before we help Umbric secure Windrunner Village. We'll strike once everyone is safe.
It's calm for now, but the map clearly marked Windrunner Village. Obviously a target that hits close to home for Arator, but also for Umbric, as the Void Elves have set up base there.
I'm going to try to decipher Cassius' notes one last time. They may be the key to unraveling the Void Storm.
Let's do some good. Farisa used to tell me stories of this place. They held festivals. Her brother Lirath would play. The air was filled with laughter and song. It's hard to imagine any of that now. It's just broken. Gone. Nothing left but echoes. Was my mother one of those that filled the air with laughter? Did Sylvana sing? Were my grandparents? I suppose it's useless to think about it. My mother... I haven't heard from her in weeks. We don't speak often, but it just feels different this time. With everything that's happened, that storm in the sky, the void, worry solves nothing. What we need is a sword and a capable hand, and I've both of those. Still, I wish I'd seen this place while it still lived.
Best to shore up its defenses by fixing up some old constructs, taking out any cults that we find. Umbric's last attempt at deciphering Cassius' notes ends in failure. We're going to need the information that the Twilight Blade has stolen, safely secured in their base over at Deathholm.
Champion, Lor'themar sent me to help with that rat you're chasing.
Mistress, I am here as summoned. Nothing?
Never nothing, mortal. The void closes its jaws around the throat of your world. You cannot hope to be worthy of its hunger.
I am! My followers and I have sown chaos and mistrust between the Sunwell's defenders. As we were bidden!
Mere child's play, elf. The real work commences over the mountains. And within the void itself. In case any of you have forgotten, you wretches speak of your works and worth, scrabbling for the mistress's favor, forgetting all the while that in the end,
all will be devoured. The forces of the Void are gathering from across the cosmos, eager to feed upon this world. Soon, the true invasion will begin, and the mortals will never see it coming. Make ready.
Mistress, do not forsake me.
You did well, my faithful servant. But alas, I have no further use for you.
But I...
Give my regards to Azeroth's champions.
An introduction to Xal'atath's most powerful, well, I guess we can't really call them allies, but Nexus King Salhadar, Mor'dun, who is leading the Twilight Blade, and the Dominar Terminus, who keeps their eyes on the real prize, on the real goal, as the Void is coming to devour all. The forces of the Void are gathering, as Xal'atath's true invasion will only begin. And of course, we're going to learn a lot more as to what Xal'atath actually wants to accomplish. Meanwhile, our rat over here is abandoned by his mistress, hiding away within Deathholm. Deathholm is a special spot, as the Eversong Woods, it once had a massive tree called Tashala, the light of the forest, which had drank deep on the magics of the Sunwell. Hunters who have claimed the artifact Tastora, Legacy of the Windrunners back in Legion, you're familiar on how the tree from which this bow was crafted, how it was cut down by the forces of Arthas Menethil. The city of Deathholm now stands atop its withered roots, and it would be from here where the traitor Darkan Drafir he followed his master's orders. And it would be from here where Sylvanas reclaimed her body when she was able to liberate herself from Arthas' control all the way back when he had turned her into a Banshee. There's a lot of history and darkness right here, twisted now and turned by the voids. The powerful forces of the Twilight Blade stand between us and our prize, the very first delve we get asked to do at midnight. With this time a brand new companion. It's not gonna be sassy Bran Bronzebeard joining us into the delves. At her side, there's Valera Sanguinar, who holds no loyalties to either the Alliance or the Horde, but she's always offered her aid to those that she finds worthy. She's also a member of the Uncrowned, the rogue Order Hall back in Legion. She joins us from the shadows as we cut away through the darkness and claim Antonorian's life.
I did all I was asked.
Those notes have to hold the answer. Cassia, I'll make sure you didn't die in vain. Eretor, tell Lor'themar he has my aid. I'll be in touch the moment I have a solution.
Umbric is finding a way into the Voidstorm. Once we have it, the Vanguard can launch a direct attack and end this threat once and for all.
His help is deeply appreciated. I only wish word of it had arrived under better circumstances.
What do you mean?
We've news from Suncrown. The Light Bloom has all but devoured the village. Lady Liadrin left the moment we heard. Meet her and get any survivors out of there.
We'll make haste.
I will head there myself as soon as matters here are settled. Take care, both of you.
Quickly, to Suncrown! I only hope it's not too late.
It is as if the wilds themselves devoured this place.
This is horrific. Fairbreeze was nothing compared to it.
I mean, there was a crash to the north, and then the light bloom was everywhere.
The light bloom was across the river. Why did it surge here?
It sounded as if someone felled a tree. The Forest Riders left to investigate.
I thought I heard trolls shouting to the north. That can't be right.
So the crash caused the Light Bloom to surge. Thank you. Rest easy and leave this to us.
The Farstriders left to investigate that noise. Suncrown had no defenders.
We have made many sacrifices.
I'll finish up here with the survivors.
Thank you, Liadrin. I hope Haldoran can tell us what's going on.
Regent Lord, the Amani have invaded Eversong. The Ranger General took our forces to drive them back.
That tree they felled, that's what caused Suncrown's destruction. The Amani will pay for this.
If this were deliberate, they would have attacked once Suncrown fell. There's more to this.
There is a lot of history between the trolls and the elves, but a need to know right now is that this used to be troll lands, until the exiled Night Elves, soon to call themselves High Elves, showed up. They created their Sunwell, they set up their city, and they called the place their own. Now, of course, the trolls were not happy with these invaders, but they found themselves unable to reclaim what was lost. Especially after the elves united with the humans. War has bubbled between the two races for generations. And now it seems like the Amani, they're making use of the Voidstorm to try and encroach on elven lands. Make use of the opportunity, like they did when the Sunwell was corrupted and Arthas left the High Elves, soon to call themselves Blood Elves, broken behind. But Arator, he thinks something else might be up. It wasn't the Amani that attacked Suncrown after all, it was the Light Bloom. And sure enough, the Amani are not on the warpath against the elves. They're not here to reclaim the lands. They're here to harvest light-infused lumber, which makes for very powerful weapons against the Twilight Blade and the forces of the Void.
Lor'themar, we found evidence of a nearby hideout.
The Amani Pass takes priority. I will not let them invade Quel'thelas again.
Investigate if you must, Eretor, but I expect you at the pass in short order.
The Amani were only the source of a bigger problem. The Light Bloom has never acted like this before. The forests had only small pockets of growth. But the moment the Sunwell surged, it changed everything. Every pocket of Light Bloom has grown into dense thickets, teeming with strange wildlife. I cannot leave this unchecked. Lor'themar said you had someone knowledgeable with you in Fairbreeze. I need to speak with them. My expertise lies with the forests. This problem, I can surely solve. The other issues, well, you've proven yourself competent many times over. Take care.
This is the place. Covered in runes and well warded, it seems. I suspect the Amani didn't want any uninvited guests. Lucky these wards are old. If they were this well guarded, we'll want to take care ahead. Follow me, and keep quiet.
You invaded our land. You killed my people. For what? To conquer? To claim what was never yours? This is what you fear, isn't it? Not the blade, but what it contains. The light. Some say a comfort, but so easily honed into this. There is the fear. What do you think? Anything to say? I didn't think so.
That weapon, the Lightwood. They aren't trying to conquer Eversong. They're trying to defend themselves from the Twilight's blade. And they've locked the way forward. Come on, champion. We need to follow them. I'd heard this land belonged to the Amani long ago. I hadn't really thought about it beyond recorded history. But these ancient bones... There must be generations of Amani buried here. Resting where no one can reach them. We elves do not revere our ancestors as the orcs do. But we still honor our dead. The Amani cannot even do that much. We've taken it away from them. Little wonder they hold such hatred for Elvenkind. We should get moving. The Mist Ward is gone. Let's find Zul'Aman. More magic blocking the way. These tiles may offer a solution. Ha! You did it! What do we need to do? I've bested every evil I've... We have to find Zul'Aman before it's too late. Wait! There's no need for bloodshed.
First blood was yours. You will die!
Zul'Aman! No.
None of this had to happen. Let's go. Quickly. We need to get to Amani Pass and tell them the truth of what is happening. It's the Twilight's blade. They're the true threat.
If you will not fight, get out of my way.
This bloodshed, it's madness. Where is my father? He must see this by now.
With perseverance, strength.
How dare the Amani threaten the Sin'dorei again!
We have to stop this.
It is too late, Eritor. But we can heal those in need.
Wretched Amani! By the light, I will see these monsters purged!
Look at you, human. So self-righteous. So blinded by your light. You fight only to conquer.
Father!
He is beaten. Tell me, all this death, denying us our birthright, was it to appease the elves you cow to, or was it to feed your soulless vanity? This is what I think of you and your light. son. Here, let me...
No! Just... No.
The light still...
Are we blind to Erator's truth? Lady Liadrin, secure the pass. For good or ill, we've taken a stand here. We should keep it. The rest of us will return to Silvermoon. There is much to discuss.
Quite the blow to an already shaky father-son relationship, as the man wasn't there to raise young Arator. He and Illyrium had made the call to leave their son behind, and then lead the sons of Lothar through the Dark Portal. And while the reasoning was righteous, many lives were saved thanks to their actions, it did still mean for Arator to grow up without his own parents. Instead, he would find family ties with his aunt Frisa, or training with Lor'themar, or Liadrin, or training to become a paladin amongst the Knights of the Silver Hands. By now, he is around 34 years old, and quite established as a hero in his own right. Nowhere near the legend of his parents, of course, but the novel Blood Ties, it establishes him as quite a powerful paladin, who has seen battle and his own fair share of adventures. In that book, we saw Trevelyan lose himself for a bit as well, go Super Saiyan in the wrath of the light, but the love for his family kept him grounded. Same for Arator's mother, Illyria, going super mode into the void. Yet she felt the need to step away from her boys and continue the hunt alone, despite Arator begging her not to, pleading to stay, as this family, this unit that they made, it was something that he had sought for all his life. Yet still, she had her reasons to step away, and her mind was made up. As Arator told us in the midst of battle, their family isn't doing too well, and nearly getting killed by her own father, it does nothing to heal those wounds.
Champion, we're going to save the Sunwell. More importantly, we're going to fix that broken young man.
So, Alonso's Fall believes it is time for Arator to go on a little quest. This man is a great figure amongst those that wield the light, as in life, he was the Archbishop of the Church of Light, laying down the foundation of the Paladins of the Silver Hands. Lord's death and destruction of the clerics of Northshire, it deeply troubled Fowl, but it also made him realize that a new order was necessary, comprising of soldiers who were skilled not only in wielding the light, but also in leadership and the arts of traditional warfare, the first Paladins of the Order of the Silver Hands.
Such a troubled boy. That'll happen when your father leaves a gaping wound in your chest. Not to worry, I have a plan.
And then in death, he has earned the title Bishop of Secrets, led the High Priest to Xal'atath in Legion, played some mysterious part in some mysterious secret war. Hopefully, his quest is not just gonna help Arator, but also support our light wielders at the Sunwell, who are keeping the Void Storm at bay.
We're done. Asking for me to inspire anyone? Fowl always was an original thinker.
Ah, good. You're both here. There is a crisis of faith that we need to fix.
That's your solution? To zap them with your staff?
Huh. Those defenders have exhausted themselves, giving of their own faith and power. We bolster their reserves.
Those surrounding the Sunwell are some of the most powerful, well-known wielders of the light that Azeroth has to offer, constantly rotating between each other to keep that influx of light going under the encouraging words of Prophet Velen. But not all that reach the Sunwell are dead of the light.
The Sunwell is a conduit for the light, made holy through the sacrifice of the Naru Muru. I know you are tired. It is hard to continue, but we must. Should the Sunwell fall, we have no way to stop the devouring host. We have taken different paths to reach the light, but together we assemble for the same purpose, to protect Azeroth.
I'm worried that Void Elf might sneak back in here and disrupt our efforts at the Sunwell.
I have marshaled what priests were available to ward against the Void. It won't repel the devouring host, but will prevent contamination from any undesirable mortals.
Umbric is still desperately trying to help, to reach the Sunwell somehow and figure out some way to save the day, get into that void storm, but they're not risking it. Nothing is going to threaten the purity and the powers of the beloved well or the beloved light.
What if I promised that my task would take you far away from here? You're creating a bigger cloud with your moping than Xal'atath's void storm. Speak your mind. Let it out before these feelings create a well of poison in your gut.
I'm not just upset that my father cut me down. I'm upset that when he did so, I saw the light shining brightly in his eyes. The same light that I am taught to revere. Under its guidance, he almost killed me.
So you blame the light, not your father.
We are trained to wield the light as a weapon. Is that all that I am as a paladin? You founded the Silver Hand. You trained my father. I suppose I blame you as well. You crafted this philosophy of war. I followed your teachings until I burned myself with my own wrath.
Well, I think you're absolutely right. I really did make a mess of it all, didn't I?
What?
I'm reminded of each and every one of my failings every day when the light burns me as I channel it.
What are you saying?
In many ways, this world is broken. You should feel angry about it. That doesn't mean you can't try to change the world or yourself for the better. Come with me on my little quest. I can't promise we'll change anything but how you feel. But that's the only thing we can control. The Light's help to gather relics and inspire the Vanguard.
No better place to take my mind off the problems with paladins.
Underneath Light's Hope Chapel, there rest the bodies of Azeroth's mightiest fallen light wielders, all gathered to keep them out of the hands of the Scourge, prevent them from being brought back in on death. This made it sacred ground, where the light has shown to be incredibly powerful, like when Darian Mograine sacrificed himself, and the sky burst open with a radiant light, destroying the Scourge and sending Quel'thelas on the retreat. Or what about that time when Arthas the Lich King showed up with Wrath the Lich King? Or when the Knights of the Ebonblade showed up to claim the body of Tyrion Fordring back in Legion? Time and time again, the miracles of the light have shone bright here. And once more, it made it a target for the Scourge, as the undead are on the move, with nearly all the chapel's defenders being called to the Sunwell. Lord Tarosis, not one of them, but perhaps that was because the light knew he was going to be needed here. The chapel's defenses are weakened, and the lack of defenders, it means an increase in Scourge activity.
I fear if I were stationed here to fight the Scourge, I'd become just like my father. I'd fall to rage and wrath. I shouldn't let my doubts get in the way of the defense of this place. But is this what it means to wield the light? An endless battle against evil?
The chapel was at risk from being overrun, was it not for the aid of the Knights of the Ebonblade. The 4 horsemen are seen holding the line and seeing how, they kinda owed it for what they tried to do in Legion. We helped them out with thinning the undead numbers. And then Adator goes inside the chapel to pick up some relics and learn more about what it means to be a paladin.
Light's Hope is in danger. The world is in danger. I need to get my head in the battle.
Thank you. The Scourge has diminished. Take whatever relics you need to support the Sunwell.
For my first lesson, learn from the revered heroes of the past and what inspired their light.
That's what I've been trying to do since I joined the Silver Hand. I've known the stories of these paladins since I was a child. Each of them is a legend, immortalized in stone. Their great deeds set an example for all paladins. But no matter how hard I try, I fear that I'll never live up to them. Marad was known for his skill in combat, yet his relic is a meditation crystal. Crom defended the people of Lor'themar, but the relic is a smithing hammer, not a weapon. Mara's heroics inspired the creation of the Silver Hand. Her relic is a book of refugee prayers, though. Uther was the first and greatest of the Silver Hand Paladins. I'm surprised not to find his hammer, but a healing kit. I forgot that statue was here. Lena led an army against the Legion. Why would her relic be something like this? I had expected these relics to be powerful weapons. Instead, they were mostly simple items, unconnected to war. The Silver Hand was founded to wield the light in battle. Is that not the measure of a paladin's accomplishments?
This is where the Arator that we see in-game, it somewhat conflicts with the Arator from the novel Blood Ties. In the book, he is much more familiar with the legacy of his family and what it means to be a paladin, up to the point where he's lecturing other people, like when he tells his father, "Our order was founded, not just on justice and retribution, father, but also compassion." So for those of you who asked, there's a difference between book and game Arator. In-game, he still has a lot more to learn, which gives us the opportunity to learn with him as well.
The most revered paladins didn't draw their faith in the light from warfare. They fought to preserve what they valued most.
With the next lesson is about the light not caring about morality, but responding to conviction.
Scarlet Crusade? You of all people want to spread their light?
They claimed many relics when they seized my church. Relics that would be better used to our purpose of holding back Xal'atath.
I can scarcely believe that the light answers their call. I was always taught that the light was good. The Crusade is unconscionable.
The light seeks a path. It does not dictate the way. Look at all the cultures across Azeroth that channel the light. From Elune to Graal to Anshe. Philosophically different from our Church of Holy Light, but with the same ability to channel the energy.
I have often wondered.
The light needs a lens to focus its power through the wielder. The light brings certainty, and it responds to one's conviction. But the light cannot distinguish between love and hatred.
So that is why the Scarlet Crusade claims it acts according to the light's will.
And why they were able to pervert my teachings of fellowship and protection into something you and I recognize so clearly as evil. The Scarlet Crusade was founded by a paladin I personally anointed. For a long time, I saw them as my own misjudgment made manifest. Perhaps I still do. However, the relics they possess will do for our purposes of bolstering the Sunwell defenders. It will be good to reclaim them.
In Fal's defense, it didn't exactly help that the paladin he personally anointed, being Seydan Dafrohan, was murdered by the Dreadlord Balnazar, who then took up his form and worked on corrupting the organization from within, until their zealotry took such levels that they could no longer see the difference between friend or foe. As mentioned, the light has never really cared about the morality of those that call upon it. It responds to your conviction, the belief behind it, and safe to say that the Scarlets have always had a strong belief, a blind faith in their organization, despite being taken care of over and over and over and over again. They're always more willing to put on the tabard of the Crusade. Perhaps we should start to consider leaving more guards behind within the monastery, as they have once again managed to take over the place, fill up its halls, let us go in, reduce their numbers, while claiming some powerful light-infused relics, but not all of the Crusaders are ready to die for their cause.
Intruders! So the time has come to die for the Crusade! Wait, I yield! I lost my faith in this order long ago. I won't give my life for them as well.
Go! If you wish to surrender, give us your weapon. Leave this accursed place and never return. This blade was forged long before the Crusade's hatred. Perhaps it can be returned to a wielder who is truly righteous.
Ellie's conviction into the crusade, it died a long time ago, so she is allowed to come back to the Sunwell, while we push on through.
You heathens dare disturb my communion! The Lights will choose a new leader for our crusade.
It never ends, does it? Another will just continue this doctrine of spite.
Erator, the Light may empower its followers, but the morals and ethics of this force come from within each of us.
Is this the fate of all paladins? Die a legend, or live to be consumed by zealotry and wrath?
No, Erator. My hope is that you can find a different path to follow.
I can't face those gathered at the Sunwell right now.
Erator, I did not mean to add to your burdens. The trip to the cathedral was necessary to save the Sunwell. Champion, if you could deliver the relics, I need to have a word in private with Erator.
I appreciate your concerns, Korath. For my people, the Light and the Sunwell are the same. They may complain, but they will accept the Vanguard.
If you say so, Vendel. It just seems we're ruffling too many griffin feathers.
Back at the Sunwell, we hand out the relics that we gathered to give our light wielders a much needed boost. Talia Foredragon gets Mara Foredragon's prayer book. I have a relic to sustain you. It is Mara Foredragon's prayer book. That's unbelievable. She was my grandmother. She watched over refugees fleeing from Stormwind to Lordaeron. The stories about her inspired me to take up the light. I never knew her, but I will treasure this. Thank you. This confirms that the statue of Lady Mara Foredragon that's in Light's Hope Chapel, that she is indeed the mother of Bolvar Foredragon, and so Talia's grandmother. Bolvar was a great hero in life, and even more so when he was changed forever by the Dragon's Flame, taking up position as Jailer of the Damned after the fall of Arthas, become the Lich King, which is a heroic deed, without much gratitude from his daughter Talia. There was a bit of build-up between her and Anduin back when we met her, which didn't really go anywhere. She also didn't wield the light back then, but now she does. Valonel of the recently reformed Tears Guards gets Marat's Crystal, who died on Altar Draenor. Then Melar Dawnblade, they get Uther's kit from his work as a healer. He was once a pupil to Uther, but the actions of Uther's other students, Arthas Menethil, it caused a hatred to grow inside of Melar's heart. How could the Lightbringer have allowed such darkness to grow? And that hatred festered so deep that he started to resent Uther, recruit adventurers to go defile the man's tomb, to which the spirit of Uther showed up and forgave him for his actions. Time would heal Melar's heart, even defending the tomb during Legion. Then there is Salandria, who is gifted Alisae's sword. And Salandria, she was the orphan that we showed the world during the Children's Week event. But she's since been adopted by Lady Liadrin, become part of the Blood Knights, the Blood Elf Paladins. Well, speaking of Alisae, she has made it to the Sunwell, standing with Kalia and Mariella, while we ask Velen, leader of the Draenei, to distribute the remaining relics.
Thank you, champion. We are resolute in our defense, but mortal in our constitutions. These relics will bolster us for a time.
Taking Arator to the Scarlets might not have been the best idea for the Paladin, who's already having a crisis of faith. Fall might have messed up a little bit here, so let's go consult the wisest person that he knows.
I spoke to you of finding a different path, Erator. I think it's time we started on it.
All right, but if this lesson is anything like the others...
Oh, don't worry. This one won't be imparted by me.
Hammerfall? Is this about the Red Dawn?
Quite the opposite. We're going to see someone who is doing something wonderful. Something I failed to accomplish.
One moment. This post is being stubborn. Val, what brings you and your friends to Hammerfall? Please tell me the world isn't ending again.
The conflict with the Red Dawn of the War Within is widely known. Not just in real life, with so many people commenting on the cinematic and the story.
You'll never understand. For Erathor!
dawn will rise again.
No! Do not make her a martyr. Our history will read Faerun, true daughter of the Arathi, allowed Merrin to live without her title and name. The Red Dawn vanished from the Highlands forever.
This is not over.
People like Arator have heard about it as well. They're still in the midst of repairing the damage done, so focused on the day-to-day, defense and survival, that there really hasn't been time to address the harms that were done, and that's where we get to come in.
My friend, if you could help with the cleanup and deliveries, Arator can help me with some work that needs another pair of hands.
If you'll all excuse me, I must find Eitrig. There are some things I need to arrange.
The Sunwalkers were founded by Epony Brightmane after she was having discussions with Tahu Sagewind, who looked at druidic teachings of Hamul Runetotem, night elven teachings that put great stock in the light that was given by the moon goddess Musha for the Tauren. But that was only one of the Earth Mother's eyes, and the Tauren were nothing if not people who strive for balance, and they overlooked the other aspects. Anshi the Sun God, right eye of the Earth Mother and twin brother of Musha.
Is this what it means to be a Sunwalker?
For some. Others are content to smite the wicked with a giant hammer. But allowing the innocent to suffer, that is the worst evil.
This isn't the type of thing the Silver Hand gets involved in, is it?
Alonsis has told me how he always intended for the Silver Hand to focus on this kind of service. But war changed what his paladins were called to do. Alonsis tells me stories of his first students. The legendary Uther was apparently quite the nurse. I would have liked to meet the man during that time.
My father was one of those students. He's never mentioned any of this to me.
I don't know the High Exarch well. I do know he's been to other worlds, far from here, fighting for an unimaginable amount of time. We're shaped by the events in our lives, but we can choose how we will live going forward. What type of paladin do you want to be, Arator? What type of person?
I want to come back here and help you once this war has ended. I think this is as much my calling as facing down the horrors of the Void.
So, there came priests and paladins amongst the Tauren wielding a light, with Sunwalker Desko being one of the more prominent ones. Those of you that played during Mr. Paneria, you might recall his tragic tale of trying to outrun destiny. And as it is with all orders and teachings, not everyone amongst them looks upon their duties to the world in the same way. When asking Sunwalker Malu if they don't feel like there are better things to do, they say that Desko has taught me much. Out there, just as no ray of sunlight is insignificant in the open wilderness, no small amount of work we do is unworthy. Besides, it is not for us to deem what work is worthy and unworthy of carrying out in the light of Anshi. Working alongside him here, I have found that helping those in need is the most rewarding work I can do. But then, Sunwalker Nodura believes, I've been working hard here with Desko and Malu for longer than I would like. Though Desko and Malu seem satisfied and content to the laborers, I am not. I did not walk the path of the sun to haul rubble and rebuild structures. I am a Sunwalker. My faith in Anshi and my hammer are my tools to wield, not a mallet and a shovel. In a world besieged by darkness, we are not the rays of sunlight we were meant to be. This is not where I'd like to be right now. Different paths while under the shining light of the sun. And so too will Arator have to find his own road to walk.
I must now steal Arator and the champion away. Arrangements have been made to find one last relic.
Thank you, Desko. I really admire what you're doing here. I'll be sure to return.
There you are! Foul! Why'd you bring us back to this desolate place?
Val has asked Eitrig to have the Sons of Lothar meet us in the Burning Steppes, where one last item awaits to be recovered. The old orc was right here on the battlefield on that fateful day that the Alliance of Lor'themar lost their commander Anduin Lothar as his skull got smashed in by Doomhammer. Victory would still be earned by the Alliance though. Those who fought with Lothar, the sons and daughters that gave everything in the defense of the world, they would honor his name by becoming the Sons of Lothar.
We are on a hunt for artifacts to support the defenders at Silvermoon.
The only holy artifact here is...
Oh, you must be joking!
The Dark Horde will have taken the fragments, divided it up amongst themselves as a trophy.
Well, ain't that lovely? Come on, lads. Time for a difficult walk down memory lane.
Joining Illyria and Turellian and stepping through the Dark Portal when the Horde came back for a second round. But by that time, Eitrigg had already left the Horde behind. The corruption, the manipulations, how far the Horde had stepped away from their traditions of old. Meanwhile, the Sons of Lothar, they would be lost in Outland for quite some time. Turellian and Illyria, they would be gone even longer. But upon their return, so too have the Sons of Lothar. It's been decided that their organization, that it should continue, and even start to accept new members like Eitrigg, which we can ask him about. How did an orc get involved with the Sons of Lothar? I fought here with Doomhammer against Lothar's army all those years ago. It's quite strange to be working with those who bear his name. Strange to be working with humans at all, but it was a human strangeness that changed things for me. Tyrion Fordring. All I knew of humans was that they hated my people for the war we brought to their lands. But where others saw nothing more than an animal to be hunted, Fordring saw something else. He showed me kindness and compassion, even after we tried to kill each other during our first encounter. Through Tyrion, I saw humans are no different than orcs. Some have honor, many do not. Over time, I've seen that the Sons of Lothar are amongst those that do. And I think Tyrion would agree. That story of Eitrigg and Tyrion is told in the novel Blood and Honor, in a time in which the Horde was known as nothing but bloodthirsty, looting, pillaging, fell-infused monsters that brought nothing but destruction to the world. As I said, after their defeat here at Blackrock Mountain, Eitrigg stepped away from it all. He just wanted to live out the rest of his days. He was then found by Tyrion Fordring, and while most would have tried to claim the orc's head on the spot, Tyrion did owe him his life. It's a bit much to go into right now, but his honor compelled him to keep Eitrigg a secret and let him stay there. That's actually why the Death Knights in Wrath of the Lich King, why they could take Tyrion's recommendation to Eitrigg and rejoin the Hordes.
Come, Curdran. We should scout out the other Dark Horde encampments.
The Dark Horde! They're stuck trying to win the second war while we've made peace on the fourth! Get with the times!
Another blast from the past can be found in a resurgence of the Dark Hordes. Eitrigg once served under Black Hand, whose son Rand was a sniveling fool, a coward who bolstered himself in that spire after Doomhammer was defeated. He made deals with dragons, called himself War Chief, and proclaimed his Dark Hordes to be the true Hordes, not that smelly new horde that Thrall had built up. The Dark Horde embraced the ideals of a past long gone. Rand has died years ago, but there are apparently still orcs and ogres here who cling to that rotting husk that remains. If they haven't seen the truth by now, then there is little hope for them but death.
My father Turellian fought in this battle, though he has rarely talked to me about it.
It is wild to consider that the Dark Horde is still a thing. But here we are. We join Adathor in doing what you'd imagine the Dark Islands would do. Protect the territory and clear out the mountain of this threat, while also reclaiming some relics of the past.
This is one of the fragments that we're looking for. Might have been from a piece of armor or a shield. After Anduin Lothar fell in battle, my father rallied the Alliance to victory. The Dark Horde seems traumatized by this battle. They remain here and fight a war long lost.
The Horde left behind this dark past long ago. If only everyone here had come with us.
Curdran flew to the entrance of Blackrock's spire, champion. He's tracked down the next fragment.
The Dark Horde displays them like trophies, but the only thing they mark is loss.
The orcs in the mountain don't just have a fragment. They're also stockpiling weapons. Seems like a good chance to smash things up if you ask me. Let me know if you want me to join in the fun.
Why did Fowl bring me here? There has to be something he hasn't told me about this relic. Looks like a piece of an old shield. Odd for him to be lugging that around. The Dark Horde is stuck reliving the Second War just like the Sons of Lothar. I've studied the Second War, but to everyone here, it's more than history. They lived through it. This whole expedition has something to do with my father, doesn't it? This is Fowl's third lesson. What have you old meddlers got planned for me?
Lad, you don't seriously expect me to spoil his schemes? I'd never hear the end of it.
I found the leader of the Dark Horde. She has the final fragment. The Dark Horde prepares to raid another border settlement. Get that last shield fragment and scatter their troops.
The Second War ended decades ago. I won't let them shatter the peace you bled for. The final shield fragment. And I think I know whose it was. This is my father's shield, isn't it? How did it break?
I still have nightmares about that time. After all I've seen, I still dream about this place.
If the boy has all the fragments of the shield, we can begin.
As you have guessed, that is your father's shield. Broken into fragments and left on the field of battle.
It was nearly 30 years ago, at the height of the Second War. The Battle of Black Rock Mountain. History books say we won the battle. All I remember is loss.
Your father, Gerallius, was squire to Anduin Lothar, our leader.
Our brother.
Gerallius seemed invincible. His shield, his resolve, never wavered. Until... his light failed.
No, it didn't fail. It turned into something else. Lothar's death broke something deep within Terralion. Something, lad, that's never really healed.
For those of you who asked, this is a retcon compared to the original story. Originally, Terralion did not lose himself in this moment in a light-infused rage. Quite the opposite happens. I'll probably make a more dedicated video diving into what changed and the implications, but for now, this is the story that they give to Arator. This is the information that he walks away with.
I had no idea. I didn't realize what my father went through. I think I'd like to fix this shield and return it to him.
That is an excellent idea.
If I repair the shield, maybe it can remind my father of the kind of paladin he wanted to be.
Fowl, I hope you know what you're doing.
What is safe to say, and what has always been part of her story, is that the battle between the Alliance and the Hordes, the great blows dealt at Blackrock Mountain and beyond, they've caused damage, scars, trauma that mayhaps never heal, yet this here broken shield, it has a chance to be mended. By doing so, we might also mend the relation between father and son.
My son. Arator, I was hoping to... that we could...
Father, I know you'd never willingly hurt me, but in that moment, you lost control.
Could you ever forgive me?
I think it's time you forgave yourself. I know what happened the day Lothar fell. The guilt, the rage you've carried all these years. It's time to let it go.
My shield. How did you...
Take it up again. Be the paladin you were born to be.
I can't. That part of me died with Lothar.
But not all of you. Don't give up hope, Father.
My son, some things can't ever be redeemed.
Okay, maybe that was a bit too fast, a bit too much to hope for, as it doesn't look like Turalyon is ready to accept that he could still change. At least not now. Give it some time, and who knows what might happen.
He said some things can't ever be redeemed, and refused it.
That's disappointing. I had hoped for a different reaction.
So did I. But a wise man once told me, I can't change anything but how I feel. So I'm going to focus on that. My father may not be ready to change, but I am.
Erator. Light be praised. Perhaps this all happened for a reason.
I just need to figure out what to do with this shield.
I could use a hot meal and a drink while you ponder. Come with us, lad. You too, champion.
I must return to the Sunwell. The Vanguard needs my counsel.
At least we have been able to help Val. Help him help the wielders of the light at the Sunwell, and help him help Arator with learning more about what it means to wield the light, to be of service, what kind of paladin his father was, became, and what Arator himself would like to be. Quite a day, all in all. Let's go get some drinks, as the Sons of Lothar invite us over to join them in the Argentina.
Where is this place? It doesn't appear to be in Azeroth.
Khadgar introduced us. It's in some wizardy, hocus-pocus, dimensional, what's the thing? Hot food, cold drinks, magical access.
Champion, could you get us the first round? Put it on my tab.
Take a look around. Horde, Alliance. This place is a refuge for those who've had enough of war.
A place they used during the Second War. The time that they were trapped on Outlands, missing their homes greatly, and in need of remembering Azeroth. Over time, more friends and allies were invited in. Even the Horde has been invited in recent years, and now we two get to join the Sons of Lothar for a drink.
So I said, if that's my griffin, who's sitting on the egg?
That doesn't make any sense. Arator, what are you going to do with Turalyon's shield?
Well, I've been giving it some thought. I'd like to hang it on the wall here, as a reminder. We can all break, but we can put ourselves back together and emerge stronger for it.
Bah! Terrible idea! Worst I've ever heard! To have a fine piece of equipment like that, well made, well repaired, languish on the wall until it rusts? Oh, that's shameful!
He has a point, lad. A good shield like that yearns to protect a soldier, so they can protect others.
But it's not my shield.
Your father refused the legacy. It's yours if you want it.
It does feel right. I'll do it. Fowl told me that the Silver Hand was meant to protect the defenseless, during war as well as peace. Maybe I can help to demonstrate that service to others, as Desco has. This reforged shield can be a reminder to me as I protect Azeroth. Thank you. All of you. I won't let you down.
The light takes many forms, but Arator now knows what it means to him and how he wants to wield it. He's not just a weapon like his father, nor can he devote himself purely to service like Desco, but he can protect from the evil that threatens them. Right now, that is Xal'atath and her devouring host, a threat that still looms over Silvermoon, the light bloom, nature infused with the light. It's been quite a problem up above. Just imagine the threat that it poses for Orwennia and her people down below. We get to join her, together with Haldoran Brightwing, Ranger General Silvermoon, and leader of the Farstriders, in uncovering what's going on and what we can do to stop it.
Our goddess, Alnhara, once rested in the crater roots above. But she was taken. What remains is the land of Harindar. The echo of her song and the radiance of her will.
Now, before we meet Orwennia's people, let's make sure that we're prepared and dive into the history that we know right now of the Haranir and their connection to Azeroth. Once upon a time, the world of Azeroth was infected by the Old Gods, creatures of the Void, whose tendrils had burrowed deep as they wanted to corrupt and claim the world's soul inside. The planet was then found by the Titans, who wanted to liberate the soul from the Old Gods' infection, and then they too wanted to claim that soul, wanted to bring order to the planet, bring order to the universe. The legend of Elune Ahir, it tells us that in order to bring hope and healing, the Titan Eonar decided to plant a gift she had from Elune, a branch of Gehanir, the Mother World Tree.
Elune be praised!
You might recall hearing the name Elune before, as she is the goddess of the Night Elves, but the full details as to what she is, they're still waiting to be revealed. We do know that more planets than just Azeroth know about Elune, at least that's safe to say, and apparently the Titan Eonar also knew Elune. The gift was planted, calling it Elune Ahir, in honor of her great love. The branch swiftly grew into a tree, its roots extending deep below the surface. Eonar smiled, for everywhere the roots stretched, new life emerged, but not everyone was happy with what she had done. When the High Father Amantul saw this, he chided her. "This is not order," he bellowed. "You have infected this world with uncontrolled chaos." The High Father took hold of the World Tree's trunk and tore it from the earth, which caused Eonar to weep bitter tears down upon the resulting crater. As she peered down upon the sundered earth, the Titan realized a truth she did not share with the High Father. Though he had destroyed the tree, its winding roots still held firm beneath the soil, hidden from his gaze. As the forces of the Titans waged war against the Black Empire, the Empire of the Old Gods, Eonar bid her keeper Freya to watch over the crater and nurture the life that had blossomed there. Below ground, the roots fed upon the tears of Eonar and grew strong. The war was long, but in the end, the Titans claimed victory, and Eonar was pleased, knowing Elune's legacy would endure. It is said that much later, as the world entered a new age, mysterious guardians arrived, who dedicated their lives to protecting the roots.
I am Haranir, but sometimes I feel so Harafar.
The war against the Black Empire, it was won by the Titans and their keepers, but not without doing some serious damage to the planet. The battle with the old god Y'Shaarj, it was so dire that Amatul did what he had done to this tree. He reached down and ripped out the old god, but by doing so, he caused massive damage to that soul inside, as the old god's tendrils had burrowed deep. Volatile arcane energies, the lifeblood of the nascent titan, erupted from the scar, roiled out across the world. A constant stream of volatile arcane energy bled from the colossal rifts, lashing out across the world. The keepers knew that, if left unattended, these energies would consume Azeroth over time, and so they labored day and night, crafting magical wards around the gaping wounds to staunch the escaping lifeblood. Eventually, the tumultuous energies calmed and settled into balance. All that remained of the scar was an immense lake of scintillating energy that the keepers would call the Well of Eternity. Thereafter, the power of this wondrous fount would be infused in the ailing world, helping life to take roots and bloom across the globe. With the wound healed, the keepers went to work on strengthening that soul inside the planets, carve out rivers and mountains, bring order to the world. So with a job well done, the Titans said farewell to the keepers and the planet, letting it do its thing. Let life take its course and the soul grow inside. Eventually, some of the Dark Trolls, they would find a way to the Well of Eternity, and under its influence, change into the Night Elves. Those Night Elves would learn knowledge from the Well, but also powerful magics, which were great, but also let in some darkness, like getting them in touch with the Dark Titan Sargeras. He did not have such kind things in mind for the planets. He wanted to scour the world, which the Queen of the Night Elves actually wanted to do. The powers of the well were turned to an epic gateway to bring about the Lord of the Legion, and the War of the Ancients played out, with Azeroth's defenders being victorious, but it came at a great cost, as the well was destroyed. All we have now is the Maelstrom left as a reminder of the destruction, but not the end of the well's powers, since vials have been filled with waters from the original well. A big one was created at Mount Hyjal. Another was created by the High Elves in order to create their Sunwell. So those powers from the Well of Eternity, or the lifeblood of Azeroth, they are still going around. But as you can imagine, the Night Elves who had just fought at the War of the Ancients, they weren't exactly happy with the new Well of Eternity at Mount Hyjal. If those powers had caused the Legion to come before, surely it would draw in the demons again. And then what would they do? So, the dragon aspects used a seed of Kahanir to plant another world tree. This one was called Nordrassil, and it would contain the powers of this new well, which meant a whole another set of roots burrowing deep into Azeroth. The world tree Nordrassil, which you might remember blowing up during Warcraft 3, because the very thing that they had feared had happened. The demons had returned. And it would be from this tree that the Night Elf Stackhelm, he was like, you know what? We could solve a whole lot of problems on this planet if we would just plant more of these world trees. Despite being told not to, he took a branch of Nordrassil and he created Andrassil, which became corrupted, had to be chopped down. He also convinced the other druids that they should wholly grow Teldrassil, which also became corrupted, but this one they managed to save. They managed to cleanse it of its corruption, and then Sylvanas and the Hordes burned it down anyways. The world tree Amirdrassil, also interestingly enough connected to Elune. That one has become a new home for the Night Elves, and let us not forget Shaladrassil in Val'sharah, another world tree that became corrupted. Safe to say that these world trees, they haven't had it easy. But what about the Haranir? How do they fit in all of this? Well, some of the Dark Trolls found a way to the Well of Eternity, and they remained there to set up their Night Elven kingdom. Others heard the voice of Azeroth call to them from down below. We saw this play out with the Urvan of Kesselgar as well. They tried to follow the voice, but were unable to complete their journey as they got constantly wiped out by the Nerubians. For the Haranir, they were more successful, overcame these great spidery foes, even banished the eldritch horrors that lay further down below, until they reached what they now call Harandar. Until they reached where they thought their goddess was waiting for them.
I have seen nothing to shame us.
You have not yet seen the journey to its end. Amhara's song was just an echo. The goddess was gone when they arrived. Without her, the land was falling apart. After all the trials and journeys, we hoped to find purpose. Instead, we found discord and death. We blamed the missing goddess. We blamed the land. We blamed each other. The goddess's absence was not a tragedy, but a trial. One we failed. When at last we found our way, the elders feared what would happen if we returned to the surface. So, they forbade it.
That's the reason as to why, as a society, they decided to stick to the shadows, to not interfere with the people up above, and tend to the roots of the world trees down below.
I put the fun in underground confluences of mystical roots that creates a hidden realm that is home to plant and fungal creatures of all types.
Adding a race retroactively to the story, it's almost always going to come with complications, trying to fit them into the story that's been established, especially since the Haranir, they were not locked away, like the Pandaren, for example, or the Nightborn, or the Urvan. The Haranir can travel through the roots. They can leave the cradle despite the wishes of their elders, and they have done so. One of the lore scrolls connected to the weekly memory events, it says, "Some feel the call and hunt for the missing goddess. We have scoured every inch of Herondar, as our traditions allow. Some seek the goddess far beyond Herondar. The elders do not approve, but when they hear the call, all they can do is seek. Though it is almost unheard of in the past centuries, legends claim that in ancient time, enough Heronir left that they could have formed new tribes. We are, after all, hunters, but none have found her. And where could you hide a goddess? So it's very possible that there are different pockets of Heronir out there somewhere. Maybe some even did find a way to the goddess and just never reported back. That's gonna be revealed. And even someone like Orwena has left the cradle before she was called to do so. Seeing the actual sun, hearing voices yell for Azeroth. The Heronir were not locked away in the cradle, which raises the obvious question, why didn't they help out sooner? It's not like Azeroth hasn't been threatened before, or that the world trees haven't suffered greatly before, or, there have been moments where you would imagine that the Heronir could have been very useful, and that is really hard to explain, while also giving them the ability to travel. More history on the Heronir is going to be revealed in their weekly paint events, and more secrets are waiting to uncover. Perhaps we'll learn more details to the reason why the roots are drawn down here. Or perhaps we'll learn what happened to their goddess Alnara. What happened to Azeroth, as they are one and the same. Was it the Titans that moved her? We've learned from the archives that they decided to place Azeroth in a world core, seemingly to protect her from further corruption. Did they move her out of this cradle to do this? And where did they move her to if they did? Why did the song call the Heronir down here? And what is the voice of the goddess trying to accomplish now? As her voice, her essence, it is an integral part of the Heronir's being. Very similar to how the High Elves, now Blood Elves, have their Sunwell as part of their being. It's a part of their culture, but also part of their essence. So too are the Heronir connected to their goddess. The voice of Azeroth guiding them. Guiding someone like Orwena to break tradition and step out of the shadows. And this, interestingly enough, happened far before any of us heard the Radiant song call out. Her journey started before the burning of Teldrassil, so before the beginning of Battle for Azeroth. Orwena's journey would eventually get her in touch with us, fighting against Xal'atath and their Black Blood operations. The voice of her goddess would then give her a heads up as to what was happening in Undermine, putting us on the right path to go there, and now she is calling out for the Lightbloom, the Sunwell dripping light into the earth. Which seemed like a really good thing at first. It allowed them to heal the Death Scar after all. But the hostilities of the Rutani isn't right. The Heronir and their elders would be a great help in figuring out what is going on, but talk to them isn't exactly easy. Orwena's choices have consequences. She's not only exposed herself to outsiders, now she has brought those very outsiders back home with her.
This so-called Lightbloom is no real threat. It does not excuse your heresies. Go to the den at once. The council will decide your fates.
My skin is tingling. What is this?
Alm dust, remnants of the goddess's will given form. It empowers our magics and allows us to walk between worlds. Enough of this! Show yourselves. I came here to speak out of respect. But if violence is your intent...
Respect? You threw that away long ago, Orwena.
How many of our secret traditions have you broken, child?
Inviting those outsiders here, profaning this sacred place with their presence.
They hear the goddess's song as we do. They fight to save her. Is that not who we are anymore? Will you do nothing but skulk in these caves, lamenting the withered past? Goddess?
Clearly, the hand of Alnara is upon you, child. But with it comes hubris.
recklessness. Your pride endangers everything we've built here.
I hear her voice. Should I not follow wherever it leads?
Not if it leads you from us.
You have forgotten the value of tradition, Olwyn. Go to the Den of Echoes and remind yourself of what it means to be Haranir.
For the elders have spoken. They hope that reliving the past will show you the folly of your actions. I understand the threat of the light bloom, but we need to appease the elders or you will have two enemies in Harandar.
It is not like you to avoid conflict. Have your fangs dulled since I was gone?
Don't test me, little sprout. I know when to roar and when to wait. I could have pitted my pride against Ruya, but alone, what good would it do?
You are as strong as any.
First, you left. Then the roots of Teldrassil burned. Now, the elders barely consider me one of them.
Should I not have heeded the goddess's call?
You did what needed to be done. I have always told you to trust your instincts. All I ask is that you trust mine. We must regain their faith in you and know that I will always defend you, even if you do not see.
Owena's short story describes her relationship with Hagar as an adoptive grandmother. As Owena's parents were killed, she was an orphan, and Hagar took care of her, but also more of the Sproutlings. That's their relationship here. And after witnessing visions of the past, the story that we discussed, we get to gaze towards the future.
The elders feared what would happen if we returned to the surface. So, they forbade it. But we can't stay hidden forever. Ah, you're awake. Welcome to Hamara.
Now that we have seen their past, we get to see their hope for the future, living in harmony with the Rutani and the Fungarians. That light infusion is making a dream rather difficult, though. One moment they are kind and they're ready to trade, not even aware of what the light blue might be. The next, they're killing each other, rampaging around as Harmara is under attack. Did our questioning of the merchant spirits? Did it feel threatened? Does the light bloom even feel? Many questions in need of answering. For now, we have no other choice but to take out the threats. Not all of them though. Oddly enough, there is a Rutani amongst them that is completely unaffected.
His bloom changed. This one's did not. Take seed. Show others. May reveal answer.
This seed, it's coated in...
Aln dust. Perhaps that is what shielded Ionka from the light bloom.
The elders control the undust supply. I doubt they will be keen to share it with outsiders.
I will take this seed back to Silvermoon. Perhaps the Magisters will have some insight.
There you are. Unfortunately, our fears were well founded. The elders will not sacrifice any of the Aln dust. We must find another way. Ask around the den. Glean what wisdom you can.
I wish to help Orwena, but she will not want to go where she must go.
You would have us spare Alndust for the sake of outsiders. Absurd! She, of all people, knows the cost to gather it. If she wants to waste it, then she can brave the rift for it herself.
Our traditions exist for a reason. They protect us and this land. It is not for the young to question.
Orwena, I beg you. You know where Alndust falls. Those who walk the rift without guidance risk being forever lost. When the goddess was torn from her cradle, the violence left wounds that will not heal. Her screams of anguish give life to formless terrors and drive those who enter mad. If you must go, you will need the Shulka. How you feel about him cannot change that.
I know, but neither does it change the past. He was a friend once, before I followed the goddess's visions to the world above. He was supposed to walk with us, but he chose the rift instead. He turned his back on his friends. He closed his mind to the goddess. And he chose to abandon me.
We'll need the aid of Amarak, Orwena's childhood's, well, friend is not the right word. Podlings, intertwined, they were absolutely inseparable. Where we go together. But the children would grow up, and one of their adventures would lead them into the rifts, where they'd be attacked by the madness. A moment where they'd learn completely different lessons, and then as they went through the ritual, as all Haranir did, the coming-of-age ritual, they were going to hear the goddess's voice and see what the future would hold. Orwena saw herself leave the cradle and go up. Epic adventures in the light with the voice of the goddess at her side. But Amarak's painting was a dark, violent image. A world of death and pain.
What does it sound like? Amarak asked quietly. I cannot remember. You must tell me. You owe me comfort. Orwena blinked back tears. It cannot be so final. You can still catch a whisper of it. I know you can. You were always so strong. Try. Do you think I have not tried? Just try. There is nothing there to try. When I touch the place in my memory where it should be, I find only emptiness. Wind. Dead branches in the dark. Orwena would not allow herself to cry. She would do better than a child would. She would try if he could not. The song of the goddess sounds like colors of starlight, like spring happening all at once, like your own mother humming while she weaves a basket and fills it with fruit, and the fruit growing too. It sounds like weeping and laughing and growing up, and it sounds like the feeling of your hand in mine. There. Are you comforted? No, Orwena. No, and nevermore. Where we go together. Amarak, for a moment, for the last time, had the decency to look chagrined. Forget the Aunscorn, you fool! Orwena wiped her nose on the back of her hand, sobbing openly for the last time. I scorn you. Me! You mutilated yourself. Don't you miss it? Don't you miss her? Amarak's tusks shone furiously in the mist. If you ask me that ever again, I will walk away from you and never return. Not once have I asked you whether you miss your parents, Orwena. You do not get to ask me that. Don't you miss me? She whispered, but Amarak was quiet a long while. Some things are more important than promises. More lies! What could be more important than us, than our lives here? Growing up, growing wise, growing old in unity with our people as everyone we've ever known has done. Now you want to do as everyone we've ever known has done? You, Orwena? Orwena twisted her fingers together like a little girl, broken all over again. You were all I had. All our lives we heard the same song soaring inside us, and we never will again. Our part of the melody will never play in the great song again. You didn't tell me. You were just gone. You didn't even sing me goodbye. Some things are more important than goodbyes. Then tell me, Amarak, what is more important than your oath and your honor? Amarak howled into the endless mist, a howl of agony from his bones to his throat. You, Orwena, and my mother, and my father, and Hagar, and Hanan, and everyone, every single Haranir, to keep you safe. There is no oath I would not break, and honor feeds no one, least of all the dead. I saw it happen. I dreamed it alive. I saw you all dead and torn apart. I saw Harandar bleed, and I could stop it. All I had to do was give up everything. In the echoing quiet, Orwena's response was swift. I cannot forgive you, Amarak. I cannot forgive you, Orwena. I am glad you have adventure waiting for you in the sun. A grand mission from the goddess. I see it light your veins. But my place is in the shadows. What do I need forgiving for? I did not mutilate myself without a word. I did not make myself an oath-breaker. But there was little fight left in her words. She had already lost, and she knew it.
Aln dust comes from the rift of Aln. When the goddess Alnara was torn from her cradle, the violence left wounds that will not heal. Her screams of anguish give life to formless terrors and drive those who enter mad. It empowers their magics, and it allows them to walk between worlds. Its power is what allows them to make memory paintings, and as we saw during the War Within, Azeroth is really good at remembering things. All of this, it seems to be connected to the goddess Azeroth, who used to reside here, but they took her away, presumably done by the Titans. And now only pain and madness were left to shape the chaos of the rifts. Dark manifestations have grown in Alnara's absence, devouring each other in an endless cycle. The Haranir are especially susceptible to falling to this madness. They are connected to her. They are connected to that voice. It makes the effects all the stronger. But they have figured out ways of disconnecting themselves. There are rituals to do this temporarily, while others, they've made the ultimate sacrifice of disconnecting themselves permanently.
After all this time, you return and seek entry into the rift. You have not changed at all, Orwenna. If you insist on doing this, then you need to protect your mind and spirit with the Aln dust. Find me once you are prepared. And Orwenna, be careful.
We have spoken about how important that connection is. It is part of their very being, so imagine cutting it off for the sake of saving your people, keeping them safe from the threats of the Rift of Aln, and giving us a chance to collect some of the much-needed Aln dust.
I'm ready to perform the Shulka's ritual. It will protect us when we enter the Rift of Aln. For a time. Her voice is gone. I have never felt so alone. Is this Amarak's life? This ritual only imitates the Shulka sacrifice. It is neither permanent nor perfect. We must hurry and find Amarak. He's not here. The ward. I need more Aln dust, friend. Hurry. I can hear the voice of the goddess now, but only as a whisper. How do the Shulka endure this emptiness? I drift along a cloud of sound, my friend. She comforts me. She welcomes me. I sense her call within the creature. It is born of Alnara. It could never hurt me.
Blackened roots. Focus, Orwenna! Listen to my voice! Listen.
No! The goddess! She... Amarak? My friend.
And where?
Gone. Stolen. Where has she gone?
On higher, please!
You took her! Stole her away! I'll kill you all!
He is not fully lost, but he must be removed from the rift immediately. Aln dust power is of the goddess herself. If it can help your cause, Orwenna, then I will help you gather it. In the rift's darkest depths, Aln dust coalesces into the monstrosities before you. The manifestations pose a grave danger, but they are also the most plentiful source of Aln dust.
We would not have made it here without you.
These will give us a fighting chance to take down a manifestation.
Could we not gather dust from easier prey?
Even average-sized manifestations offer very little Aln dust. You would be hunting for years just to gather a thimble's worth. Grab the Aln dust now. Be swift. Aln dust bolsters our people's power over nature. It should be enough to counteract the light bloom's rapid growth.
Thank you, Amarak. I owe you more than I can say. To think I ever accused you of casting away your faith in the goddess.
You have always heard her song with clarity. I was called to serve in other ways. You find your faith by listening. I must practice mine by remembering. I know she sings, even if I cannot hear her. I was called to the path of the Shulka, but not like you are called to yours. I hope you can understand that.
I do, now. I am sorry it took me so long.
Few understand the strength of our faith. They fear it, because it differs from their own. But we serve her, all the same.
I will see you again.
That is unwise. This place brings you much pain.
As does losing my friend. Goddess guide you, Shulka Amarak.
A quick test later, and we know that the Aln Dust can bring back those if we reach them in time. The ones that are not fully taken over yet. While we're working as fast as we can to find a fix for the light bloom spreads, it in turn is cranking up the corruption as well. Within a few days, it overtook all of Xal'atath.
All too easy.
Where is his root warden? Ruya, the one most vocal against us so far. He had a solemn duty to watch over this world tree and the land around it. He should be here, so where did he go? Going through his musings gives us all the answers we need. Har al-Nur remains calm. Must keep an eye on the Rutani encampment. They seem more agitated today. Perhaps an outlier, but something to watch. Possibly related. The area around the roots have been infused with a new light. Strange. Unwelcome. It does not seem to be causing a problem as of yet, but I am suspicious of anything that I cannot verify with my own experiences. Where did this strange light come from? What is it doing? Who sent this? It is my sacred duty as a root warden to solve this problem. There are more frivolous among us who would rest on their laurels. Alnara as my witness. The other elders will understand my wisdom. Disgusting. Irresponsible, reprehensible. It would be the surface dwellers who would taint the sanctity of Harandar with their curses. Their light spreads across the lands like an infection, blooming across our pristine fields, inciting the afflicted Rutani to madness. It must be stopped before it goes any further, before the other elders hear that it happened on my watch. No matter. A Haranir will succeed where others have failed. This is a certainty. Why must we remain hidden in our caves, when the whole world could be blessed by our prowess and knowledge? We protect her roots, while they burn our lands. They need us. We do her a disservice by remaining here. The simpletons have given us all the power I need. With the light bloom returned to their lands, they could be pruned to a manageable size. Why should these surface dwellers rule themselves? I am the wise one. I am the strong one. I am Alnara's chosen. The others will see. They will understand in due time. Ruya knew about the light bloom and found no answer on his own. For who knows what reason, decided to embrace it instead. While others saw the troubles on the surface as a reason to stop hiding and join those up above. He saw it as all the reason needed to come out and start to dominate, prune, control. Is it his ego or the light infusion? Perhaps it is both. Or, seeing that they were the root warden of Xal'atath, perhaps it has something to do with the infection of the Emerald Nightmare, which has its roots in the void and corruption by the old gods. Maybe that already got to him? All the same, with heavy hearts we do what must be done. Go around using the Aln Dust gathered to call the infected. It's about time that we go back and tell the elders what we have uncovered.
Xal'atath's roots still stand.
How?
The Aln Dust. But we need more. The surface needs...
No! We will not leave our home defenseless.
we can gather more.
We cannot risk our people for outsiders.
Some branches can burn. Our calling is to protect the roots.
The last time I left, it was about my calling. This time, it is about my friends. And I will protect them, with or without your aid.
Azeroth needs our help. Her friends need our help. And so Orwenia stands with us in our doomed battle against the Lightbloom. Without the Haranir and the magics, our options against it are limited. But there's one desperate thing we can do.
May the wind...
We used the last of the Aundust we gathered. What do you intend to do, Halduron?
Whatever I must.
If you detonate your runestones, your forests will burn.
We have rebuilt from ashes before, without any alm dust. What other recourse do we have? The Lightbloom has reached the river. Light of the sun, preserve us. We are out of time. Any time now, Romath.
This is no simple cantrip. Keep firing and try not to die.
Pitiful Orwena, you cannot stop the Lightbloom alone.
They are relentless. Alnara, give me strength.
It's now or never, Romath!
Romath!
More? Fall back!
It was the burning of Teldrassil that opened Hagar's eyes and made him see that taking care of the tree up above was just as important as the roots down below. More of the Harandir agree with Orwenia's vision, believe in following the voice of their goddess. Here they stand with us, giving us that much needed support against the ever-growing Lightbloom, until only the former Root Warden is left standing.
Ruia, the way.
Presumptuous whelp! Your transgressions end here. No, not here. Not yet.
I can feel him fleeing through the roots. We have to.
Peace, Owena. Ruia will face judgment. Come, we should fall back to the Sun-Crowned Tree.
With Ruia in retreat and Aundust in hand, we can drive the frenzy back.
Your people saved our home, Orwena, and at great cost to yourselves. Your sacrifice shall not go unrecognized. I must insist you join me in Silvermoon.
Ruia waits to be cut down within the Blinding Veil dungeon.
With the Lightbloom, I can restore the Haranir to what we must be. But you stand in my way.
I will block the root ways. He will not escape again.
Remember the claws! It was for Harinder.
His faith in the goddess has become hatred. Is this what Lightbloom does?
The day has been won. The Lightbloom did not wipe us out, nor do we have to sacrifice a portion of the forests. More of the Haranir have now broken tradition as well. For the first time in generations, they walk upon the surface of Alnara's creation, and they can do more for the goddess now, and stand with us against the darkness of Xal'atath, full on joining either the Alliance or the Horde as a brand new allied race.
Orwena, your efforts saved Eversong this day. The Haranir will always have a place in Silvermoon, should they wish it. Champion, return to the Sanctum of Light. This struggle is far from over.
Thank you, friend. You helped bring my people back into the world. The goddess would be pleased, I think.
I'm curious what revelations we're going to get when it comes to the actions of the Titans, the actions of Xal'atath, and of course, what happened to Azeroth and what it is that she wants.
Before history was recorded, the song of Amhara called us to this land. We arrived to find the goddess missing, and her land in turmoil. For generations, we protected these lands and the roots of the great trees that form it. We kept her land and ourselves hidden from the outside world. Now, a new generation prepares to take up this task and guard Harandar. But every tree is more than just its roots.
Our clash with the Amani trolls ended with the demands that Zul'Aman relinquishes the Lightwood and that the Amani would go back to their lands. Here we see them, Amani and Blood Knights, still staring each other down. Liadrin is trying to remedy the situation with some diplomacy, but reports back in that aggression may begin anew. Not surprising, as the history between elves and trolls is a bloody one. A history that tells us about how elf and human united, secured a great victory during the so-called Troll Wars, a defeat the Amani would never really recover from. But tablets in the zone, they have more information from the Amani's point of view. Need to add a note here after the fact. The tablet, for some reason, has been removed from the game. It's uncertain if that means they don't want this lore to be out there, or that this lore is going to be added with a later patch. We're not sure, but since the story flows really well, and it's the information that we have right now, I'll put an icon at the top left of the corner, letting you know like this is lore from the tablets, and that it may or may not make its way back into the game. Another side note, apologies that I call it Hashi. Never in my wildest dreams did I think it was actually going to be pronounced Hashay, but here we are. Trust me, I'll get better at the pronunciations as the expansion goes on.
Yeah, man!
In the beginning, the 5 tribes, Amani, Widowbark, Reventusk, Shadowpine, and Vilebranch were one. The Amani, one family. And at the head of that family was our patriarch Manzajin. He fought against the Zandalari, their greed and their subjugation to carve out borders of a new free land. The Amani continued for centuries in stability, despite the Zandalari refusing to recognize the authority of the Amani tribe. Descendant of their patriarch Manzajin is Amarajin. She raised her axe and pledged the writ northeast of Kifix and the Akir and our bonds to the Zandalari. Kifix at the time was wielding Xal'atath, Blade of the Black Empire, and causing all kinds of chaos, as Xal'atath had convinced the troll Zando to perform blood rituals and bring Kifix back to life, as Kifix had previously been slain by Keeper Tyr, and after performing the ritual, all the trolls there were slain by Kifix, and the creature went on a rampage with Xal'atath in hand. As they traveled, they found the ability to call upon the Loa weakened by the distance from their lands and the meddling of Kifix. Instead, Amarajin learned how to summon a great power from a source lost to them, and her great army dispatched Kifix. The Amani cleansed the Akir from their lands, and created a vast Atal Utak in memory of the battle. The temple and the tombs there are so sacred, only warlords and Hashi are allowed entrance. The remains of Kifix should also still be there, but trying to stay on Atal Utek is rather impossible. Thus began the Amani Empire of Zul'Aman. From the line of Zul'jin came the first Amani leader with the title Hashi, Kindojan. Kindojan received the blessing of the 4 most powerful Loa, Akilzon, Halazi, Janalai, and Nalorak. He was so beloved of Akilzon that from then on, the Loa became not only the Loa of victory, but also the Loa of the ruling family. And Kindojan commissioned the temple city of Atal Aman, and the temples Akil Alor, Jan Alor, Halaz Alor, and Nalaror. The Amani would settle in the temple city Atal Aman and Amanizar, with the Widowbark in Widowbark Bluffs. The Shadowpine near Jan Alor and the islands around it, moving with the seasons, the Reventusk near Nalarak's Prowl, and the Vilebranch near Maizora, clinging to the Loa of the Old Lands. Atai Nata, distant relative of Kindojan, from a colony near Zandalar, assumed the throne, and while he did worship the Loa did not like him, and they were right not to trust him. He had for him made a claw of precious gems and gold to wear, but in secret had Vilebranch crafters use old dark magic to give it power. With it, he ruthlessly expanded Zul'Aman's borders, but also would use his claw to kill anyone who dissented. In the end, he was poisoned by his own servants, at the urging of the chieftains of the other Amani tribes. His claw was destroyed, and so ended his life and rule. But not the last time the Zandalari were gonna try to regain control of the Amani. After Atainata's death, it would be Norubu, the Vout of Nalorak, that had set up a council so that each of the chiefs of the tribes could rule together. Long after they settled here, away from Zandalar, war would find them again. This time against their most hated foe, the Elves. Before what the Kakinje called the Sundering, the Pale Queen's empire spread far to the east, encroaching on their lands. Despite our skirmishes with them and mutual hatreds, the Zandalari kings and Azshara struck a bargain, ceding land to end hostilities. And we saw this not as shrewd diplomacy, we saw this as weakness. And when the earth cracked, the sundering that happened after the War of the Ancients, we thought the raging sea would keep the elves away. But they returned. They sacked the sacred burial site of Arhashi, the markets of Torjunta, and with magic created a brand new city, Silvermoon. And our hatreds began anew as
this was our land. Troll land.
The destruction of Torjunta and the loss of Atilkindo caused us great distress and sparked wars over years without number. Finally, Chieftain Tandani, a cunning strategist of the Widabar tribe, led our forces into battle, slowly gaining ground in guerrilla attacks, but also suffering heavy losses. It was then the Zandalari from over the waters offered us aid. They would help us regain our territory, with nothing in return but goodwill, and Tandari saw through their offer. She knew that with their help came the eventual vassalage of the Amani Empire. But during a diplomatic journey to meet with the Zandalari ambassadors, she disappeared. And the Zandalari put a young, brave, but untested Amani of royal blood, able to trace his line to Manzajin on the throne. Thus began the rule of Jinta, and the Zandalari getting their claws back into the Amani.
We Amani was here before anyone!
With Jinta, heir of the Amani, back on the throne, the Amani set to scour the elven city conjured from air and the well from our lands. A combined army of both human and elves was poised to attack on different flanks. And thinking the humans easy prey, Jinta attacked the humans on his southern flank, but fell into a trap made by the humans and elves. Jinta perished in the flames, produced by the human mages. This was when the High Elves of Quel'thelas united with the humans of the Kingdom of Arator, the first human kingdom. Seeing this, the Zandalari abandoned the fight, abandoned the Amani, who were forced to retreat behind the current boundary of Zul'Aman. It is unclear who took over from Jinta as ruler, but it was another relation of Jinta, possibly his daughter, whose name's been lost to history, as we know that Jinta's line remained, because the great Zul'jin is a direct heir of Jinta. Or so whoever wrote these tablets decided. Under Zul'jin, the tribes reunited as one again. Yayojin, the mystic, prophesied that Zul'jin would harness a power greater than anyone had ever known, and that the time of a new Hashi was near. And just to clarify, Mystic Yayojin was not just some random mystic amongst their people. She is Zul'jin's late wife, meaning that this here is the grandmother to Zul'jara and Zul'jan, living in Reventusk village. You can go visit her right now. Knowing now that he can trust no one but his Amani, his advisor Malakras, wise hex-priest of the Vile Branch, he had promised to help him secure the power to reclaim what was ours. On the eve of obtaining the power to conquer the elves and return our lands, we were beset by an army of Kakinji who invaded our temple city of Atal Aman. Our warlord has died. Malakras' body has not been recovered, and his only heir, Manje, the aspect of Akiozon, has died as well. We know not what transpired within Atal Aman. All that fought there are dead. Even the Loa are silent in our defeat, either in sorrow, anger, or shame. But, interestingly enough, you and I know, we were there after all.
I spit on the Horde!
I hate you. I hate you all. But I got a surprise for you now.
So come on in.
Zul'Jin learned that the High Elves had nearly been annihilated by the Scourge, and he plans a final campaign to end the bloodline of the Elves permanently. But soon thereafter, many of his mortal enemies, now calling themselves the Blood Elves, they had joined the Hordes. Furious at the Horde latest betrayal, as his earlier team up with them, with Doomhammer's Horde, not exactly giving them what was promised.
The elves took my eye. I cut off my own arm to escape them.
Zul'Jin was pleased when the witch doctor Malakras approached him with a devious plan to crush the elves once and for all. Malakras had studied the Zandalari high priests and their ability to call upon the favor of the animal gods. He also knew that the elves had magically bound one of the mighty Naru, using it to channel the power of the light into their own ranks. With that in mind, Malakras had devised a similar plan, to seal the power of the animal gods within the bodies of the Amani's strongest warriors. Zul'Jin quickly approved the plan and lent his full support. Malakras experimented tirelessly and succeeded in imbuing 4 warriors with the essence of mighty animal gods: the lynx, dragonhawk, bear, and eagle. Some adventurers fear that Malakras may have bound a 5th, even darker essence within his own soul, taken and forced the power of the Loa. Now, I don't know if they ever confirmed which 5th essence this might have been, but now with the history of Kifix, it's possible that this could be connected to Xal'atath and the Void. Then again, there are also plenty of dark powers to choose from amongst the Loa. All the same, adventurers, we ourselves, as some of you have been playing WoW for all that time, we went into Zul'Aman, rescued the prisoners, took down the Amani despite them enslaving these powers of their Loa. The Zandalari would later push for the Amani to try again and again and again they failed. The history of the trolls is marked by trying to go back to those glory days.
Our kind faces extinction. Trolls once ruled the mightiest empire this world has ever seen. Yet look at you now. Zul'Drak has already fallen to the Scourge. Its gods consumed as death descended on its people. Zul'Farrak, once the shining jewel of Tanaris, is now nothing but a wasteland. Divided, you are weak. But we Zandalari can offer you a future undreamed of. Jinto of the Gurubashi, would you see the greatness of Zul'Garub restored? Join us, and the Zandalari will make it so. Dakara of the Amani, summon your followers to Zul'Aman. Together, we will make Zul'Jin's murderers weep for mercy. Brothers, hear us now! We Zandalari have returned to reclaim the former glory of our people. To see trolls retake the lands that are rightfully ours. And to crush any foolish enough to stand in our way. From the wreckage of the Cataclysm, the Troll Empire will rise again! Vol'jin of the Dark Spear, you would turn your back on your own people?
The Horde is my people. If it be war you bring, then I stand against you.
Times have not been kind, and what's crazy to realize is that we now have new characters that grew up in the aftermath of what we were a part of. Zul'Jara and Zul'Jan are the grandchildren of Zul'Jin, with Zul'Jara taking over leadership of the Amani from her mother. That transfer of power didn't go without resistance, as we read in the Legacy of the Amani short story. The moment that her mother Zarama declares that Zul'Jara was gonna take over, the Vile Branch leader, Kolanji, challenged their family.
Your family's failures have cost us what little our enemies didn't take. Now you present this untested child to lead?
He sucked his teeth, the insults carrying to every corner of the room.
I think not.
Zul'Jara might have been able to take him out in a 1v1. Her mother might still have been able to do so, but as her brother pointed out, what about the next challenger? Or the next one? He didn't just pick a fight, he called her unworthy, and beating him was not gonna make that go away. To which their uncle Kinduru, he suggests that, in the old days, Aloa's favor was all that was needed to dissuade any challenges. And that's what I mean, like to us, these old days are the ones that we face the Amani in, Loa included. We are partied with, or some of us even play as those Zandalari, backings of the Loa included. They've even allied to the Horde now, so while for them, parts of these are like fables or stories of old, to us, they are times that we've played through and have been a part of. So the Loa have abandoned them. That's how Zul'Jan and Zul'Jara feel. They're folktales, which, even if true, they haven't been able to call or rely upon for a very, very long time. Even so, she takes Uncle's advice. She goes through the rites with her brother Zul'Jan at her side. Despite the recent disagreements, he had been in her shadow their entire lives, not plotting at betrayal or planning his own rise, but genuinely there to look after her, as he knew she would always look after him. Long story short, she manages to claim the axe of Akiuzon, manages to go through the trials of the Loa, yet the Gnarldin, mountain giants in Zul'Aman, they attack her and her brother. The stones crumble away underneath as they fight, but miraculously she survives the fall from the face of Akiuzon's reach, a height that should have killed her, but she barely has a scratch. Zul'Jan found her near the mountain's base, in an eagle's nest of all things. Somehow she survived, even managed to keep hold of the axe and bring it home. Mission successful, you'd say. She was still pretty out of it. At least a day had passed, and the challenge of the Vile Branch was on the way. Her mother was holding a line in the arena. Zul'Jara manages to reach the duel site, just in time to see Kolunji stab her mother in the belly. The final moments of life spent gazing in her daughter's eyes. She saw the axe, and the fear in her mother gave way to peace. She smiled, blood-stained lips moving around words that would never reach Zul'Jara's ears. And then she fell still. The daughter let out a war cry, worthy of songs and stories. Kolunji did not keep his head for very long, as she stepped forward over his form and raised the axe overhead.
I am Zul'Jara, bloodborn of Zorama, chieftain of the Amani of the Forest Tribes.
Her voice held steady, even as her very being quaked.
Let anyone who doubts me step forward!
None did. And so, she claimed her rightful place as ruler, but what of her bond with Aloa?
Kolunji's blood still darkened the blade's edge.
Remove that thing from my sight.
Kinduru's brow furrowed.
Are you sure? Maybe if we put it...
No! That frown deepened.
After you worked so hard to earn Akiuzon's blessing, you would discard it.
Blessing? Zul'Jara heard herself laugh. It rang hollow.
That thing is a curse. I don't want it anywhere near me. But the Loa... I prayed to Akiuzon at the temple.
Fury crawled up her throat and beat against the back of her teeth.
And what did the Loa do for me, huh? Sent me to watch my mother's death. Arrived too late to save her. The Loa were not there for me, for us. My mother was. And so it is her axe I will wield as chieftain.
She trembled with rage, but somehow her words remained steady. Take it away. Kinduru bowed low.
As you wish, my chieftain.
There's a dark, unknown past with her grandfather Zul'Jin, and a dark future with Xal'atath and her Twilight's Blade cultists. That's why Zul'Jan, despite his sister's wishes, entered Elven lands to gather the lightwood, light-infused lumber, the perfect tool to fight back against the cultists and the voids. That's where we are at right now, with Lady Liadrin, despite her history of losing her parents to the Amani and fighting against Zul'Jin's guerrilla tactics. She has a lot of reason and a lot of history to hate the Amani to her core, but she still tries to go for diplomacy. After all, they already have enough enemies to deal with.
There is no need for further bloodshed. Cease your raids, surrender the Lightwood, and return to your lands.
Our lands? This was all once our lands, and everything on it. You will take the Lightwood over my grave, Gorkini. Lightwood weapons are...
A void beast! Look out!
Warriors, attack!
Destroy the Amani. Break them. Sow chaos for the glory of Xal'atath.
Sister? Did you forget I'm the leader of Zul'Aman? Is that why you did not listen to me?
Hold! We are not here to fight!
Then why you be here? Tell me quickly, before I slice your head from your neck, elf.
Allow us passage into Zul'Aman. We cannot sit idle while the Twilights amass close to our border.
Your border? If you want to die in Zul'Aman to the Twilight's blade, I won't stop you. But your army stays here.
Knights, stay and guard Eversong. Let us follow them, champion.
Wail in anguish. Let Xal'atath hear your cries as your city burns.
You would let go, Kinye. The invaders fight in Atalaman.
We needed our warriors to protect the city. Who else gonna help us, Jean? When the war drums sound, reinforcements will rally at the center altar, Jean.
I can help you if you allow it, Zul'Jara. Find me once you have finished your mission, champion.
It's been many years since Liadrin, or anyone from Eversong, has stepped foot on this side of the border. We use this opportunity to show the Amani how efficient we can be at eliminating forces of the Voids. Perhaps that will help convince them to stall hostilities between our people, at least until the current threat is past. Zul'Jara wants to get the civilians out, so she asks us to beat the battle drums, to rally the remaining soldiers, which will also bring all the tribes of Zul'Aman, the Widowbark, the Raventusk, and the Shadowpine to our side.
An invader! Guards, protect the elders!
Let them through. That invader wears the blood of our enemies. The other tribe did not heed our drums. Why?
Forget them, sister. We have the Lightwood. We need no other tribe than our Amani.
We can split up to cover more ground. The champion and I will...
No. An elf in Zul'Aman is an elf with a blade in her back. You come with me. Jean, keep an eye on her friend.
I will watch their every move.
Well, Zul'Jan goes for the elders, the link to their cultures, their sages and their best of minds. Elder Torondo helped devise lightwood weapons, while Elder Doru is their provisioner. And, oh yeah, there's also that old Loa speaker, their Uncle Kinduru.
Please, Uncle. We are under attack. Only take what you need and let's go.
Just a minute now, Shambai. I need my staff. Akil-san will never grant me favor again if I abandon the staff in battle.
Old man, the Loa stopped granting us favor decades ago, and we are better off without them. Are you sure you didn't pack it already?
My staff! You got the eyes of our blessed Akil-san herself.
Your city is lost. Why resist Xal'atath's embrace?
I swear to the ancestors, I will throw you over my shoulder and carry you if you don't leave now.
That's what I used to tell you when you were a child.
Go, Kinye! Help me put this fire out now! You and you! Take what's left of the ballista bolts to the altar. Do you see? The cult burns the lightwood because they fear its power.
Well, getting the lightwood might have caused a whole lot of trouble. Zul'Jan wasn't wrong with how effective it is. He has seen too many warriors discouraged because their weapons don't work against the cultists, but the lightwood weapons change all of that.
Then this you meathead! I knew you were a waste of Our Lady's favor. killing my portal mages gets you nothing, we will still trample your pathetic swamp city.
Tarundo, hold here until Zul'Jan fires, then leave with the survivors into confusion.
We will fly on the wings of Akilzon, like in the olden days.
They don't have the army needed to defend the city. Not after what Zul'Jan did. But we can still fend off Mordoon long enough to let their people escape.
With me, Elf. Let's get in close and distract him.
Get over here, Gorkinye. I'll load the bolts. You start firing.
Mere mortal-born armaments cannot harm the grand glory of Xal'atath. Your weapons are empowered with light!
Warriors, attack!
Foolish Amani, you have already lost. Your city is in ruins. No one is coming to help you, not even your gods. Xal'atath relishes in your anguish and will exalt us when your empire falls. Don't worry. Your end will come soon.
Running away? Coward! The victory should have been ours.
This was no victory. We bought the civilians' escape with blood.
If we help eliminate the Twilight's Blade, the need for Lightwood and the raids into Eversong will end.
We can end the threat inside and outside our gates. If you really want to join our fight, then come with me. For your own safety, I suggest you keep your blade sheathed and stay close to me in Amanizar. Come with me. The leaders of the Forest Tribe have gathered to discuss our war plan.
Where were all of you when the drums sounded? You let Atalaman fall!
Atalaman has fallen.
No thanks to all of you!
We are under attack. The Vile Branch...
No time for bearing our tusks. We need a plan. Tarundo?
Not many Amani made it back here.
The Raven Tusk also suffered heavy losses.
I have sent out a call to my people. We will see.
Forgive me, but what about the Loa? Can you not call upon them to aid you?
The Loa? They abandoned us long ago.
We never needed them. We can rely on our own strength.
I ask again for your assistance. We've got to make a stand. Make ready what you can. No point in talking about the Loa. They abandoned us long ago. Come, let us check on the refugees.
Your forces are needed here, Calamara.
Then stop the Vile Branch from kidnapping us in the middle of the night.
Witherbark trolls, closely connected to the Loa Halazi. We have seen Witherbark trolls that, like the other forest trolls, allied with the original hordes, and upon defeat, they also settled in the hinterlands and eventually the Arafi Highlands. Ages ago, it was the Amani Empire that held all of the lands surrounding Zul'Aman, including the areas which were later known as the hinterlands and the Arafi Highlands. So, when the Amani tribes fractured and the Witherbark separated, some of them returned to these lands in the hopes of recovering it. Meaning that the Witherbarks here and the Witherbarks that we've met before are all Witherbark, but they have very different identities. They even worship other Loa. The ones we've encountered before being quite the hostile threat to anyone, really. The other troll tribes, the Horde, the Alliance, which meant a whole lot of fighting and being driven out by us. Some of them have doubled down and kept up the warmongering ways, while those that wanted peace, they have returned home right here in Zul'Aman, as part of the Amani, who are expecting too much of them. Kulamara the Fierce says, what do they expect when they're constantly under pressure from the Vile Branch?
Torundo, I need your report. When can our soldiers be ready for battle?
No, it don't look good. All that's left be the old, the injured, and the hungry.
Your people's situation is far more desperate than I realized.
The tribes have splintered since Zul'Jin fell. The Twilight Blade picking us apart because we no longer work as one.
The Raventusk's best smiths be repairing our weapons, Zul'Jara.
Raventusk, closely connected to the Loa Nalarak. We ask Pelon Torrentusk if they are connected to the Raventusk in the hinterlands. We carry the mighty tribe name, but they left our lands long ago and became their own tribe. Those Raventusk set up within the hinterlands after their allegiance with the First Horde ended in defeat. Despite that, they still felt open to the idea of working with the Hordes, especially when the rumors and the legends of War Chief Thrall started to spread. Now, they didn't join the Horde fully, as the Darkspear have, but they did set up a pact of friendship and mutual assistance, which made them a target for other troll tribes. Especially the Vile Branch, the ones that keep popping up in history as doing the darker deeds. The Raventusk here chose a different path and remained true to the Amani. They weren't there when Zul'Jara was going to be made the new chieftain, out of protest to her appointments, but all matter of protest has faded away after the death of her mother, as Zul'Jara claimed the title. It is now young Lilaju that leads the Raventusk, after they lost their elders and village to the Twilight's Blade, including her father and her grandfather, and apparently she's at a similar age as to when Zul'Jara took up the title of chieftain of the Amani.
We are working as fast as we can, but many of our weapons were broken in the attack.
Keep it up. These weapons are our best chance against the Void. If the Lightwood weapons are not ready, maybe the Shadowpine shamans can help.
Ah, Zul'Jara. You come seeking the power of my tribe's shamans?
The Shadowpine, closely connected to the Loa Janalai, mainly found in the coastlands. They were close allies to Zul'Jin, and they caused a fair bit of trouble for us back in the Burning Crusade. So much so that the heroes were asked to go and claim the bounty of the Shadowpine chieftain, bringing back his head as proof of demise. They have no village anymore. They live as nomads, as with the loss of their Loa, they've also lost their anchor. Not many of them left either, so their survivors are going to think before they act. The Shadowpine waits and listens.
You know, none can order the Shadowpine. We wander, obeying only the inner fire in each of us.
Then we'd be left with few warriors, few weapons, and few shamans as well.
It is time for desperate acts. Would you let your people perish because you did not try every option?
Fool elf, I told you the Loa be silent. If you need proof, let the old Loa speaker tell you himself.
You were with me as a child when I last went to Akilzon's temple. Zul'Jara, do you not remember?
Yes, uncle. But even then, the Loa did not speak to us.
Desperate times call for desperate measures, and at this point, Zul'Jara is about ready to try anything. Even try to walk the path of the Hashi. In the past, all the Amani chieftains had to present themselves to the Loa, but only some of them were blessed by all, and they became Hashi, not just a chief, not just a speaker of the Loa, but a fearsome warrior and a pillar of the community. The path of the Hashi is long and arduous, full of trials and perils. A Hashura is an acolyte of the Hashi. They follow them along the path, they fight for them, and sometimes they die for them. Guess who gets to have that role? Usually there are two, and seeing that Kinduru is an old man, their soldiers are injured, and Zul'Jin would never agree, they guess that Liadrin is gonna have to fill that spot. Kinduru laughs uncertainly. The honor of Hashura, going to Blood Elves. What a time to be alive.
The Loa always heed us in times of crisis. They may listen now to the right voice, someone on the path of the Hashi.
Light the shrines on the way to the temple. And don't forget to leave Aquil'Zan an offering.
The temple be overrun with Narlden. Killing them will help us pass the time on the way. Come, Ashura. Uncle, the Loa haven't spoken to you in years. Why do you think they will speak to us now?
You did not know the world with the Loa in it, my child. They were our strength, our hope. Aquil'Zan bestowed on me a great honor when she made me her speaker. I tried to instill in both of you and Zul'Jin, a love for the Loa.
I remember the stories about Aquil'Zan, Halazi, Jan'alai, and Nalarak, and how they protected us. I loved listening to your stories, Uncle. But even then I wondered if they were true.
How much do you remember about going to Aquil'Zan's temple?
We climbed to the temple. Zul'Jin fell. I did not get the Loa's blessing, and my mother died.
You saved your brother, and you defended the right to lead as Zul'Jin's granddaughter, all on your own. If anyone can get to the Loa and get answers, it is you.
As the Hashi, I'm no priestess, no mystic or uniter.
No, my Jara, as my niece, because I know you have the fire, and I love you more than anything.
Then I will go, for our people, and for you, Uncle. The Twilight's blade pushed a Narlden into our territory. We will have to fight through them to get to the temple.
Zul'Jin doesn't know much about Aquil'Zan, but surely the Loa can't be happy with the Narlden defiling the Hashi shrines and making meals of her eagle kin. These Narlden look very similar to the Jardin that we met on the Dragon House. Perhaps a distant relation. Time to call the numbers and claim some heads. Some mighty fine sacrifices for the eagle god.
Now that the shrines are lit, the eagles are on the move.
The eagles be flying toward the temple at the top of the mountain. Maybe that's an invitation. Haven't been back to the temple since I was a child. There'll be nothing there but birds and bramble.
Still, the eagles returning here seems like a good sign.
Kenduru wanted us to leave an offering. The heads of our enemies will do nicely.
If Kenduru is correct, it may be possible to contact the Loa by walking this path of Hashi, and be one step closer to ridding Zul'Aman of the Twilight's blade.
Yes, Gokinye. We are closer to achieving your goals. Let's go.
Wait, I did not mean to... Zul'Jin, becoming the Hashi will be a great achievement.
Now you try to flatter me. I know why you're here. To protect your precious golden fields of Eversong. Do not pretend to care about me or their money.
Enough, Zul'Jin. I admit that my past keeps me from empathizing fully with your people. I told you that I fought against your grandfather. But I did not tell you that he held me captive and tortured me, and tortured and killed many of my peers. That part of my past led me down a path I am not proud of. And, as strange as it seems, I see some of myself in your plight, and want you to become closer to your gods. Now, the champion and I are your Hashura. We will attend you.
You're a funny one. Straight as a spear, but thick as a pango hide shield. If you say that's what guides your hand, I believe you. Your counsel has been good, and you bring strong company. But that don't make us friends. This journey gonna try us all, so we should get going soon. Eh, Hashura?
When we lit the last shrine, some of the eagles returned to the temple. It could be a sign. Or the eagles recognize the Narlden are gone and move in where they have left. Zul'Jin scoffs. When we get to the temple, all we'll find is silence, like always. But we'll try all the same.
The heads of our enemies, a tribute to our victory. All that seek my favor must climb high, but not be afraid to fall.
The trial. Kinduru brought me here as a child. I remember.
What did Kinduru teach her? She is the Loa of victory, but also oaths and conviction. If only she had made it to the top when she was a child. If only she hadn't fallen. Perhaps that's it. To prove oneself to Aquil'Zon, they need to show their conviction. Keep in mind that this right here is somebody who openly questions even the existence of the Loa altogether. But deep down, one can imagine that there's that wish, that desire, and perhaps a whole bit of mad desperation.
Kinduru, I hope you're right. For their money!
Wait, Zul'Jara! Are you mad?
Well done, Zul'Jara. Kinduru was right about you.
All this time. You were right here. Why didn't you answer us?
Because of your grandfather, Zul'Jin, and that snake of a witch doctor, Malakras. Long ago, we Loa would choose a champion among the Amani, a Hashe, to wield our power for the good of their people. Zul'Jin wanted to use that power again, not to serve his people, but to slaughter his enemies. We would not grant such a blessing. So he had Malakras steal it from us and make their own false, abhorrent Hashe.
But our own champions raided the temple city and stopped them.
So now all Amani must suffer for my grandfather's mistakes? If you don't help us fight the cult.
You passed my trial, Zul'Jara. You have my favor. Now you just need the others.
Need them for what?
To become the first Hashe in generations. What else? Prove to the Loa that you are not your grandfather. Triumph where he failed. Become Hashe, a true Hashe, and wield the power of the Loa in defense of Zul'Aman.
Zul'Jara knows the truth now. It was not the Loa that abandoned the Amani. It was the Amani that betrayed the Loa, to which Aquil'Zon abandoned the temple. Halazi withdrew into the mist where they've been healing. Jan'alai died a forever death, their flame extinguished, and Nalarak became fury incarnate, only soothed by deep hibernation in a mountain. If Zul'Jara wants to become Hashi and destroy the Twilight's blade, she will need all of their blessings. The Loa's bond to the Amani must become strong.
Next you must seek Halazi's blessing. He is hidden, but his speaker can help you find him.
The Witherback Loa speakers are dead, but maybe Quel'lamara can help.
You seem pensive, Zul'Jara. Are you not relieved Aquil'Zon graced us with her favor?
What is this, elf? You become my Hashira and you think you can ask me personal questions, no?
Zul'Jara, I see that something is burdening you. I genuinely want to help.
If I share my feelings, you're gonna tell me how to rid myself of the hot rage and cold shame at what Aquil'Zon told us.
About your grandfather, Zul'Jin?
Yes! Did my grandfather's rage made him betray the Loa, try to take their power, and cut us off from our gods?
Rage is a powerful emotion. My people were once consumed by it as well. I was consumed by rage at Zul'Jin for what he did, and sought retribution against him for years. Zul'Jin, I realized, was the same. He had good reason for his rage, and it festered and controlled him.
Now you're saying I should feel sorry for him? That he should be pardoned because he had big feelings?
No. I'm saying there is a lesson to be learned. Let go of your rage at the lower end at Zul'Jin. It will lead you off your path.
You have again given me good counsel. And perhaps we are more alike than we seem.
Even if Kulamara thought the Loa were still around, it's not like they can offer much help. Not with the Twilight's Blade and the Vile Branch working together to destroy them. Not with their warriors that have been taken into the mists, which they assume is the Vile Branch doing. But actually...
We'll get your warriors back and find a way to the Temple of Halazi.
Beware the myth, Zul'Jara. It be unnatural, and we suspect the Vile Branch hiding their dark deeds with it.
The Amani have been ignoring the Witherbark's calls for help for too long. That ends now.
These are Amani lands.
The Amani need help, but not from you.
While in the crypt, I noticed the Vile Branch were blinded by the mist, too.
What do we do now? This mist is impenetrable.
We push forward. The Hashe shrines will lead us to the Temple of Halazi. That means we are close. Do you feel like we're being watched? You mean you were saved from the Vile Branch by the mist? Not lost in it?
Link's Loa brought us here and protected us. He has made me his speaker, my sister. Halazi will speak with you now.
Hit of the Amani. Pride of their pride. You have pierced the veil and found me.
It was you who created the fog. You were trying to hide the Witherbark from the Vile Branch.
Despite Zul'Jin's betrayal, I silently watched over my Witherbark.
Halazi, Zul'Aman is under attack. I have come here on the path of the Hashi. Give me a trial so that I can win your favor.
Trial? There is no trial.
But we need...
You learned to prowl. You used cunning to see what is hidden. You saved my Witherbark children. No trial could earn my favor more. What was hidden has been revealed. There are further trials ahead. May you hear your prey before they hear you.
Like Akilzon, Halazi was watching, never giving up on the Witherbark. By helping them, we've helped ourselves and passed the lowest trial. There's a lesson in that, Zul'Jara admits.
Then you will help us track and kill Mordoon and the Twilight's Blade, Master of the Hunt.
They will be my prey, Amani Kit. May the shadows protect you always.
With Halazi back, it is time to visit the Witherbark's leader, Vunzara, who points us towards their Loa speaker to see if there's some way that we can reignite Janalai's fire.
The living flame be gone, burned in many hearts. Purify yourself, and it will rise.
My blood for them.
I see the fire in you. Yes. Find more coals, more fire. Renew the living flame.
Did he just hand you that fiery coal with his bare hands?
I'm glad to gain Halazi's favor, but being here brings me shame.
Why? We rescued the Witherbark. You found the Hashe shrines, and you are now closer to becoming Hashay.
The Witherbark needed my help, and I did not listen. I was too worried about my own people.
Luckily, Halazi could not help but meddle in Witherbark affairs, despite what your grandfather had done.
He speaks madness, but seems deeply attuned to the law. Take the call, Ashura, and see if we can start the trial.
Jokingly, Zul'Jara asked Liadrin how much fire an elven heart would have, but no. The Amazarts around the temple, they will have fire in their hearts. Plenty for us to get the coals burning again.
Could it be? The spark! The fire we need! Yes! The flame returns! The fire of Xan'alai burns bright! Fly home, mistress and master of fire! Fly!
Watch yourself, lower speaker!
Coal ready to burn now! Burn and purify! The shrines show the way.
Meet me at the shrine. I will take the call. My spirit's ready for any challenge.
I will stay here with Breck, just in case he begins to make sense, or decides to wander off.
Let's see what the flames make of my spirit.
Fool girl. Standing with an elf, you shame me and our family's pride.
No, I will not repeat your mistakes, grandfather, even if it ruins our family pride. I wonder who the next one will be.
Come to point out more of my flaws, sister? Why? Afraid I'm a better Amani than you?
We are both Amani enough, brother. We only need to give each other more grace.
Xan'alai knew her shame at her grandfather's rage, and the rage that she feels when Zul'Jan disrespects her. She knows she puts fuel on his fire by responding in the way that she does. Maybe that will have to change. She has managed to leave her doubts of the Loa behind her. She can leave those thoughts too, and continue this path of the Hashi, ready for her final trial.
God, let me face whatever shame still hiding in my spirit.
Behold the last trial! Face to face! Face yourself!
Weak child! You accept help because you fear standing alone.
Do not let it prey on your doubts.
No, accepting help has strengthened us. My pride will not be the downfall of my people. My blood.
Place the coal. Watch the flames rise and the fire live again. Must continue. The coal! The egg! It is ready!
Zul'Jara, your grandfather betrayed and killed me, upset the cycle, plunged me into eternal darkness.
Forgive us, Xan'alai.
You have renewed me. Your trial has purified the line of Zul'Jan. A new day dawns. Such is the cycle.
May the inner fire of the Amani never die.
Akelzon was right to start you on the path of the Hashay. Your flame burns brightly, Zul'Jara.
Madoru, Xan'alai. I have learned much of myself from your trials, and hope to learn more in the trials ahead.
Xan'alai is reborn. We have her blessing. A trial that has made Zul'Jara realize that she needs to make things right with her brother. He acts out, but it's because she puts him down, not thinking about how hard it must be to be her brother. But Zul'Jan draws his own plans.
The blood of those who died today will become the flood that washes the invaders from our lands.
So many dead. What have you done, Jean?
Sister, you returned. While you were prostrating yourself before the law, I secured real power.
And how many warriors did you sacrifice to take this Lightwood back from the cult?
Sacrifice? They are heroes. Heroes that fell as true Amani, reclaiming the Lightwood at Atalaman.
And they are dead just the same, Jean. Warriors, you are relieved. Go be with your families. We will care for the dead. And I swear if you do something stupid while I go to Nalarak, I'll cut off your head myself.
Zul'Jara might be able to put her faith in the Loa, but all of this is still nonsense to Zul'Jan. This war will not be won with gods that abandon them. Again, he has taken troops without her orders. And this number of casualties, for what? For some wood? They were once thriving people, back when they were fighting the elves or the horde, but these days, they are few. Far too few. Even less now, and those must be given their funeral rites. Let us turn our attention to the final Hashi trial, facing Nalarak, Loa of War.
Are you sure your brother will follow your orders?
We have no time to worry about Zul'Jan. Our focus must be on Nalarak. Let's go. On my life, Lilaju. With Nalarak's blessing, I will rid Zul'Aman of all that threaten us.
Fine. To commune with the sleeping Lord of War, you must sit at his fire. But all that have did not come back. I hope you be successful, but I wouldn't lose sleep if he eats your face off.
Watching you go through Jean-Eli's trial was unsettling. Are you well?
I am fine. I feel as if a weight has been lifted from me, but another has taken its place. The last trial is all we have left. Or is it? What makes the Hashi? Will I be able to help my people?
I cannot say. I do not know. But spiritual journeys taken in earnest are worthwhile, whether they result in success or failure. I have the light. Coming to it with a sense of entitlement, that was my mistake. But when I came to the light in my darkest hour with good intentions, the light was there for me. Your motivations are good. Now, if you could work on your attitude.
Attitude? You don't think Nalarak will take kindly to me walking up and threatening him with my axe?
Perhaps. But I do not think he would like to be formally greeted by an uppity Gokinye elf, either.
Thank you, Liadran. I do not think I would have made it this far without you. Without both my Hashura. This must be the fire Lilas you spoke of. Sit, and we will start the ritual. But be ready. This is the Loa of War. Whatever he dreams of, we must complete the trial.
Do not worry about your friend. There would be Hashi, Nalarak, their dreamer. The Loa of War will test their strength. A Hashi is only as strong as their warriors. So you too will be tested in Nalarak's dream. The Loa dreams of the Emanis past, when their winter was their only foe. Preparing for it will be your first trial. Well done. You just might survive. Good. Resources will keep you alive. In their winter, there were those like the Horde Manga, whose greed burden others. Their Mani Hashe use their most trusted warriors to eliminate them for the good of the tribe. Well done. Like a living vine, some branches must be cut so the others may live. The tribe survive for now. Seasons in the Loa's mine are changing. All you can do is take shelter from the rising winds. The winter do not care who you are. Hashe, elder, child beggar, it is all. Impressive. You have proved your strength and endurance. But what about your loyalty? Come back to the fire. Your last trial awaits you.
We return to the fire, reunited with Zul'Jara, and face one more trial before the Bear Loa.
What took you so long, eh? The Loa will not fight me without you.
Hold. Before you face the Loa, you must face and kill me.
Leadership requires sacrifice, even of the things we cherish.
Well done, Amanekop. You have passed the trial. Take the burden of Nalarak.
She has died honorably, but the death of those loyal to me, that is my burden. It will be yours as Hashe. Last trial is at hand. Ready to test your strength and face my claws?
Get behind me! Help!
Cannot escape the claws of the War God! Well done. Your strength rivals mine. Oh, the dream ends.
We defeated Nalarak. Now what do we do?
Nanea, but I killed me? For years, we have dreamed the dream of the dreamer. And now, we have his mercy.
And you have my blessing, Cub of the Amani. To the ferocity of your Hashura's loyalty. My strength will be your strength, Zul'Jara. Now rise and receive my favor.
We will return to our people. And when you need us at Nalarak, we will be there.
We have done it. As her Hashura, we have assisted Zul'Jara in bringing back and reconnect with the Loa. It is time to celebrate and share the great news.
Zul'Jara, your brother refused to wait. He took the warriors and he's gonna get them killed. I couldn't stop him.
He took them all.
Perhaps we can catch up.
I don't understand.
Even with the Loa,
The Loa! The Witterbark come to aid the Amani.
The Shadowpine come to aid the Amani.
The Raventusk come to aid the Amani.
The Loa! The back! All not be lost!
Let us take the fight to the Twilight's blade. For the Amani tribes! For Zul'Aman! With the blessing of Deloa, we will rid Zul'Aman of the Twilight's blade! For the Amani! Vengeance for Atalaman! Remind these invaders this land is ours!
Amani reinforcements! No matter! More chaos and death to please Xal'atath!
Zul'Jara shakes her head back and forth and jumps in place, shaking out her muscles. She stops and turns to you, grinning broadly. Do you feel it, my Hashura? The electricity in the air, the smell of blood and fire. My soul is leaping to join the fight. You ready? Chop the enemy down, bathe in their blood, and make them pay for what they've done? Me too. In a world of people constantly being sad and deep in their feelings, someone like Zul'Jara is just so much fun to party with.
The Loa have given me power, but still the thrill of battle is what fills my heart.
Spoken like a typical Amani, but I would be lying to say I don't feel the same.
Then let's see which of us feels that thrill more, Elf.
The Loa are already on the battlefield, attacking the main source of Mor'dun's power, summoned spheres of pure void energy. We lend them our assistance, while slaying as many of the Twilight's Blade as we can, and heal the injured.
Finally joining the battle? Show our foes what you learned from me. Fought like a true Amani, Hashura.
Excellent! Now our talons are free to rend these weaklings' flesh.
These void-addled mongrels are wonderful playthings!
Ha! Flee, fledglings! Flee from the sight of fire's true strength!
Ha! My minions are nothing more than fodder! Slay as many as you wish!
The pleasure is mine, Hashura.
Your struggle is entertaining, but you will die for the glory of Xal'atath!
We couldn't wait any longer for your Loa. If my hand forced yours, so be it.
We need to take the fight to Mor'dun. Let's go!
You seek to challenge me? Ha! Your strength isn't even enough to break my barrier!
Mor'dun thinks he is safe behind his barrier. He is wrong.
Great Loa, you helped us get this far. But it must be us that end this fight for good.
Very well. We will remove Mor'dun's void barrier. Go forth, Zul'Jara. Take our blessing and crush your prey.
I will not die by your hand, mortals! Only a god could slay me!
How about a mortal blessed by 4 of them?
I will bring your corpses to Xal'atath personally! Xal'atath, why didn't you save me?
The end. Finally.
The battlefield is quiet. Your warriors must have finished off the remaining Twilight's Blade.
Lightwood, Loa, outsiders, even combined, an ocean of Amani blood paid for our victory.
We will mourn their loss, but now we should celebrate what they have given us.
Much for us, Zul'Jara, daughter of Zarama. Our sacred bond, so long abused, is restored with the land, with your people.
Your faithfulness, your courage, has brought us all together, young Ashe.
Ashe. But
It is so, not by our decree, but by theirs.
You have my thanks, Ashura. Go, Kinye Ono. The Amani will greet you with honor in our lands. And if you find Zul'Jan, remind him that he and I are always blood, no matter what.
I have a few ideas. Want to hear them? We were young when our mother died. My sister held the tribes together with the force of her will, without the Loa. I could never be the warrior that Zul'Jara is. I talk my way through problems. She plows through them head-on. We have different goals for the Amani. Zul'Jara focuses on growing and preserving the Amani tribes within Zul'Aman. I see the strength of the Amani, our tribe. We should conquer those around us. Zul'Jara doesn't understand. When Mordoon came, I saw my vision of the Amani coming to life. With the Lightwood, we would conquer the Twilight's blade, and then Eversong. Zul'Jara could not see my vision, but I saw no other way. The Loa? The Loa say our grandfather, the great Zul'Jin, betrayed them. But why believe them, or my doddering uncle, or any Gokinye? They abandoned us. They abandoned us. How do we know they won't do it again? I see your eyes are widening, Ashura. You're right. Forget what I have said. We have won. Zul'Jara has won. I will go back to the village and celebrate with my sister.
Zul'Jan holds on to his beliefs, to the greatness of his grandfather, and the ancient heritage of the trolls. We may seem few now, but once upon a time, our kingdom was larger than any that exists today. You see those ruins? We call those ruins home. Ruins in the distance called Atal Utek, the same location where we should be able to find Kifix. Now Mordoon and the Twilight Dagger might have been taken care of, but safe to say that some of Xal'atath's earlier machinations are still lurking in the shadows. Future story. Right now, we're asked to tell Zul'Jara that her brother is fine. He even shows us respect by using our names. Liadrin also decides to stay. The Twilight Blade are not entirely gone, and perhaps Zul'Jara will still benefit from her advice.
Let us make haste for the Sanctum of Light. This report may evoke skepticism in Lor'themar. Best you're with me when he hears it.
The last thing she says is, I feel as though I let my past and my prejudice get in the way of my judgments regarding the Amani. You could say that being a Hashura would be a befitting atonement, but I feel drawn to stay here, perhaps to help Zul'Jara in guiding our people back to the Loa. With that, we return to Silvermoon to give her reports, where it's quickly clear that Xal'atath's attacks are getting stronger. Our time is running out. We'll need to find our way into the Void Storm sooner rather than later.
So the Hashura did find you, my brother. Why did you miss the party? I know you like to dance.
Forgive me, sister. I do not feel like celebrating.
Why, Zul'Aman? Are you not happy for our victory? For the Loa returning? For your sister becoming Hashe?
I am glad we crushed the Twilight's blade, and I am glad that you are happy.
You do not like that the Loa are back. Why, Zul'Aman? They have been part of our culture since the beginning.
Let me ask you, sister. Do you submit to the Loa, or do the Loa submit to you?
It is neither. Can you not understand that our relationship with the Loa is built on trust, not power?
Yes, but what if we become dependent on them again and they disappear? When they left, it shattered us.
They left because we almost killed them. Our grandfather and that villain, Malakras. I don't mean to yell at you. I understand where you're coming from. Our image of our grandfather is hard to let go. And to let go of being on our own. But we gotta work with the Loa and the Gokinye. It won't be like it was, Jean. But I won't let you wilt in my shadow. You will still be my right hand and my brother.
Thank you, sister. I hope you are right.
Your brother has disobeyed your orders more than once. I know he is family, but should he not bear some consequences?
He has been ignoring his big sister since the day he was born. Zul'Aman also be the grandchild of Zul'Jin, and so he has power. And he talks well. He has followers. Most of them dead because of Mor'dun. The rest? I don't want to splinter the tribe again by punishing my brother. Losing his followers and seeing me become Hashe. I think that may be punishment enough.
Your brother would begrudge your relationship with the Loa?
We're brother and sister. We begrudge everything. But we also leave it behind. The way he is, it's also my fault. I should not have been so hard on him. Now and as a child.
He is his own man, and smart enough to know and face the consequences of his actions.
Do you want me to take his head or what? That's the kind of justice we have in Zul'Aman. I know my brother, and I'm gonna give him a chance to make things right. He deserves that from me.
But all the while, Xal'atath's attacks on Silvermoon have gotten stronger and stronger. That void storm is looming over the city, and its effects are clear. The streets are lit with doom speakers proclaiming the end of days. Somebody else have resorted to picking up the fel again, desperate to be able to protect themselves. Not with the teachings of a demon hunter or a warlock, but corruptive, overdosing. Don't do fel, kids. Not just the darkness that is rising up, the warriors of the light, the vanguard that's been so instrumental in the defense of the Sunwell, they're becoming more and more zealous, nearly executing people like Tet or Umbric on the spot. To them, light is right. No threat or darkness may come close to the Sunwell, which is not entirely without reason. Last time that an Illyria visited the Sunwell, a whole bunch of void was accidentally unleashed. Yet if we want any hope, any chance at breaking open a path into that void storm and take the battle to Xal'atath, we'll have to be bold. Let Magister Umbric and his Void Elves do whatever it takes to get our forces in. Our time is running out.
Champion, you must get to the Vanguard leaders. The Sunwell is straining against Xal'atath's assault.
All Vanguard forces to the Sunwell, now!
If we could just take the fight to Xal'atath, we gave her such a drumming she's hopped back inside that knife.
Lor'themar promised His Magisters would provide a solution. It's now or never.
Xal'atath's void storm rages against the Sunwell.
Remember the mission.
The situation is dire. We will accept any help, even from Magister Umbric.
No! Those void addicts are not our salvation. The light is the only way to stop Xal'atath's evil.
Using a relic of the Void to breach the storm? It sounds risky, Umbric.
It is a risk, Regent Lord, but it is also the only way to end the siege on Silvermoon.
Romaf will never agree to this though. His history with Umbric, from being roommates, seeing his friends break his promise of staying away from Darkon's research and the powers of the Voids, their last bit of kindness of the friendship, it was used to exile the Naurendorai, the Void Elves, and his opinion hasn't changed one bit.
The terrace holds what we require to gain entry to the Voidstorm, the Cynosure of Twilight.
You were warned, Umbric. The terrace is forever closed to you. Now leave before...
Of course he left a message for me. I'm afraid you'll have to incapacitate the guards.
Security measures in place to specifically keep Umbric out. And again, it's not like those fears are unwarranted.
You shall not...
Help me remove the wards around the Cynosure!
Sir Ronel, the Void has broken through. We're too late.
Thankfully, we're able to control the situation, clean up the mess, and turn things around.
Champion, I know what to do. I'll need to attune the Cynosure to the Voidstorm. What is that monstrosity? You keep it occupied while I channel the spell and end this chaos.
Umbrel Cascade! The Void, you!
It is done. We have our way into the Voidstorm. Let us inform Lor'themar. And perhaps offer an apology for the near catastrophe.
The Cynosure of Twilight relic is going to be the key for Umbric to smash a small entrance into the Voidstorm. Just enough to send in a small strike team to set up our base and figure out some way to widen our entry. Joining us are of course Umbric and the Void Elves. Despite their exile, some of them still have a lot of love for the home that has rejected them, while others simply want to prove them wrong, want them to witness what their dark studies have accomplished. Arator is coming with, hoping to find his mother again, who's been soloing the Voidstorm since the end of the War Within, and our final member to join in is the Holy Dreadlord Lo'Phaxian.
This must be why the Nathrezim joined the Legion!
He is an interesting one. When asking more about himself, he says, I am many things, mortal. I am Nathrezim. I am demon. I am death. But above all, I am Lightforged. My kind, the Nathrezim, or Dreadlords, are well renowned for our shape-shifting, deceit, and shifting loyalties. For a time, I fought alongside my kind in the Burning Legion. I followed the orders of our true deathly master and dutifully sent them my reports. We cared for nothing but the Void's destruction, even at the cost of worlds. But then I met the Draenei. I saw their lights, and I saw that the only way to truly defeat the Void is to embrace its counterparts, to become one with the lights. The other Nathrezim did not understand, so I left them behind. The light is my only path. But should we trust you if you are a Nathrezim, so known for deceit? Lo'Phaxian scowls. Are all orcs bloodthirsty berserkers? Are all Pandaren drunk monks? Are all elves arrogant snobs? Our choices make us who we are, not our births. Why would that be any different for us Nathrezim than it is for you mortals? I have left my past behind me. I refuse to lie, shapeshift, or betray. It is not the way of the light. The light has purged me of all allegiances. I am remade in its radiance, as a soldier of the vanguard of the light. Now we have met none bloodthirsty orcs, none drunk Pandaren, and even none arrogant elves. But in the vast history of Warcraft, there is yet to be a Nathrezim like Lo'Phaxian. Their origin was once in the realm of the demons, the two-twisting nether. Cunning and manipulative, they relished infiltrating mortal civilizations, sowing unrest and turning nation against nation. As these societies devolved and crumbled from within, the Nathrezim would corrupt their populations, twisting innocence into new and horrific breeds of demon. One of their key abilities to help them do this is to disguise themselves, which is quite a handy skill when infiltrating worlds, but with the Shadowlands, we learned that the Dreadlords did not originate from the Twisted Nether. They actually come from the domain of death, the Shadowlands, sired by the Nephrius, his true deathly master, but still with the mission of infiltration and manipulation, just on a much more cosmic scale. And for the cosmic realm of light, they report back to the master. Similar to the Titans, the Naru and their keepers are singular in purpose. Their adherence to a linear path is an obvious shortcoming. They savor nothing more than being proved right, so if they believe that they have converted one of us to the precious light, they will trust that agent implicitly. So, is Lothraxion a double agent, triple agent, truly converted to the light and the exception to what we've seen so far? Only time is going to tell. This moment, he stands with us against the oncoming storm of darkness. Let us travel into the Void Storm.
Here, champion, help me align the spell. It will anchor us back to Magister's Terrace in case of disaster.
High Commander Lothraxion has warred on countless far realms, so I have asked him to lead this mission. And young Erator has more than proven his worth. Together, I hope their light will balance you within the shadow.
You Rendori may be our greatest weapon against the Void. I swear to protect you all.
The light is our greatest weapon against the Void. Remember that, or succumb to corruption.
The portal is opened. Gather your courage. Only darkness awaits us on the other side.
The fate of Silvermoon, of all of Azeroth, may rest on the outcome of this mission. Anu Balore Delana.
I proudly serve as Regent Lord.
How dare you step into the Magister's Terrace, Umbric! You nearly destroyed us all! Just like I knew you would!
I have confidence in the strength of myself and my allies. Something you noticeably lack, Rameth.
Confidence? Arrogance! The same arrogance that transformed those poor souls who follow you into void monstrosities!
We are not monsters. We are in control. We are Rendori.
Enough! It was a risk to let them near the Sunwell, yes. But we will not win this war without taking risks. The Rendori have not wavered yet.
Yet. We shall see if this mission succeeds. You've always been reckless, Umbric. You leave calamity and ruin in your wake. At least try to make it back alive.
So much void!
Eyes forward!
This power... It's like nothing I've ever...
Control yourselves!
This place is so saturated by the void that it nearly overwhelms our Rendori allies. Can you imagine what Illyria has been going through all this time? Now, what exactly the Void Storm is still to be described. One of the reports mentions the possibility of this being a planet bombarded by the Void, which changed it on a fundamental level. Compare it to the planet of Draenor that was bombarded by the magics of the Twisted Nether, which turned it into Outlands. I would imagine that's, but then with the Void. One of the side quests does give us a name and a little bit more history to the planets, but still it's told by a spirit, so who knows if they are truthful or not. Even so, they name the planets Predacea, our great peoples, the cities we build, untold grandeur shimmering in the sky. Predacea, shone with knowledge, scholarship, our greatest weapon in the wars to come. Empire of, first strike, city, lost, another, until no more. They needed me. They asked me, great Akentuns, make weapon, save them all. In the wake of my weapon, war ended. All ended. Cities razed. No more war. No more. Only smallest life survived. Evolved over eons. Monsters. Beasts now. In the final wave before the end, my betrayed me. Locked me away. Punishment for giving what they asked. Redekea, where empires were at war with one another, until one of them recruited the great weaponsmith Akhentunt, the spirit in question, to create a weapon to end all wars. And he obliged, destroying all civilization. Is the weapon the reason why the Voidstorm came to be? A planet where even the flora are slowly consuming one another, choking each other out, or poisoning their neighbors with a slow death. Is this world, is this weapon, is it connected to Xal'atath somehow? Is this Xal'atath's former homeworld? Possible. But we do have quests in which the Dominar say that she showed up, implying that she wasn't always here to begin with. Yet that could also mean that she left the planet for a while and then she came back. How would the Dominar know? To be explained. Speaking of the Dominar, they are masters of the void, able to shape and reforge it. And within their society, there are 3 distinct groups. The artisans, who build structures to enhance their mastery of the void. The host command, who comprise the generals of the devouring host. And the overlords. This last group is the most violent and confrontational of them all, and they typically seek out stronger creatures whom they might defeat to prove their superiority and dominance. What's interesting to note is that the Dominar Vidius mentions, Azeroth has been off limits for some time now. When Xal'atath overthrew us, that changed. Why was Azeroth off limits, and on whose orders? Solitary creatures that typically avoid their kinds, but they've been brought together by Xal'atath, who seeks to harness their power for her own purposes. An inscription on a regal Dominar's armor. It tells us how Varas had impenetrable armor, making them pretty much unbeatable. Not even the devouring host was able to demand their surrender, but then Xal'atath came to Varas alone. She whispered words into his ear that are known only between them, and after the pause, Varas removed the armor. Then, at Xal'atath's command, he was killed. She is the Void. Think to stand above her, and this fate too shall be yours. But perhaps we can make use of that Xal'atath has forced them to come together, not an allegiance out of devotion or loyalty to defeat, which we might be able to make use of. It is a world where it's eat or be eaten, with little creatures popping up out of the soil to devour our kills, and anyone that's brave enough to want to go examine those funnels up in the sky, they're quickly chased down again, as not even the air is safe. That's the eye of the storm we fought our way into. Let's begin with stabilizing the area.
We must scout. Yes, scout ahead.
Everdon, no! Oh, curses! It is like drowning, flailing your arms out. But we will learn to swim.
Fear not for my sanity, champion. My minion and I are well used to such madness.
It's worse. Worse even than when we were first transformed by the Void into Locris. But I'll get through it, Hiron.
This is what Alleria wanted to protect you from, Arator. The darkness beyond.
Look out!
Arator! Lithraxian? What the hell are you doing here?
Mother, thank the light. I knew you were alive.
It's too dangerous for you here, Arator. The Void devours everything it touches.
We have a mission here, Mother. And I'll stop at nothing to see it through.
I know. That's what terrifies me.
Mother!
This is no place for pleasantries. We must move, quickly.
Understand, Alleria, that I lead this mission, but your aid is welcome.
Good, since you will likely die without it. Now listen. Powerful entities called Dominar command the host in Xal'atath's name. One monitors the nexus point nearby, but I haven't gotten close.
Then that is our first target. We must weaken the storm and our foes. Move out!
You shouldn't be here, Arator. The Void is too powerful.
Then we'll fight it together. I'm not leaving you.
Alleria is a powerful wielder of the Void, perhaps one of the best. But this place is affecting all of them. A faint glow of purple hangs about her. It's powerful, distracting, intoxicating. The darkness is growing, while our Lothaxian is also having a hard time with it all, falling further and further into his light zealotry. For what else could our holy dreadlord hold on to?
We must be cautious. My attempts to infiltrate this place alone have been thwarted.
The time for caution has passed. We will reach their leader and rip the information we need from it. These fire monsters are no match for us, champion. Ha! Kill and kill, yet no alarm is raised. They seem used to this chaos.
Right ahead, champion. Let's take it down together. All the creatures here seem to be immersed in void, down to the smallest mite. Stay sharp.
They will even shackle their own kind? Interesting. Some even seem willing. There, base of the tower. That's the one in charge.
The Shadowcraft harness calls to us with a promise of power. The thrill of battle. The soaring heartbeat of a duel. The offbeat note of a parry. The brutal satisfaction of sinking your blade into your enemy's flesh. That feeling both disgusting and triumphant. We know deep in our bones that this metal will make us braver and stronger. We also know that if we are bound by it, we will never be ourselves again. A material that they used to control, but one that we could turn around and infuse with the light, so that now it's the shadows of the Dominar that can be captured.
You intend to take it prisoner? I would rather incinerate it.
Light and shadow. Two sides of the same coin. With enough of a push, light can become shadow.
And shadow can become light. I see, Mother. We can use their own materials to bind and capture that Dominar.
Azerothians. Oh, you'll make exquisite trophies. Take down its pet, champion! My, what a delicious bloodbath. But I'm afraid I must take my leave. No! After it! Nowhere left to run, Void Spawn. Indeed. I can see the position I'm in, and I can see yours. Your elite little cadre needs something I have. Information on Xal'atath's machinations. We need nothing from the likes of you.
Stay your hand, Lothraxian. That thing is right.
You would trust such a creature?
Not at all. But I trust that it wants to survive. You will tell us all you know. And I will know if you lie.
Please, fair lady. You may call me Decimus. I am at your service. One wrong move, and I will sear you with the Light Fiend. Such strength and wisdom. Clearly, it would be foolish to defy you.
Our scouts discovered an ethereal maniforge due south. Not sure what they're up to, though.
Alleria is no fool, and has learned harsh lessons on Karesh, the final one from her mentor, the Locust Walker. A void creature has only one goal: survival. And we can make that knowledge fight in our favor.
Tell me of Silvermoon, Arator. How bad was it?
Honestly, if not for the light forces intervening when they did, we would have lost everything.
I see. And your father? Is he well?
I fear the light blinds him, Mother. In his rage, he struck down an innocent.
Who, Arator?
That doesn't matter now. What matters is that if the light can turn someone like him wrathful...
You fear succumbing to it yourself.
I already did, fighting the void. You see these embers I bear? I burned myself in wrath. They remain as a reminder.
Of what?
That there's something wrong with the light. That thought terrifies me more than the void ever could.
If I've learned anything from fighting beside your father, it's that the light is strongest when rooted in love and compassion. Those two things, Zerator, just happen to be your greatest strengths. Stay true to yourself.
And wrath cannot overtake me. Your counsel is comforting, Mother.
Well, I have had 1,000 years of practice, kid.
Remember, you will tell us how to break the storm, Void Spawn. My, let's have it then. Oh, now that is something. Mercy won't get you far out here, but I'll consider it offered in good faith. On the fringes of this world, you will find nexus points. They keep the storm churning. Then we will destroy them, and the Ethereals will provide our ordnance. Ah, the Ethereals. It was not so long ago that Xal'atath brought them into the fold.
There's too many!
Nexus King. Xal'atath is supreme. Join us, or be consumed. My Ethereals will never be found again! Xal'atath, be damned! Retreat! Run now!
Xal'atath. Stay. Let this pointless resistance be done.
Xal'atath.
For eons, you and your people have been slaves, fed scraps. But I offer you a freedom beyond imagining.
Empty promises. What do you know of our suffering?
They say that I am the harbinger of the void. That I am the blade of the Black Empire that was. There have been many tales told about me. But I'll tell you the truth no one living has heard. Once, long, long ago, I was mortal, like you. I lost my world, just like you. Drowned in hatred and vengeance, just like you. But the one thing I've learned over in eternity is that survival is all that matters. What I'm about to do ensures survival for all our kind.
Our kind?
You are one of us. You are void now. You may flee, but only I offer a true path forward. Survival and more is at my side. And you can lead them all. The choice is yours.
Xal'atath was once mortal?
That's what she told Xal'atath. Perhaps it was even the truth.
If Xal'atath was immortal, she is all the more monstrous for all that she has done, Illyria says, for becoming what she is now. And yet, Illyria has also embraced the void. For her, the reasons are keeping her loved ones safe, but we don't know why Xal'atath made her choices. What road she walked to become who she is now. Illyria has managed to hold on to her sanity so far, yet the void ever whispers. Could she too become a Xal'atath? Time is going to tell. For now, our plan is to take on the Ethereals, figure out what they're up to, and disrupt their Mana Forge operations.
We'll secure the canisters and disrupt their operations. Stay close, Eritor.
I was about to say the same to you.
Earn your keep. Tell us more. But of course, it is the right of the victor to take from the defeated on this world and on every other. You stand upon a land ruled by predation. Here, the strong thrive and the weak sustain them. The recent arrival of Xal'atath was, for a time, an entertaining shakeup. But her vision for your world, for all of our cosmos, is terribly dull. Darkness. Endless, yawning, monotonous darkness.
She brought you to heal. How like the endless armies of the Void to suffer from disorder?
Too true. I prefer the thrash and struggle, the delights of stark contrast. There is no foe so thrilling as one strong in the light.
Belief is our strength. You believe in nothing. We embrace a unity you could never understand.
Ooh, so pious. You are a curious creature, aren't you? A Nathrezim all wreathed in gold. Must be quite the story.
I became worthy of the light. Such strength of will is beyond you.
So aggressive. This world suits you, Lothraxian.
The Void devours its own. We have nothing left.
Is this what you wanted, Xal'atath? Xal'atath has taken control. Our people are lost. A mortal savior. Here? Then all is not lost.
You live up to your legend, Mother.
And you fight well. But don't be in a rush to make your own. Xal'atath doesn't spare her enemies without a reason. Find out what the Ethereals are doing here.
What does it matter? Salvage what we need and then raise this forge to the ground. They can burn with their secret.
This is not what I was promised. We toil endlessly while your monsters monitor our every move.
Such ingratitude is unbecoming of you, Salhadar. I have provided you with a rare gift. An opportunity to prove your right to rule.
Do you think I cannot see the trap you have set? The peril that now faces my people should our operation at Midar fail?
Oh, there's no trap to be sprung here. You need merely succeed at your task, and all will be well. For both you and your people.
The Shadow Guard risked everything to strengthen the devouring host. Should Windrunner discover what we are doing,
Then it would be in your best interest to eliminate her, wouldn't it? You've let her scurry around for far too long as it is.
More power. All will become void. Burn in the light, wretch! The light prevails. I expect Decimals puts up even less of a fight.
Windrunner will not prevent me from turning the Naru to the void. I will claim the power I was promised.
They've taken a Naru prisoner? We cannot allow these monsters to possess a being of pure light.
This cannot stand. I'm with you, Lothraxion.
The Naru are born of light, beacons of hope and strength for the weak heart of mortals. They are gods among men, above you and I, Lothraxion says. I know not from where the Ephirials or the devouring host captured the Naru, stolen from a far-flung world, or perhaps taken prisoner for the millennia, or Draenei splinter faction. Damnable renegades.
Keep your distance from the Naru, Voidspawn. You are unworthy to bask in its radiance.
If you're going to degrade me, Lothraxion, you could at least put some effort into it.
Our holy dreadlord friend sees the Naru as nothing but pure and good, yet we know that the Naru is very much connected to darkness as well. They can fall to a darkened state, a dark star, with the darkened Naru, Le'ura, being devoured by Illyria. If pushed further, it goes all the way to becoming a void god like Entropius back during the Burning Crusade. That Naru's core now rests within the Sunwell, a pure embodiment of the duality between light and void. It's safe to say, a powerful being best not left in the hands of Xal'atath.
Arator, keep an eye on your mother and her smug hound. I don't want it out of the light's presence.
Direct your zeal at our foes, Lothraxion. And remember that I'm not one of them. It seems you have visitors, Saladar. Remember what we discussed.
They will not stop me. Not this time. Shadow God, slay them!
A pity Ilaria has to die. Her Dark Naru would make a far more effective weapon than this one. If only your Shadow Guard had captured it before she claimed its power all those years ago. Your foes work quickly, Salhadar. You had best redouble your efforts to turn the Naru before it's too late. Again.
Enough of your veiled threats, Xal'atath! You will have your Naru, and I will have what I am owed.
This is taking too long. Stand aside, I'll smash the damn thing.
No, Lothraxion. Champion, we need your eyes.
We need that shield down now!
Complete your task and return to the Void Spire, Saladar. You shall have the power you were promised. So long as you remain gracious in accepting it, of course.
The Naru has fallen. All this power pledged to Xal'atath. While I haven't, even now, in my moment of victory, I must bow and scrape before her. How I wish I could watch you all die. Terra, destroy them!
The brightest light casts the longest shadow.
I will not allow this! No! You must!
It's her or us! We have to fight!
Be unmade.
The void! It's too much!
Arator! No!
He will see the monster you are, and you will drag him into the darkness.
I never wanted you to see this. We failed.
That was everything Illyria could muster. All the darkness she's been trying to keep away from Arator, full on out on display. And the Nexus King is gonna make a return when we charge into the Void Spire, so his story isn't over quite yet. But getting into Xal'atath's base of operations, it's gonna require an army, not the small strike team that we have now, and we're nowhere near closer at opening up the Void Storm.
I had no idea Lady Windrunner held a dark Naru of her own. This is more than mere entertainment.
Ignore it, Arator. See to Illyria. Salvaging this mission now falls to me.
Arator, you must ensure that no harm comes to Decimus. They have the answers we need. Trust me.
I do. I will. The dark Naru within you, Mother. I never understood just how exhausting it must be to maintain control over it, or how lonely it's been for you, protecting us from it.
For you, my son, I could endure anything. I know at times I've been somewhat cold.
Stop. Don't apologize for...
I need you to hear me, Arator. Understand, it's not the Naru within me that creates the distance between us.
It's the fight. I know, but you need to understand. You can't protect me from what's out there. And you can't scare me away either. My fight is by your side. What comes, Mother, we will face together.
Stay with us, Ashtray. Feel my hand in yours. I'm sorry, but I need a little longer with them. Check with Mela. Her report is more thorough than mine anyway.
Here. Hiron is too modest. You can tell him I said that. The whispers grow ever more enticing, but we stand strong. Our mission demands it.
Who's there? Stay away!
Dust yourself off, Rendorai. You have not succumbed yet.
We fight for a new future.
You're right. I should sit with the others.
You and Lady Windrunner are simply wonderful. I've not encountered such capable mortals in my many travels. I am eager to see what violence you may next wreak.
How could this have gone so wrong? We're no closer to bringing the forces of light to bear on this world. You must feel it too, champion. Awaiting betrayal. I know what must be done.
These whispers suffocate my senses.
About your father. When he... Wait. Did you hear that?
You've been subverting us all along. The eradicated Decimus.
Arator! Stop them!
We have to move!
You are a paladin, Arator! You must see this Decimus for the monster it is!
Champion, empower me with the light, and I'll try to restrain them.
Jumping at shadows in fear of deceit. Quite a unique variety of Nathrizi.
The light. It burns with Lothraxian's wrath. Just like
I was reforged in the light. You are blind to the truth.
Cease! By the light's mercy, I command you both to yield. We have no shortage of enemies.
And we need not create them where we might find allies. Decimus is more than they seem.
Gave myself away, did I?
You seek power, Decimus. Xal'atath will not give you what you want, but her defeat might. Join us.
Truly fascinating. You continue to defy expectations. This beast is off its leash! You follow this creature to its foul den? If you prefer to keep throwing Naru at nexus points, don't let me stop you. Ansek Shamar. Hanaru! Dead! Now we're to trust this monstrosity!
No, but we need them. They've had every opportunity to betray us.
And they will! Have you learned nothing from Karesh? What did your mentor's trust in the Void bring him?
Careful! The Void never offers fair choices. Locust Walker understood that better than anyone. After his demise, I asked myself again and again what I could have done to prevent it. But then I came to realize what Locust Walker knew from the start. It didn't matter that Xal'atath was always going to turn on us. If the only way to stop one monster is to work with another, what choice is there?
We fought together for 1,000 years! Do you not trust me?
I do, Lothraxion. When Decimus does betray us, I trust you to put them down.
The rest of our party arrives. Were there time, I'd have you for dinner. Make yourself at home. Then we can discuss weakening the storm. Keep your weapons close. Trust nothing the Void offers.
This is the most stable place for a portal, but Decimus's beast is in the way. The Void feels honed here. Perhaps the work of Decimus.
Careful, champion. This beast looks hungry. The universe. It seems even the skies here are full of teeth.
I thought you and Lothraxion were friends.
We were... We are. He's not wrong to distrust the Void. I only wish he would trust me.
Decimus is quite a gracious host, intrigued by our efforts and no friend to Xal'atath. Eat or be eaten. They have watched us struggle with delight, but if we truly want to shut down this storm, it's really only possible from inside the Nexus points. And we're not gonna get inside without the mantle of predation. Craved by many, but it must be earned. Xal'atath grants it to whomever climbs the cosmic ladder, each rung built from the bones of their prey. Power attracts power, and so whoever possesses it must always be cautious, always waiting for fangs to sink into their neck. Perhaps that is the reason why Xal'atath enjoys handing it out. What better way to keep her servants sharp and paranoid?
Why are you so eager to help us?
I am a creature of passion. A creature without purpose, like every fiend from the Void. Watching your struggles blazing bright against an uncaring cosmos. Oh, it's delicious. Xal'atath would devour your world. All worlds. Even the stars. She would leave nothing but an empty abyss. Can you imagine anything more dull? Loyalty is so contrary to the Void that you betray your master out of boredom? I need no master. We should all obey our own appetites. Some of us serve greater purposes than hunger, beast. The cosmos is a feast, Lightling. Why not enjoy it? The key to weakening the storm is an artifact known as the Mantle of Predation. With it, you may enter a nexus point and simply shut it down. Doing so will nullify the others in a cascade.
Why merely shut down the nexus points? We should raise them from within.
And cause an energy surge that would obliterate precious Silvermoon? Shut them down safely. Spare your poor city. Lord Terminus. He keeps the mantle at the Obscurian Citadel. How fortunate that he's busy here, leaving his vault unguarded.
Hello, little morsel. How did you drift so close?
Steal the Mantle of Predation. Enter a nexus point and weaken the storm. Oh, Terminus will be humiliated.
Make haste. We should have the mantle before Terminus returns to his citadel.
In his absence, Terminus's lieutenants control access to his vault. The Rendura Terentia controls the trench. Severum guards the upper citadel.
I'll hunt down Severum. You and this void spawn can handle the trench.
This is no time to go off on your own.
We'll follow him, my lady. Rendorai with me!
Break her toys and fight to the top of the food chain. Dear little Terentia will take it as a challenge.
We'll need to devour 2 sigils to open up the vault and claim the mantle. Sigils that are held by lieutenants. While fighting our way through their forces, we also make sure to liberate some of the captives. And what's really interesting is that not all of them are from Azeroth. Sure, some of the defenders that were claimed during the defense at Silvermoon, they are found here, but there are also Draenei, for example, and not the Draenei that have made it to Azeroth. These are Draenei left behind while they were still on the run. Just like the Legion, the Void has spread its influence all over the great dark beyond. And we'll go more into details on the Splinter faction when we go into the side quests.
Some of these captives aren't from Azeroth. How many worlds have suffered the Void's violence?
Challenge Terentia and claim her sigil. Erator, let's regroup with the others in the upper citadel.
I'll feed you to the beasts!
Lieutenant Terentia is a sad excuse for a Dominar. Failing to claim the mantle herself, Terminus found the attempt so amusing that he allowed her to live, forever guarding that which she is too weak to possess. Now, survey her domain. A pit of blood-starved beasts and weak voidlings, easily dissipated, yet she clings to it, like a dying mortal clings to life.
No! You won't take this from me! Wait! I bow to your strength. Let me serve you. Together we... Stirring. Some friendly advice. Never trust a Dominar who feigns subservience. Devour it. Feel her authority become yours. Delicious. Already halfway to unlocking the mantle. More for the feast.
Lieutenant Severum has a disturbing hunger. A yawning pit. Not much else. Truth be told, Terminus might keep him around just to annoy Terentia. She can't stand seeing someone so mindless above her in the hierarchy.
Hungry. So hungry.
You abandon them?
Acceptable losses. The Void Elves knew the risks.
Lo'Phaxian doesn't give a damn about the Void Elves. How can he so easily dismiss the death of friends and allies, yet the light-infused Dreadlord sees nothing in them besides corrupted beings. He even distrusts Illyria, who he has spent thousands and thousands of years with within the army of the Light, who found her way to the Locust Walker, thanks to Lo'Phaxian's information. She had never known Lo'Phaxian to be this careless. Throwing away lives, charging in blind. We do not have an army, we just have this small strike force. Too few, too precious for his light zealotry to throw them to the wolves. Let's go out and save who we still can.
Stop wasting my time! I didn't seek this life. I was separated from Hyron and Lady Darklen. You must find them.
Baladash, Malinore. Find that old fool. I'll give him an earful for playing hero.
Tried to lure them away. Worked a little too well. Good. Tell Astray I'm sorry. I don't think I'll make it back in time for tea.
Champion, where's Hieron? Is he...
War is no place for a tender heart, boy.
Make ready. It's time we claim the mantle of predation.
Soon we'll have all we need. We should strike down this wretch before their hunger turns on us.
Don't you think we have enough enemies ahead of us? I'll take allies where I can get them.
The Void holds allegiance to none. It corrupts and confounds, makes enemies of friends, twists right into wrong.
The light isn't harmless either. I felt its fury, seen the sacrifices it can compel us to make.
I have served the light for millennia. I understand sacrifice better than you ever could.
Then don't become numb to it. We all fight for the same cause.
Yet only I seem to understand what is at stake.
Stay together. No one fights alone. No one gets left behind.
That look in Lothraxian's eyes is the same I saw in Father's.
I wish Turalyon were here. Lothraxian might listen to him.
Can you feel it? The mantle is close at hand.
Don't look so eager, beast. You fooled Ilaria, but I see through you.
Claim the mantle. We'll watch your back.
Away for but a moment, and the vermin move in. You were right to alert me, Decimus.
I warned you. This was always their plot.
To keep our magnificent lord entertained, friends. I'd so hate for him to lose interest.
What did I miss? Why wait until now to betray us? Weapons ready. We'll make ourselves an opening and deal with Decimus afterward.
Trusting Decimus was madness!
I don't understand. They could have betrayed us at any time.
I knew you were blind to the Void's schemes.
No. Something's not right. Decimus would not miss this spectacle.
Such dull camaraderie. You shall learn your place, as Decimus has. Fight one another or die. I will cull these weak distractions.
This was Decimus's plan. Keep Terminus's eyes on us, champion.
Are you mad, Deliria?
I've seen you fight, champion. I know you can do more. Entertain, Terminus! Come down here if you dare! Not bad, but it's time to end this.
Listen, you made an exquisite distraction. A distraction? I will annihilate you!
Lothraxian, hold! We have what we need to finish this.
And you still need me. Only a Dominar can use the mantle. Surely I mentioned that. How many betrayals before you see the truth? He is playing us for fools!
Decimus is not our enemy.
You are blind. You are all blind! I will tear the Nexus Points apart and end this accursed storm once and for all! If he damages the Nexus Point, the resulting energy surge will obliterate your precious Silver Moon.
We need to stop him. Mela, get the others back to Howling Ridge. Damn, he's already torn his way in.
Stop that light, adult fool. Then I will join you and use the mantle to weaken the storm.
All this time, Lothraxian thought that my judgment had been compromised by the Void. Now his zealotry threatens all of Silvermoon.
I've seen this before. In the Scarlet Crusade, in Father, even in myself. Given who Lothraxian was before he embraced the light, maybe his conviction was the only thing that could anchor him in a place like this.
Perhaps. For 1,000 years, I saw the light bolster the resolve of its champions. But it also changed them. Lothraxian was obviously no exception, and neither was Terralion. More than anything, that was what I feared for you, Arator. Not that you would come to harm, but that the light would alter you forever. That in the face of peril, you, like Lothraxian, would lose yourself to wrath, like I risk losing myself to the Void.
I understand, but I promise you that it will never happen. Not for me and not for you. We're Windrunners after all. No outside force has ever succeeded in telling us what to do.
Then let us save Silvermoon together, as Windrunners.
Nobody tell him, okay? Nobody tell him. Now, Lothraxian goes off the deep end. He's had enough dealings with these obviously backstabbing creatures of the Void. What are we doing? Trusting these Dominars. Just smash the Nexus Point and be done with it. Yet, doing it his way is risky. It could put Silvermoon in danger. So we have no other choice but to go into Nexus Point Zenith and stop our holy Dreadlord friend who refuses to listen to reason.
You willingly choose to go against the light's will. The light will cleanse. You will see.
Now I really wonder what happens to Lothraxian now. He was a creature infused with the light. Does that mean that he is off to the Light Realm? Or does his Navrazim origin send him off to the Twisting Nether? Or does his spirit go to the Shadowlands and back to Sire Denethrius? Or did this infused Void Realm mean that we gave him a permanent death?
Farewell, old friend.
I really hope it's not the last option, because there's so much more potential to get out of Lothraxian's character besides, a light zealot that lost control. Imagine him being a catalyst of bringing Sire Denethrius back into the story. But again, only time will tell.
I have all I need. Mourn your friend after we save your city.
It's over. Come. Through the portal.
We've destabilized the pylon network, Decimus. Time to make good on your promise.
I am as good as my word, mortal.
I knew it would work.
You are a marvel to me, Arator. Please know how proud I am of the man you've become.
Mother,
I feared that you coming to this place, fighting these horrors, would wear you down, harden your heart, as it has mine.
That could never happen. I have something this darkness could never touch. All those years alone, Mother, I finally have what I always longed for. You.
You have your orders! Move out!
In this moment, we have done it. We have opened the way for the rest of our forces to come on through and join us in the battle against Xal'atath, the Ethereals and our devouring hosts.
I have received word from Magister Umbric. The way to the Voidstorm is clear. I sent Lady Liadrin to inform the Vanguard's commanders that they may deploy at once and leave our city in peace.
Lor'themar has been having a really hard time keeping the peace within the city, having to navigate the political minefield of needing the Light's vanguards to keep them safe, while at the same time needing to keep the citizens happy, from which the Vanguard is asking more and more, to the Vanguard claiming the Sunwell as their own, nearly executing someone like Umbric on the spot. Not to worry though, where Lor'themar's authority sometimes fails, Anduin Wrynn steps up.
Release him. I accept full responsibility.
Fine. On your head be it.
You might wonder why Lor'themar doesn't ask the rest of the Horde to help out, which is a really good question. A small explanation is shown at Light's Hope Chapel, where if you deathball your defenders, other threats will rise up to make use of the opportunity. However, the near-complete absence is definitely noted. But thankfully, the human cloning program of the Silver Hands is showing fantastic results.
Your redeployment leaves a scant few behind to empower the Sunwell!
You are a beacon in the darkness. We will succeed, no matter the cost.
Her voice has a slight tremble to it, which we've heard a couple of times now when they're using the light to some extremes, like the intro scenario, or when Turellian was pushed so far that he accidentally struck his son.
Wretched Amani! By the light, I will see these monsters purged!
Would you check in with the Vanguard commanders for me, champion? I must explain to the General why the Sunwell must not fall.
You think too provincially. We need the full might of the Vanguard to defeat Xal'atath.
Prepare yourself, champion. Well done, champion. The Vanguard would do well to emulate your strength and conviction. Those modifications fitted or will suffocate. The air on the other side is thicker than McGran's lamb stew. McGran taught me to fight the good fight, even if it seems hopeless, and to put me faith in the light. Though 2 tons of light Blesteel Warframe bolsters my courage.
We have left you a token force to hold back the Voidstorm. Light willing, it will suffice.
We both claim the light as our guide, but yours is a sterile, cold faith I scarcely recognize.
We can't spare the troops. Those ethereal cannons have us pinned down. We're being hit from all sides. We need a tactical assessment. Umbric, the champion can assist you.
The Rendora. With this device, you will be able to view the tactical situation in relative safety. The devouring host has been drawing out Vanguard forces and picking them off. They won't last long without rescue. Look! One of the Vanguard officers has been captured. I've been trying to track these beasts, but their use of void portals makes it nearly impossible. My own people, captured by the Ethereals and their life force siphoned to power these turrets. I could scarcely believe it, until I saw it with my own eyes. We must rescue them, champion. The captured Rendora are links in a chain. Break that chain, and our assault can truly begin.
You're right, Umbric. Freeing your people gives us the opening we need for an assault.
Trevelyan has had quite a change of heart, going from someone who was ready to simply place all his faith in the light, to now accepting the aid and agreeing with someone like Umbric. The beasts are capturing our units, the Vanguard is in need of aid, but first and foremost, we must save the Void Elves from being drained, deactivate the weaponry so that our warframes can take to the skies.
The Void enslaves you, while I am empowered by it.
The Void Spire will fall, Ethereals!
Here, take this message back to Xal'atath.
Well done, champion. You've struck a decisive blow against the devouring host. With Umbric's help. Champion, report to Commander Mountainfist. We'd be honored if you would join the Warframe assault.
The Void Cannons had us squatting in a ditch since we got here. Seems only fair we return the favor. Care to give it a go? I can see why the light called you to this fight. You're an inspiration to all of us fighting the Void.
Check in with Erator if you haven't had a chance yet. He's over on the other side of camp, tending to the wounded.
Oh, champion. You're here. Good. I need your help. The Vanguard has rushed out full of conviction, and its soldiers return here, to the infirmary. We need to get out there and help those still on the battlefield.
We are the
Heal within the protection of my light. We will defend you.
Moving out. Light bless you.
Heal within the protection of my light. We will defend you.
We would have died if not for you.
Heal within the protection of my light. We will defend you.
Thank you. We'll regroup for the next assault.
May the light bless the fallen and safeguard the living as we hold back this evil from our world. All these poor souls were peeled off from their units. We should stay together. If I've learned anything from this place, it's that the devouring host is eager to prey upon our convictions. Thank you for all you've done, friend. For the Vanguard, for Silvermoon, and for me.
Champion, Alleria had scarcely arrived before she left to track down our missing officers.
Time to group up with Valeria and deal with those void beasts.
Champion, a word. I ask that you not mention anything to my mother about what happened at the Amani Pass. I've been waiting for my father to tell her about it himself, but it looks like I'll have to be the one to do it.
I assume Erator sent you to help me. I could use another pair of hands. Scraps of a Vanguard uniform. Officer emblem. Just as I thought. They're abducting the Vanguard's officers, champion. Is this just the hunger of the beasts? Or is Xal'atath gathering intelligence?
Alleria says, these void beasts are elusive, able to open temporary void portals that they can use to move short distances instantaneously. They may be beneath Trevelyan's notice, but we know that they're not. He agreed with Umbric, and we've been busy dealing with the problems. Unfortunately, we don't get to correct her. Let her know that her beloved of 1,000 years and more does take these void beasts seriously.
Careful, she lurks. Stay alert, champion. These creatures can come from anywhere. This was one of the soldiers from the Vanguard. They must have been dragged from their cot, then feasted upon here in the gorge. This body is half-eaten, torn apart by those scavengers. This blood is fresh. Wait, champion. Do you hear that?
By the light! Get off me, you beast!
A survivor! We're not too late. Quickly, champion. I'll hold the rift open for you, and you can jump through and rescue her.
Hello? Is anyone there? I need help.
Nadia Brighton is a new character, and they say the most bizarre things like, I heard about these beasts, but I thought it was a rumor. void creatures appearing out of void portals, kidnapping and eating our officers. Sounds like a load of bunk. I never thought that it would happen to me. So, why is this person on our mission? Did they not hear the reports as to what happened at the Sunwell? Have they never met Void Priests before? Like, in what universe does somebody believe a report about kidnapping beasts on a planet like the Voidstorm, that those are just rumors?
Adventuring is wild. Oh, you're not with the Vanguard? Not that I mind the rescue. Who was that woman you were with? Was that the High Exarch's wife? I mean girlfriend. Huh. I thought she'd be taller. Is it true? She has a dark Naru for a heart?
And at the same time, they are Illyria Windrunner's biggest fangirl.
That's the big bastard that brought me here. Time to light him up!
And then her accent suddenly slips.
Champion, you made it, and you managed to rescue the officer.
Oh, my light. It really is you. This is amazing!
I see.
With the beast slain, I can get back to camp on my own.
Then I will take my leave. It's been ages since my family was together, and Eretor wanted to talk to me.
Illyria's first plan is to bring her back safely, but no. Nadia got this. Nadia, who was just kidnapped and nearly eaten, they could totally make their own way back to camp. Are we just not even considering the possibility that this right here is Xal'atath in disguise? She did this in Dalaran, pretending to be Drendon. Are we just letting this happen? Do we not have any ways of, the checking if somebody is like void disguising themselves or like a field so that we take away their glamours? No? Yeah, okay. Illyria, I guess, does have other things on her minds.
You struck down our son?
He didn't want to tell Illyria until after we defeated Xal'atath. We can ill afford to have our minds and hearts clouded on the brink of battle against such a foe. Which is kind of fair, in my opinion. And for those who asked, Lothrexion's fate has not been discussed as far as I'm aware. I've seen some call Arator out for jumping in front of a blade. Like, what do you expect to happen, right? And while personally, I do wonder, why didn't he just bubble? The idea is not so much that he jumped in front of the blade. The idea is, why did his father swing to begin with? A Trellian of the past, a Trellian truly in service of the light. They would not have struck down an enemy that was defeated. An enemy that was not truly our enemy at all, as Arator tried to explain. Arator was definitely naive in believing that anyone would listen to him at that moment, but it's not the act of striking their son that's the issue. It's losing himself in the light's blind zealotry to begin with.
It was an accident. A terrible accident. Seeing Eretor wounded like that. Thank the light he survived. He has forgiven me for it, and we have put it behind us.
No. What has happened to you? How could you attack Eretor?
It wasn't Eretor I was attacking. He leapt in front of a blow meant for a sworn enemy. I still don't know what possessed him to do it, but I did not seek to harm our son. I was acting in service of the light.
I am often reminded, mostly by people who serve the light, of the danger I represent. The void screams at me to do horrible things. I suppress it, because I could never bear to hurt Eretor. But you, your light-blind wrath struck him down. You gave yourself to the light, and our son was the casualty.
What happened at the Amani Pass was my failing, not the light's. I will not renounce it.
Do not lose yourself to it either. Eretor needs his father. I need my love. You must decide if you wield the light, or if it wields you.
So let us take our place on the therapy couch and analyze this toxic relationship. The representation of the conflict between light and void, right here within the thousands of years old Illyria Windrunner and Trellian, with their nearly 40-year-old son in the middle. Illyria is a runner, a windrunner, if you will, running away from her loved ones, not because she doesn't love them, but because that is what she believes is the best way to keep them safe. She gets distracted in battle if she needs to concern herself for their safety. Yet the duality within is that she does what she does for them. Her loved ones are her motivations and her anchors, keeping her from falling too deep into the abyss, losing herself entirely, keeping her from going Super Saiyan in the void, while feeling the constant need of separating herself from them for sometimes good reasons, and sometimes not so much. Trevelyan is an orphan, and from that comes a need to go above and beyond to keep his loved ones around, to keep someone like Illyria in his life, even accepting her running away time and time again, waiting with open arms for when she comes back, feeding into her toxic pattern without expressing his true emotions, the true depths of the pain that her actions are inflicting upon him, resulting in him going above and beyond and go Super Saiyan in the light, a blind faith in that he can smite the world of all obstacles that stand between him and his loved ones, while not realizing that that on its own is part of the obstacles. Arator, the Redeemer, is stuck in the middle, with a classic tendency of overcompensating for his absent mother's failures, while going extra hard on his father's mistakes, as he is around to take the blows. Lashing out as a child that simply wants his parents to be together, a world that was taken from him before he could even form words, a world that never truly existed. A naivete to the extreme of even going into hell and asking his imprisoned aunt to come back out and save the world. And it doesn't stop him from trying further though. Trying to redeem his father's broken heart, redeem his mother's tendency to flee, failing on both ends, while completely disregarding his own needs in a world that sees both light and darkness pushing up the ante, getting closer and closer to that ultimate clash. While fighting for a brighter future is a noble pursuit, one cannot be blind to reality, that sometimes the hard truth is that not all can be redeemed. Or it might be something else entirely, I don't fucking know, I just play World of Warcraft.
While you've been booping me, the devouring host has eaten over 15 people.
The Vanguard of the Light is prepared to march on Xal'atath's stronghold. Lor'themar would love to join us, but they're gonna have to stay behind with the forces to defend the Sunwell and Silvermoon. Up to us to join Illyria and the forces of the Light into the Voidspire and bring an end to this great enemy.
The Vanguard of the Light prepares to assault the Voidspire. They await your arrival, champion. Join them. Show Xal'atath the fury of Azeroth.
Champion, I hope you brought your finest allies. Today we burn away the void.
There's no sign of Nadia Brighton, the character that had such weird dialogue last week. Nor do we get to see them talk about the fate of Lothraxion. Our forced attention is directly pulled towards the Voidspire. Today is the day Xal'atath's forces will face our judgments.
Vanguard of the Light, the hour has come! Move with the champion's forces!
Xal'atath, let the feast begin.
Let the void consume itself.
If only you had embraced your true strength, Illyria, you could have avoided so much pain.
You want to see my true strength? I'll show it to you firsthand!
I'm far from the only one who's hurt you, Illyria. What your beloved Turalyon did to poor young Arator.
No! Leave them out of this!
All that talk of your precious family, and it wasn't even me who broke it apart. It was the light.
I will silence you, once and for all!
Your light exists only to be consumed.
Mountain Fist!
So weak. So pathetic.
Imperator Aversion is not playing around, as poor Mountain Fist gets obliterated. A short run in the story for Korif, as he was only recently added with Midnight.
This battle is mine!
As our allies hold off more of the Void reinforcements, we get to avenge him and play Aversion's game, as the field represents tic-tac-toe. Throughout the fight, ads are summoned in that the tanks need to get rid of by moving their soak circle over the ad. If they don't, an orb is going to be left behind. Line up 3 of the orbs, and it's game over. Void lenses also shoot across the battlefield, so we make sure to dodge those while getting out of the way of the charging army.
Defeated by such weak creatures. The host is everywhere. We need to divide and conquer.
Then do it. We'll meet up once you're done smiting our foes.
This could be just what Xal'atath wants. Mother, father, be careful.
Turning left has us move outside, where we run into Everdawn again. The Rendorai that was immediately overwhelmed when we first entered the Voidstorm.
Wait, is that Everdawn? She went missing soon after we entered the void.
Power grows in the belly of an ancient beast. Consume me, Ancient One. Let your power engulf my mortal form.
Giving up her entire being to call upon Voracious, a somewhat Godzilla-like creature, a colossal predator born in the waste of the Voidstorm that puts up 2 walls to try and box us in. Their beam of death crosses the battlefield, which would wipe us all out if we would remain stuck between these walls. Luckily, there are little adds that spawn, which explode upon death. We place those against the wall to destroy it, dodge the donut circles, while keeping an eye on the hands of the beast to see which side of the field the beam is going to start, placing ourselves all the way on the other end to make sure to avoid it.
We should have expected this depravity from a void elf.
They stood with us while others fled. You owe them more than suspicion.
Of course they stood with us, only to bring us down from within.
Jumping into the abyss not only lets us quickly return to the start, it also gives the Nothing to See Here achievement, as we get consumed by the devouring host. Turning right this time, we run into an old familiar foe.
Xal'atath! 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 No! I upheld our bargain! This is not what was promised!
Oh, but it is. All the power you desired. Far more than you can control.
Spare no pity for this fallen king. He has already chosen his fate.
I've been asked a lot about keeping Nexus King Zul'Aman around, and I don't know why this choice was made. His added story with Karesh was vague to begin with. We know that he sided with Dimensius and he betrayed his people, but the details as to why have been kept in the dark. Was it just his nature? The corruption of the Voids? Did he believe that this was the only way to keep his people safe? Uncertain. Then he somehow returned on Karesh, still allied to Dimensius, and slain once more. This time to be devoured by Xal'atath. And then the next time we see him, that's in the cinematic where she explains her background to him. But how and why? How was he able to free himself from her body, from her essence, and recruit enough other Ethereals to fight against the devouring host? Was this just Xal'atath playing with her food? And again, why? Convincing him to join her willingly, it had no influence on what happened next. He could have just as well been a mind-controlled puppet for the way that she treated him. So yeah, like I was hoping that keeping Zul'Aman around was gonna have more meaning than just copy-pasting this character, right? Like play a bigger part in the story. Maybe have him rise up against her, or slide us some secret information, or do anything really. His description does read, tortured, delirious, and infused with the voids, he awaits his death. Or a chance to win his people's freedom from Xal'atath's grasp. And that last part is something that I really would have loved to have seen, but oh well. The end result is clear though. Zul'Aman stands in a room that could have been ripped out of the Mana Forge, music included. Pumped full of the cosmic void, he now has a few new abilities to deal with. There is void summoned from the sides that are not allowed to reach him, mirror images that need to be stunned or interrupted, spikes that come out of players that you want to dodge, and when the void overwhelms him, that's when we go hard, as he'll take extra damage, while we need to avoid the beams that are shooting out of him.
My home! How I have missed you.
Another story of a mortal asking for more than they can handle.
Xal'atath, you will face the judgment of the light!
Back we go, this time up into the actual Void Spire, where the now Void Dragons, Veilgor and Azarak bar our path.
Take flight, brother!
Born as clutch mates in the Red Dragonflight, They once guarded all living things, now twisted by the dark will of Xal'atath. All that remains of their former selves is their unyielding bond to one another, which is why you need to tank them away from each other and kill them around the same time. They've been an absolute menace so far, bombarding us from the sky, and even while directly confronting them, one will still remain in the air while the other strikes us from the ground. General dragon abilities still apply, like a tail swipe, but the two major ones that you want to look out for are the breath from Vilgor that you want to move out of, and you want to move it out of the raid, and then the orb from Ezorak that you actually want to shoot through the raid, or at the very least have people soak some of the orb so that it doesn't do a massive impact when it lands. Make sure to break your tethers, and the intermission is marked by the Vanguard of the Light joining us in the middle, keeping us safe in their healing grace while the dragons barrage us from the air until the final phase, where both of them land on the ground, and we need to take care to kill them around the same time.
Careful, Alleria. It seems she is getting to you.
She's the one who needs to be careful. I will turn the void itself against her.
A fair warning, but one that our light wielders should also keep in mind.
I am the flame of judgment! Burn!
You'll burn only yourself! You can come back from this!
I mustn't stray. Mustn't.
We all stray, sometimes. What's important is finding our way back.
Xal'atath is an expert at playing on our emotions after all.
Shadows and lies. Don't you see, Turalyon? All who tolerate the void are our enemy.
No! No, not all. Get a hold of yourself, Bellamy!
I don't know what that was. Just stay back.
Breathe. Let go of the rage. For now.
The light and void pushing each other ever further, with our vanguard losing themselves, just like Turalyon had lost himself when he tried to execute Zul'Aman.
Windrunner's power has only grown stronger in this place. You can feel it, can't you? The darkness in her heart.
Her son excuses her every crime. He is blinded by his love for her. The void has likely corrupted him as well.
Commander Turalyon, don't you see the light? Join us, or burn with the rest.
No. No! I will not let you harm my family!
It's his connection to his loved ones that now allows Turalyon to stay in control, just like Alleria does when she wields the Void, but General Amias Bellamy, War Chaplain Sen, and Commander Venno Lightblood lose themselves entirely. The fight is very similar to the 3 Demon Hunters back in the Mana Forge, with each of them representing a paladin specialization. Bellamy is the tank, throwing out shields when she does her ultimate. Lightblood is the Retribution Paladin, dropping hammers on players that need to be soaked, while Chaplain Sen is the healer, putting a healing absorb on the closest players to her, while also occasionally charging through the battlefield, putting herself in a bubble and casting a spell. Up to us to break that shield and interrupt their cast. Meanwhile, the tanks, they get to rotate between Bellamy and Vanel, taunting off each other while being judged, so that the finisher doesn't one-shot.
But the light...
You will be crushed! But the light can't be wrong.
Be crushed by the light, but the light guided my path.
Xal'atath says, "Oh, Alleria, if I had known you would all simply kill each other, I wouldn't have gone through all this effort. But perhaps I shouldn't be surprised. Not after Turalyon cut open your own son." And then Alleria jumps in after her.
This may feel a little uncomfortable. We must make haste. Xal'atath is using Alleria's rage and pain to erode her mastery over the Void. After what happened with Turalyon and Eretor, I can see how Alleria would struggle to maintain control. I doubt I'd be able to if it were me.
Mother! Alleria!
How touching. Your family has come to say goodbye. Ah, and my favorite champions as well. I was afraid you might miss this.
What are you doing to her?
Keeping my promise, of course. Taking everything she loves, leaving her with nothing but the void.
No!
I can't move!
You are about to bear witness to a moment eons in the making, and she holds the key. But enough preamble. Let the festivities begin.
They're really leaning hard on Turalyon accidentally striking their son. I've seen people comment on Arator, like, why would you tell her before the big battle? But imagine if he hadn't, right? Xal'atath would have just dropped it on her anyways. Not that it made much difference, as her emotions are still in turmoil.
Stay back! Do not interfere!
Alleria's fight at the top of the Void Spire comes in 3 phases. In phase 1, we deal with the big 3 undying sentinels that are immune to damage until we break the connection to the Void Portal, and we break that by using Alleria's silver arrows, using what we can to our advantage, like the increase in damage taken debuff that are given by the Void Droplets. They also apply to our enemies, so we make sure to kill them on top of the big Void creatures. Morium is the one who does a knockback, Demiar does an interrupt for casters, and Quel'thelas puts a pool around themselves, which we need to move out of.
No one is safe! The voices! The power! I can't contain it!
Fight it, Mother! You're stronger than the Void!
She can't hear us.
Enough posturing, Alleria. It's time to embrace what you truly are.
With the big 3 ads cleared, it is time for our first intermission, showing that the boss doesn't need to be the size of a planet to create an epic moment. The tilting of the floor, combined with that gravitational pull into the middle, it creates this really cool effect where you're trying to stay on the edges, as getting into the middle will definitely one-shot.
Get away while you can!
In phase 2, we can see the field cracking, and a rift simulacrum of Alleria has joined the battle. Tanks will need to taunt swap off each other as the stacking debuff quickly hurts, while the rest of the team need to make sure to aim their void beams away from the others as much as they can, while the field is quickly filling up with puddles of void. We don't go into the final phase until the simulacrum is defeated, so we want to stay here for a little bit and pump as much damage into Alleria as we can, which is a bit tricky as the simulacrum, they'll shield themselves, pulse AoE damage, which we will be forced to break.
I never miss a shot!
Look out! The ground is breaking apart!
Damn you, Xal'atath! Release her!
We can do nothing but try to survive during these intermissions, dodging orbs of void that try to drag us along, dodging Alleria's arrows, dodging falling down to the massive cracks on the platform, until she finishes and the final phase begins.
Now you're pinned down!
This is where it becomes a race against the clock, as devouring void it will completely cover the chunk of ground that we have left to stand on. Feathers will be provided in case we need a speed increase to make it across the gap, but best not to look down and put all of our focus on bringing Alleria low. not made easier due to the fact that players will now be tethered to their tank, which needs to be broken, but not at the same time as it does a huge amount of damage, while those beams of void still crisscross across the battlefield.
She must be stopped.
Mother, hang on, my love. I'm here.
Touching. But you're far too late to save anyone. And now, the moment of truth. I'll die before I serve you. Serve me? Despite all we've been through, it was never actually you that I required. At last. Beautiful. Behold! The dark well opens!
Mother! Father! The tether worked. But we've lost them all. We've lost everything.
Xal'atath's juiced-up dark heart allowed her to send over the devouring host to claim the Sunwell. A miracle of the light prevented that assault, so Plan B came into play, corrupting the Naru on the Voidstorm, but we prevented that as well. So now Plan C has come into action. After poking, prodding, and whispering to her during the War Within, after goading the Lightwielders, and find that leverage needed to play into her emotions, turn her anchors, her loved ones, into her greatest weakness. Xal'atath did not need Illyria to serve. What do you think this is, the jailer? No. All she needed was the Naru inside. The Naru lure that's poured out of her. A Naru that's been inside Illyria ever since Legion. Its darkness now poured into the Sunwell, or the Darkwell as it's called. The blade used to do this looks identical to the blade of the Black Empire, the weapon which once contained Xal'atath until she was released from it during Battle for Azeroth. It would then swap hands until it was used by Rephion to open up the carapace and take the Battletooth off. But then what happened to it? What appears to me was that it blew up in his hands, but does Xal'atath have a connection to the blade that gives her some sort of recall ability? Did she poof into Ny'alotha to pick it up? Or did she have the Dominar craft herself a whole new weapon that just looks like the original blade? Hard to say. And what about the fate of our heroes? Illyria, Trellian, all our forces gathered around the Voidspire, around the Sunwell. Is there anyone still out there?
We need to let Lor'themar know what's happened. You go ahead of us.
Champion, place these tokens on any survivors you find. They will allow my magisters to teleport them to safety.
When shadow falls?
Is the Darkwell a foothold for Xal'atath? Will her devouring host spill out to corrupt all of Azeroth?
The Sunwell corrupted. The Vanguard swept away as if they were nothing. How will we survive this?
The survivors suffer under a stain of void corruption. I do not believe we can count on their aid for some time.
Anduin Wrynn, Prophet Velen, Farron Lothar, and several others, like in my case, Kalia, Moira, Rata, and Tahu, are teleported away. The epic light wielders that have constantly been casting around the Sunwell got nuked by the influx of the Void. It has scarred them so much that they're not going to be joining the battle against the Void anytime soon. We stand against the darkness without our greatest sources of light.
We need to assault the Darkwell and take it back from Xal'atath.
With what army, Erator? The Vanguard is gone.
Then we will find an army. Xal'atath's devouring host will not stay in Quel'denas forever. All of Azeroth is in danger.
She has ripped the Naru Lur out of Valyria, tossed our heroes into a fate unknown. The Sunwell has been blasted by darkness. The Darkwell, they now call it. Liadrin says, the Sunwell is gone. Where it once emanated hope and conviction, this Darkwell only drains and consumes. I can feel it at the edge of my senses at all times. I do not know if we can restore the Sunwell again. Not like we did before. I can feel the scar, the hole where it used to be. This much is certain. We must break the Darkwell before it cracks our world from the inside out. The blast of darkness has taken out our most powerful light wielders that we had around the Sunwell, keeping up that light beam to keep the Void at bay. They have taken the full brunt of the blast, and they'll be out of commission for a little while. So, what could we possibly do now? Who is still out there to stand in the defense of the Sunwell and Azeroth as a whole?
Xal'atath won the Battle of the Voidspire, but all is not lost. We can still fight. The problem isn't just retaking the Isle of Quel'danas. We have to cleanse the corrupted Darkwell. We need military might and magical expertise. I propose we call upon the other elven people for aid, and not just those from Quel'thelas. We should send a diplomatic mission to Bel Ameth and entreat the Night Elves for their aid.
They will extract a price.
And we invite the High Elves and the Silver Covenant to join our efforts.
Those butchers will not set foot inside our city.
You are wrong about them. Of all the peoples of Azeroth, the elves understand the threat of the Darkwell.
If we are to survive, we must put aside past battles. We must contact the other elven people.
I will send a message to Suramar to rally our armies. Chief Telemancer Oculus is at your disposal for transport.
To Bel Ameth, then. Erator, seek out your aunt. We will accept aid from anyone that would fight against Xal'atath and her devouring host.
Erator says, we must retake the Darkwell and defeat Lur before the world is torn asunder. We will need an army. No, many armies. We need to reach out to the other elves. We should start with the Keldori at Bel Ameth. Oculus can teleport a small envoy there, and we could present our request. Still, there's been much blood spilled amongst the elves. Vendettas that go far and strike deep. Hold on to hope. It is all we have left. But the others are not so quick to call on aid with those that have a bloody history with. Rumaf saying, Arator's plan is ambitious and foolish. Yes, we need help, but there has to be standing armies out there who can be relied on. The Keldori, they loathe us. Even if they supposedly agreed, how can we expect them not to seek revenge for the Last World Tree? The Rendori, they've proven some use, but can we really trust them? Do we have a choice? The Keldori? Those traitors massacred our people in Dalaran. I never thought I would see the day when I wish we could just throw orcs at a problem.
Me not that kind of orc.
Do not let outsiders interfere.
Roma believes that going for the Keldori is doomed from the start. They loathe us, and even if they supposedly agreed, how can we not expect them to seek revenge for the burning of Teldrassil? His assumptions are not wrong, as the Sentinels warn us. You travel with those who share responsibility for the burning of our last home. We will allow you safe passage to speak with the High General, Chandris Pheromone, but we will not tolerate violence or threats. The Sindorai and Sheldorai are unwelcome here. Remember that, and choose your words wisely. To which Jared Shadowsong says, they say the roots of Teldrassil still burn, that Sylvanas Windrunner still walks the lands of the dead, searching for those lost in the fire she started. And you stand here now, at the side of some of those who could have stopped all of that. I also understand why you're here. Let us hope Lor'themar understands the gravity or what he asks us. And then Lor'themar. When last I stood here, Belemeth was in danger of being consumed in the fires of the Incarnates. It brings me joy to see this place has remained untouched by the evils of the world since that day.
Once again, that accursed Sunwell has been corrupted by vile magic. Predictable.
And finally, Chandris. This is quite the ensemble you've brought to my lands, human. You've travelled far to ask my people to march to yet another war. My yes fervor is blunt, but not misplaced. While Silvermoon is under threat, let us not forget how many of my people burned when the Sin'dorei failed to aid us at Teldrassil. However, Belemeth stands tall thanks to their aid. Let each present their reasoning.
What has befallen the people in Silvermoon? Tell me of the doom that threatens you.
The Sunwell has fallen. Xal'atath has twisted its power to the void, creating the Darkwell.
This much void energy will soon spill from the Sunwell, corrupting all of Azeroth. It must be stopped.
Even now, my people gather their own army to lend to the Sin'dorei. We remember those who aided us in the past.
I have heard enough. The Void is a threat to all of Azeroth. You will have our armies.
Very well. The Void represents a threat to this world we cannot ignore. I grow tired of yet another threat at the Sunwell that cannot be ignored. Negotiations must be precise, like a sentinel's glaive. We still have much to discuss.
Champion, please aid Maiev with awakening the Ancients and preparing them for war.
The Sin'dorei continue the ancient elven tradition of not learning from their disastrous mistakes. It was the incessant need for a fount of power that destroyed our civilization and brought our home to ruin. Each time the Sunwell comes under attack, the Blood Elves suffer in the aftermath, and yet they cling to it. Once again, the Sunwell invites corruption and calamity. How many times must its mere existence imperil our world?
The Kaldorei forces make this fight possible, but we will need more allies to be assured of victory.
Lor'themar, I've attached no conditions to my aid. A corrupted Sunwell is an existential threat that cannot be ignored.
Both our peoples have moved beyond the conflicts of the past, a hopeful sign for the future.
However, this marks the third time that evil has descended upon Quel'denas and placed our world in peril. Should we survive this crisis, I ask that you do not attempt to reignite the Sunwell. It is time to find a different path.
You said there were no conditions.
None for our army to join the battle, but the Sunwell invites catastrophe and conflict. For the sake of your people, you must let it go.
You can't ask that of me. The Sunwell defines us. Without it, we were nothing. Weak and powerless.
We Kaldorei once faced a similar fear. Losing our immortality was a cruel fate, and those who sought to regain it committed terrible crimes. So believe me when I say that I know how you feel. But I also know that your people's resilience far eclipses...
I will consider it. The conflict between the Blood Elves and the High Elves of the Silver Covenant is still fresh. I foresee problems on both sides.
Aif is already set. I will not stand for Arator's plan. That boy should know better. He remembers when the Kandorei slew my people in Dalaran, without quarter or due process. The races may have forgotten or forgiven, but the Sun Reavers have not. If he thinks to bring those traitors to our gates, I will ensure they answer for their crimes.
Just a bunch of stubborn old elves.
Fret not. You did well to bring them together.
Vrisa Windrunner and her Silver Covenant, what remains of the Kaldorei, as they once were, are more than willing to come and fight for their home. But their bloody history with the Purge of Dalaran, Backdoor and Mr. Pandaria, it stands in the way. Arator's aunt has some ideas to bridge that gap, but before we make amends with the living, we must lay the dead to rest. Years ago, I purged Dalaran of all elves allied with the Hordes. I blamed them for the actions of the war chief at the time that resulted in the death of my husband. Now, years later, those ghosts still haunt me. Will you put them to rest and gather their remains? I'll perform some small atonements by bringing these remains to Silvermoon. They deserve to be returned home, and all this time they've held on to some precious remnants of their shared history from before the demise of Dalaran, relics of High King Anastarion's Sunstrider.
Do you think returning Anastarion's relics will convince those like Xal'atath to allow you to return?
I don't intend it as a bribe, but if relics of the last king must return home, then perhaps the Quel'dorai deserve the same.
I was young when Quel'thelas fell. I don't remember much about King Anastarion.
He ruled for thousands of years, from the troll wars against the Amani to his heroic sacrifice against the Scourge. To this day, Anastarion is revered by both Blood Elves and High Elves. He is a symbol of when our people stood as one. After Anastarion's sacrifice, our people were split apart. The Blood Elves stayed in the ruins to rebuild, and did terrible things to regain that feeling of power. We High Elves could not abide what Prince Quel'thelas was asking of us. We left during our people's greatest need. We have also done terrible things since then.
Would anything have been different if Anastarion had survived?
It doesn't matter what would have been. It only matters that he was a symbol of a united, powerful Quel'thelas. We need that now.
You know, Anastarion wasn't the only one who died defending Silvermoon. Despite what everyone says, I wish Aunt Sylvanas were here to join the fight. But I suppose her days as Ranger General truly are a thing of the past. All things considered, maybe that's for the best.
Captain Elena Wavecroft is holding on for dear life to one of those relics. It's the Book of Law, and it is heavy. It was meant to be heavy for anyone to hold it, and is enchanted as such. Within are words of power, not magic, just wisdom and experience, written down with such elegance and diction that it commanded centuries of peace and prosperity. Treat this book with respect. The Sin'dorei have gone too long without this reminder of what it is to be a civilized society.
High King Anastarion's Book of Law. He applied its dictates equally to all his subjects.
And the second artifact is a crown. The crown of none other than King Anastarion's Sunstrider.
Passed down from Anastarion's great-grandfather, this crown adorned the brow of every Quel'dorei king.
I hope that these relics of Anastarion are enough to remind Silvermoon that we are still one people.
The Silver Covenant returns to Silvermoon one last time.
Champion, if you would meet us at the gates, it would be a powerful symbol.
Xal'atath, I am not here to fight you. We are here to defend the city of our birth from the Void.
Ava says, I've lost enough of my own kin at the hands of the Silver Covenant. It was war, they tell me. Both sides took losses, they say. My Sun Reavers never purged anyone from Dalaran. One Windrunner met her justice for purging a city. The other faces me today.
The artifacts of Anastarion. We thought these lost. Taken by the Lich King.
I wish to return them to their home. Our home.
You cannot buy absolution, Verisa. What you did was unforgivable.
I am not here seeking forgiveness. Silvermoon is under attack. I intend to defend it.
High King Anastarion's death heralded an age of mistrust and anger. This is what the Void feeds upon. Was Anastarion's sacrifice in vain? Did he die so that his people would turn on each other, rather than unite to defend their home?
The Silver Covenant drew a line in the sand and then soaked it in blood.
We are here to prevent more blood from spilling. In spite of all that has happened between us, can you deny that is what Anastarion would have wanted?
No, I cannot. This is far from over, Windrunner. But for the sake of our High King, you may enter Silvermoon.
Thank you, Aethys.
Varisa Windrunner. I had not believed you would ever return to this city, but I welcome your help.
With Aethys now saying, Varisa Windrunner personally massacred my people in a vendetta over their lost husbands. And now I find myself sharing a war table with that traitor. I tolerate their presence only for the sake of my home, and hope they will have the courage to stand and fight like they have promised. But I do not expect much. Not from them. No, I fully expect the Quel'Dorei to flee when the Void continues its onslaught.
May we next meet under better circumstances.
That's everyone except for the Shaldorei. Any word, First Arcanist? The Nightborn have yet to answer the missive. Could it have been lost in transit?
That should not be possible. I sent it magically to Ullen, my seneschal in charge, during my absence. Something may be amiss in Suramar. Seneschal Ullen, where is the army? Where are our constructs? Why are you ignoring my orders?
Perhaps whatever has been draining our mana claimed the messages you sent us. I'll investigate at once, First Arcanist.
No, Ullen. We will investigate this mystery while you gather our troops. This military construct has been drained of mana. This was no mere error. The ley line no longer channels mana. The magic has been devoured. Ullen, who were we talking to before? We must confront them. Imposter, hold!
We have your mana. The Nightborn shall fall to the devouring host.
The Twilight Blade has infiltrated Suramar. An illusion. What are you hiding? They must be redirecting Suramar's mana flow. Without it being sent to the correct places, our awareness dulls, our golems wilts, and our entire society risks a mana withdrawal. Time to go into the Archway, crush our enemies, and restore what's been broken.
My eyes, let this be a lesson to Xal'atath and her minions. The Nightborn are no strangers to fighting for our people and our world. With the flow of mana restored, our forces can now mobilize and teleport to Silvermoon. Let us rendezvous there, champion. It is time for the Nightborn to honor the debt we owe to Quel'thelas. I believe all of our preparations are complete. Report back to Lor'themar and bear witness to the army you have assembled.
With the Shaldorei, we have gathered together more elves in one place than we have seen in ages.
Let us hope it will be enough.
It will have to be. We are fighting for the safety of our world.
Our forces have arrived. Xal'atath still holds the bridge, and recently pushed into the harbor to reinforce her position. Arator is gonna take the charge on this one, leading us into retaking the harbor, launch our naval forces, and use a combined assault to take that bridge.
Elves of Azeroth, the devouring host has come to consume our homes, our lives, and our families. We will not let them take anyone else, not one more! Today, we break the void! The Twilight's blade have seized the docks. We must deal with them first before we assault the span. We need you in the fight, Champ. Varisa will provide support from the skies, and Thalysra from the sea. The rest of us will pierce the enemy's line and secure the harbor. Champion, with me!
Champion, our troops are ready to assist. Signal them when needed. Silvermoon will not fall to the likes of you.
I always enjoy these best, imagining that you're playing through a Warcraft 3 campaign, and you're trying to navigate your units, and trying to min-max it, and then some of them take the harbor, and some of them take the ships, and then you do this objective, so you can do that objective. Imagining these campaigns as like an RTS is always really, really cool.
Suffer the wrath of the Keldori!
Light grant me strength!
It seems time is on our side. Our ships are blockaded. We cannot launch an assault on the bridge.
Then we need to secure the docks. Champion, push forward.
My cavalry can't provide air support. The ethereals will shoot us out of the sky.
Champion, find and mark their cannons so the Rendori can destroy them. The Void obeys my will! That's the last cannon. Signal Varisa to strike!
The skies are clear! Mount up!
Champion, now that the skies are clear, fly to me at the bridge. It is time to advance to Quel'danas. We must protect those in need. Now is the time. Signal Thalysra to open fire. Attack!
The enemy's lines are breaking! Do not let up!
We have them on the run! Let this devouring host know the fury of Quel'thelas!
Young little Arator, so much like your parents, leading an army to their meaningless death.
This army will see you vanquished, Xal'atath. I swear it on my father's shield.
Will your light twist into wrath? Will you set your armor ablaze again? And this time, will your friends burn in the flames?
The only one who will burn today is you.
I offer you a way out, Arator. A chance to leave and lick your wounds. After all, I never took any interest in you.
Is that fear in your voice, Xal'atath? We aren't going anywhere.
Bring down that shield! Fire!
Advance! Give these Void Spawn no quarter! Elves of Azeroth, with me! One final push to the Sunwell!
Oh, you struggle in vain. Leave this dark place. Prepare for your end. Why spend your last moments in agony? I've already won.
All you've done is unite us.
never miss an opportunity to raid the Sunwell. The goddess has drawn a path for you.
We will not let Xal'atath and her devouring host take this city! For Azeroth! For the Sunwell! Taking the span was just the first step. Now we must face Xal'atath before this dark well corrupts all of Azeroth.
We even see the Amani and the Heronir that get to show up. But now it is definitely time to move into the Isle of Quel'denas, where our first foe is a poor victim of the Void's assaults. Beloren, one of the last children of Alar, and Alar was the beloved pet of Kil'ja's Sunstrider, who often boasted that death would never claim it, and the same goes for the child, which makes it rather difficult to defeat.
Quickly now! Bring him down before they hatch anew! Two halves of a whole. Verisa, follow the light, Phoenix. I'll take the other side.
Are you sure?
I know what the Void can do. I can handle this.
Heroes, now! We must bring them down together! Heroes, now! We must bring them down together! Fellow Ren, please! We are defenders of the Sunwell, as are you!
The Void. Mother says it speaks to you. To Beloren, we are attacking what he was sworn to defend. Champions, prepare yourselves.
We must stop Beloren!
Beloren was raised for the purpose of protecting the Isle of Quel'denas. The X been basking in the light's radiance of the Sunwell, but has now received a massive influx of voids. Confused and freshly hatched, the Phoenix is focused on its sole task, keeping any invaders from reaching the Sunwell. The void and light infusion is not only reflected in its model, it is the key to this whole battle. We'll get either a light feather or a void feather assigned. The light people soak the light pools, kill the light ads, pop the light balls. Void people, you soak the void pools, kill the void ads, and pop the void balls. Each time the bird is slain, it will revert back into its egg form, try to recover, and comes back to fight once more. That's when we'll have to do it. Smash the egg entirely, before it can regenerate, and we get the job done.
In the end, he knew. He sacrificed himself for us.
No need to mourn. He'll return anew.
Is there no end to their armies?
Hold the line! This ends now!
Moving on into the Chamber of the Sunwell, where the Naru Lura waits for us. She was of the light millennia ago, heroically staying behind to give Prophet Velen and the Draenei their chance to escape what was coming, the corruption of their people at the hands of Sargeras back on Argus, something that Kil'jaeden could not appreciate. He would hunt Velen and the Draenei across the stars and sealed the wounded Naru away within their seat of the Triumvirate. Over the long millennia that passed, Lura fell from light to void. Her elegant song of courage and hope became a shadowy dirge of despair, luring those seeking to lay claim to her power. Her essence was then siphoned by Illyria during the Expansion Legion, greatly enhancing her void abilities, and it's now been ripped out by Xal'atath, who used its powers to void blast the Sunwell, which has turned it into the Darkwell. Why exactly is still to be explained, but clearly something that we want to prevent. Not just for the sake of the Blood Elves, but for the sake of all of Azeroth.
You are your mother's son, a constant reminder of her failure. You sicken her.
No. No, liar!
You look up to your sister so highly. She only looks down on you. A weak little girl to be pitied.
Illyria!
I can't!
I would not be here without you. My thanks. Come to me. Accept your oblivion.
With the fight being heavy on how we dance away through it, lining ourselves with the runes in the proper order, which is given to us by the Naru.
Weep. Mourn. Sever the light. The void surges. You waste your time. I ebb and flow, the darkest of tides. Darkness blooms. This is a certainty you must embrace. Shattering shame.
Lining ourselves so we can blast the orbs of void in the Darkwell chamber.
Enough! The dark well calls and I answer. Can you hear it? Shadows take you. Darkness swells.
Lining ourselves so we can avoid the constellations while making use of the crystals from dusk till dawn, giving us a slight slimmer of light in the darkness to hold on to, until finally...
You windrunners. You just don't know when to lay down and die.
We windrunners are just stubborn that way.
You? I honestly didn't factor for you.
Death comes for all, Xal'atath. Even your wretched kind.
We'll finish this another time, perhaps.
I thought you said you could never leave the moor.
There are ways, nephew. But they do take their toll. Regardless, you told me that Silvermoon was in peril. That it needed its Ranger General one last time.
Sylvanas, if the Maw cannot hold you, then maybe there's a way back for you. Back to us.
My penance, my true work has only begun, little sister. The Shadowlands are not at all what they seem. I cannot rest until I've uncovered the truth. Still, I hope to see you both again. Before the end begins.
Sylvanas Windrunner, sentenced to the Maw, Warcraft's hell, to pay for her crimes, is able to pop out at just the right moment to shoot an arrow at Xal'atath and make her float away. Which obviously had led to a lot of questions, like, how is she able to do this? If she was able to do this, then why not someone like Quel'thelas Sunstrider? Why did she decide to do this? What does that mean for her punishments and her penance? What toll does this take? and what price is there to pay? Would this cause Tyrande Whisperwind to go back on her Night Warrior path of vengeance? Why did she wait until this exact moment? How did she know to come out at this exact moment? Does she know what Xal'atath is, as she calls her kind wretched? Or is that a random insult? What makes Xal'atath afraid of her? Or at the very least prevents her from making us all get a migraine with a single look? What truth is Sylvanas uncovering in the Shadowlands? And what does she mean by before the end begins? All really good questions. And sadly, no major answer given. Sylvanas kinda shows up, shoots an arrow, drops some cryptic lines, and walks out again. There is going to be another chapter next week, the final chapter where I'm crossing my fingers that we're actually going to learn more about what's going on to see the story go forwards. Where did Xal'atath go? What's he going to do? And the fate of the Darkwell/Sunwell, what's that going to be? I'm still curious what that random NPC in the Voidstorm was all about. I'm curious whether or not Illyria and Turellian even spoke about the death of Lothraxion. Where are Illyria and Turellian now? And so much more. But we'll have to put a pin into all of that and wait for next week.
We've won, but the Darkwell remains.
What was wrought here cannot simply be undone. The light is all but consumed. I barely feel the well's power.
We can't leave it like this. The wounds the Void left behind must be healed. The dark power pouring out of the Sunwell. I can feel it even from here.
But after doing some research, we're asked back in by Lor'themar.
Despite our long history of animosity, we elves have proven that together we are greater than our grievances. Perhaps the rifts between us will never fully heal, but we must at least attempt to bridge them.
Today will be a day of ceremonies and grape magic. Before we begin to cleanse the Darkwell, agreements must be made, though. We have two events that have requested our presence, both as a mediator and as a witness. What we lay down today will have lasting ramifications, and it is important to all of them that we are at the center of it all. First up, Romaf and Umbric. Romaf exiled Umbric and the now Void Elves for refusing to stop following the studies of Darkened Rafir into the Voids. Throughout Midnight, Romaf has made it clear that he has not changed his mind on this. The Void is still something to be shunned, but Umbric himself is a completely different matter. Romaf cares deeply about him, even if he doesn't want to admit it. In turn, Umbric and the Rendorai have proven invaluable in the defense of the Sunwell and fighting back against Xal'atath and the devouring hosts. And so...
let's get this over with. Umbric, in light of all you have done for Silvermoon, I hereby return your research materials.
It's Magister Umbric, actually. But it's good to be acknowledged. My old workspace. Complete with nullification runes and enchantments.
That desk was a menace. It kept eating magic items we left on it.
My old Harmonio. You kept it?
Well, a lot of work went into it, and you did earn it.
Wait, does this mean what I think it means?
Reviewing the proclamation reveals that, by order of Grand Magister Romaf, and ratified by Regent Lord Lor'themar Faron, the Sin'dorei hereby bestow ownership of the Umbral Atrium to Magister Umbric and his Rendorai in good standing with Silvermoon. Let none forget the sacrifice and heroism of the Rendorai in Silvermoon's darkest hour. Now, that last line got a little bit of a response, as darkest hour, it implies that at this moment it was more dark than Arthas and the Scourge, something that a memorial plaque mentions to be their darkest day. Personally, I think it's a turn of phrase, not a competition. And so I've decided to take it literally. It was super dark after all. Probably the darkest it's ever been while fighting against Xal'atath and the Voids. And I'm sure it lasted for at least an hour.
To show our gratitude for your aid, I am awarding you this property as an embassy for the Rendorai.
You are actually letting us back into the city regularly? Willingly?
I still do not approve of your research into the Void.
You gave us our equipment back? That is literally you approving of what we do. You approve of me.
I regret this already.
Next is Aphis Sunstrider, if we follow the typo in the quests. Of course, it's Aphis Sunreaver and Verisa Windrunner.
Verisa and I have decided that our people can no longer afford to fight each other.
Not when greater threats lurk outside our walls.
Even after having fought by their side, Aphis says. To see the Silver Covenant walking in the streets of our city once more, it drives me to rage. Yet even I must acknowledge we cannot continue this feud. Each of us are allowed our hate and anger. Yet those are about us. Our enemies threaten the world and beyond. If we are to defeat them, anger will not be enough. Now, I've spoken about this 2 weeks ago, and I'm still somewhat confused on the matter. I get that in general, despite working together, there is still hatred between the Silver Covenant and the Sunreavers. But this right here, it's Aphis Sunreaver himself that's fuming at the Silver Covenant walking down the streets. Yet he has done everything in his power to go back into Dalaran during Legion. And he went as far as to go get gifts for Jaina to rekindle their friendship. I still don't understand why he is now so pissed again, and how there is still no mention of the Divine Bell in this entire questline. Verisa, after much discussion, negotiation, and even some screaming and free duels, the Sunreavers and the Silver Covenant have decided on a course of action to define both of our futures. Giving your aid in getting us to this day, we would like you here to act as a witness as we formalize and sign our peace accords. Will you do us the honor of igniting the flames of remembrance?
The Silver Covenant was formed to oppose the Horde. Our enmity toward them could not be quelled. Let this flame signal the end of the Silver Covenant. Though our losses linger, we must move forward.
The Sunreavers sought to reclaim our place in the Kirin Tor. We never meant to become a political tool. Let this flame remind us of our true calling, to share knowledge and power against a common foe.
The Silver Sun Compact reads, We, the Undersigns, agree to the following compacts, that in times of great need and world-ending threats, past grievances and vengeance can be set aside to allow the greatest minds of might and magic to come together and find solutions to craft war against such threats. Let all who follow this compact use this magic and wisdom for the betterment and defense of Azeroth and her citizens. In the face of evil that threatens Azeroth herself, let those practitioners of magic once again work together for a better future. In memory of Faramir, Dalaran and the Sunwell, Quel'danas.
I agree to this compact, though I will never forgive the Horde for what it has done.
As I will never forgive the Alliance for purging us from Dalaran. Yet, I too agree to this compact.
Working together in the face of great evil. It's kind of what we do all the time, and what we've done time and time again. But I guess it's now written down officially. Yet how long this will last is anyone's guess, as we're also asked to talk to the other elven leaders.
The others have gathered gifts from their home to help with the Darkwell. Please let them know we are ready for them.
To which Halderan says, Chandris and I have exchanged arrows on more than one battlefield. I've always admired and cursed her accuracy while mounted. I'm not so blinded by hope to imagine that we won't be shooting at each other in some future conflicts. It is only fitting I greet her here, unarmed, on this most auspicious day. If everything goes well, I will demand the honor of an archery challenge.
Thank you for coming. I know this was not an easy decision.
The right decision is seldom easy. A lesson that we must all take to heart.
Halderan has no illusion that this peace is gonna last forever. This is Warcraft after all. All we can do is try our best to get along as long as we can. And then there is Chandris.
Lor'themar, I've attached no conditions to my aid. A corrupted Sunwell is an existential threat that cannot be ignored.
Both our peoples have moved beyond the conflicts of the past, a hopeful sign for the future.
However, this marks the third time that evil has descended upon Quel'denas and placed our world in peril. Should we survive this crisis, I ask that you do not attempt to reignite the Sunwell. It is time to find a different path.
You said there were no conditions.
None for our army to join the battle. But the Sunwell invites catastrophe and conflict. For the sake of your people, you must let it go.
You can't ask that of me. The Sunwell defines us. Without it, we were nothing. Weak and powerless.
We Quel'dorei once faced a similar fear. Losing our immortality was a cruel fate. And those who sought to regain it committed terrible crimes. So believe me when I say that I know how you feel. But I also know that your people's resilience far
I will consider it.
And she hasn't changed her mind on that. I have stood by as the Sunwell is being corrupted and manipulated by the Sin'dorei, the Scourge, the Burning Legion, and now the Void. Its waters originated from the Well of Eternity, which was a force turned to destruction so profound it sundered the world. The time has come for the Sin'dorei and all elves to set aside these grand founts of power. They corrupt, warp, and breed addictions to magic. I am here to ensure the Blood Elves do the right thing and heal their well, but I will not see it returned to a well of power. And so she has decided to bring with her waters from their moon wells, blessed by Elune, in the hope that this new light might heal the damage wrought by Xal'atath.
We have brought the purifying waters of our moon wells. I hope it will help.
To which I must ask, as it stands right now, in the lore that we have, as far as I'm aware, Moonwell water, it's waters from the original Well of Eternity. They might have changed their mind on this, and they might have changed the lore about the Moonwells, but that still means that this Moonwell water, it's still not powerless. It's still a fount of power. Isn't that what a Moonwell is? Is the idea that we're going to use these different powers so they cancel each other out?
Trust me, Ramath. This shard will regulate the void energies within the well.
Ramath and Umbric are still a delight towards each other. But more to that question, when it comes to the voids, the crystal we have created should concentrate enough void to allow room for the other magics to take hold, undoing the fabric of the Dark Well and opening the door for something else.
To allow the void to remain at all, your calculations have to be perfect, Umbric.
Well, then it's a good thing you're looking over my shoulder, isn't it?
Aethys and I have agreed to bring Anastarion's crown. A symbolic gesture befitting the last king of Silvermoon.
Aethys and Verissa are not so friendly as Umbric and Ramath are. I will not say Verissa is welcome here, but her people have spilled blood to earn a place here this day. Sometimes, through all of the hate and need for vengeance, it was easy to forget that Verissa was still a daughter of Quel'thelas. And when our land comes under danger, we fight to the last, windrunners more than most. And this was once my home, Verissa says. I left to honor our alliance against the First Horde. As the Quel'dorei here became the Sin'dorei, this place became less and less the home I remembered. It was clear that their addiction to the Sunwell and its magics would lead to a catastrophic end. We have lost too many people to this darkness. I will see this Darkwell cleansed, one way or another.
Are you sure about this, Aethys? The crown has only just been returned to its home.
I am. We cannot greet the future without saying farewell to the past.
The enchanted crown of Anastarion is gonna go into the Darkwell soup.
The fruit of the Arkandor can cleanse all manner of magic. I'm certain it will do so here.
Felistra says, for ages, my people survived on the power gleaned from the Nightwell. We grew addicted to it, much like the Sin'dorei were addicted to the powers of their own well. In order to overcome that addiction, we learned to transmute the power through a mana tree we call the Arkandor. Today, in honor of the elves who rode to our aid when our own well was under assault, from powers without and within, I bring a fruit from that tree.
I know this is no small thing you offer us. Silvermoon owes you a debt of gratitude.
Nonsense, my love. That we have the fruit at all is in no small part, thanks to the Sin'dorei.
This fruit is now going into the Darkwell to cleanse it, to which Lor'themar does say we must neutralize the Darkwell, What comes after will shape the Sin'dorei for ages to come.
We stand here today because of you, champion. Let us put an end to this dark well.
Elves of all nations have spent ages upon ages drawing upon wells for magic, for life, and for identity. Not even the dragon aspects could surpass our knowledge in this hour. Liadrin says, "We will not let the Sunwell be corrupted again. This dark well must change, but it must change to something that we are no longer bound to with such dependency. We do not need this well to be the bait for so many otherworld corrupting forces. No, today we heal the dark well and make it something new."
We founded this kingdom as exiles, in search of a new home. But when we lost the Sunwell, when we nearly lost everything, in fear and grief, we cast out our own people, made exiles of them. We were foolish. Never again. And now, together, we consecrate this, not as the Sunwell, but as something new. The Dawnwell. Let it represent the moment when night becomes day and the moon meets the sun. Where light and shadow exist in perfect balance. Let this mark a new dawn for our people. For the kingdom of Quel'thelas, our high home.
Our high home, Liadrin says, as they show the leaders of the High Elves, Void Elves, Blood Elves, Nightborn, and Night Elves. Our high home. And what happened to the Sunwell just now? The darkness has been cleansed, but it doesn't look neutral or powerless at all. It just looks less light beamy, but still powerful. Did we just make a Sunwell light? The energy that lingers here is not the fount of power the Sunwell once possessed. It shines with hope, yet it is not an endless stream of energy like it once was. A proper testament to all those who stood their ground against the corruptions of this world and beyond, with Alonso saying, "This is the first time I've been able to set foot inside the actual Sunwell chamber. Before the light was so extreme it burned my very being. Compared to that flood of power, the Dawnwell is a gentle song, a symbol. It is beautiful. And yet I wonder, if it's less powerful, wouldn't that still mean that there could be outside forces that want to claim it? It would have been really cool if, some way, somehow, the Blood Elves actually caused Xal'atath to show up."
Liadrin, with all that's happened, we haven't had much time to talk.
What's on your mind?
When the attacks first started, you went to the Sunwell and prayed for a miracle. Heroes from all over the world appeared in a flash of light just in time to save the city. I don't understand how it happened.
I've never experienced anything like it before. In my desperation, I swear I could hear a gentle voice. "Don't be afraid," it said. "I am with you." And there was music, like a song, ringing in my heart.
Like the Radiant Song? Could the voice you heard have been the world soul we've heard about? Could it have reached out through the light?
I truly do not know. Whatever it was, it saved us. I believe we will hear it again, when we need it most.
What Liadrin describes could also have been Mu'uru, as the Naru have also been described before to talk in a sing-song way. But seeing how Arator, next to her, openly ponders about this being the world's soul, it has me lean towards this actually being the world's soul of Azeroth. Which does open up more questions. Why does Azeroth have the power of summoning here? Does that have to do with the light? With the original powers from the Well of Eternity, which are connected to its soul? The ley lines of Azeroth, or perhaps the pathway that is leading down to its core? Is it all of the above? It's hard to say. There definitely seems to be a connection between light and Azeroth, considering like a Beledar, a calcified piece of Azeroth's soul that was light, until it got infected by the blood of the old gods. Same with her crystal on the Siren Isle. Was it Azeroth that was blasting out that wave of light to keep the void at bay? But if it's connected to the waters, to the Well of Eternity, you wonder if she has that same connection to other places in the world where her water or her soul is located at. As we do have multiple places of power with those sources hanging around. And if it's the ley lines, similar question. Could she summon us in at spots like the Karazhan or the Nexus? Hard to say. And I ask this because the same goes in reverse. For some reason, this spot here at the Sunwell, it gave Xal'atath access to the core where the world's soul is resting at. Could she have gained access elsewhere? Perhaps not in the middle of a capital city. And if so, why did she still pick the Sunwell? Questions to hopefully be answered at some point. And just to make this clear, by the way, this is not like criticism. This is not me sitting here like, oh my god, that makes no sense. This is me going, Azeroth summoned us to the Sunwell. What an interesting concept. I'd like to know more on how this works and how else this could be applied. While editing, I remembered that Beledar actually did summon the Erafi down below. And I think that the crystal on the Siren Isle also suddenly made people vanish. So not the first time that we've seen teleportation powers with Azeroth involved. Interesting.
This new Dawnwell is a fitting tribute to our unity. Though, learning to live without the Sunwell's power may take some getting used to.
Perhaps. Far more concerning to me is the Darkwell.
It's no longer a threat to any.
They were moving down through it, Ramath. You saw. Thousands upon thousands of void monstrosities, all headed deep underground.
I saw. What could Xal'atath be seeking at the heart of the world?
Whatever it is, she used us to get to it. I fear her true invasion is only just beginning.
Now, I was really hoping to get some solid answers on what Xal'atath is about, and yet again, we'll have to wait for next time. It sucks that the story pitches me against Xal'atath. I am DPSing my heart out to stop her, but I don't know what she is. What I'm stopping her from doing, what am I stopping her for? It might be that Xal'atath is the biggest, baddest void creature around that wants to devour Azeroth's world soul because she is hungry, or she wants power, or she wants to rewrite the universe and make it all dark. That's all possible. But it's also possible that all she wants is to break out Azeroth and make out with her. Or maybe she just wants Azeroth to be free because she knows more about what the Titans have done and she is all about freedom and free will. There are many possibilities as to what Xal'atath really is about and what she really wants to do. And I'm of the opinion that I should know by now what that is, as you're making me try to stop her. It's the same way that they told the story back in the Shadowlands, with even the very same discussions happening online. And I'm not saying that that mystery should not be part of the storyline. Dragonflight, while absolutely not perfect, it told its main story. It didn't have me try to guess and fill in the blanks and gather puzzle pieces, and it still had a mystery running in the background. But hey, as always, maybe next patch?
So, Anduin, why do you keep stealing glances at the esteemed Prophet Velen?
He was my mentor. He taught me so much about the light.
Oh, excellent! Then you can introduce us.
Wait! Ellen, this is Farron Lothar of the Halifal Arathi. I'm sure she's overflowing with questions.
It is an honor, young Lothar. I too have questions.
I hear tales of a large crystal of light and shadow. We shall find time to speak at length. But first, Anduin, how does the light feel to you now?
Earlier, near the Sunwell, it was overwhelming. I couldn't hear myself think. I understand how so many lost themselves in it. But now, it's gentle. The pleasant hum in the back of my mind I remember from my youth.
It is wonderful you feel the light so near once more, Anduin.
Indeed. So then, my dear pupil, why have you been avoiding me?
I'm sorry, Velen. This is not the future you saw for me. I was broken. I'm putting the pieces back together, but they fit differently now. Some parts are just gone. The light called upon me, yes, but I'm still no great king, no true hero. I still can't even bring myself to abdicate the throne I don't deserve.
Ah, Anduin, you are young. There are many futures yet ahead of you. But I will tell you this. In none of my visions did you remain idle for long.
Are Anduin and Farron a couple, or are they just really close? All the same, he introduces her to his mentor, Velen the Prophet, and they talk about how Anduin feels like he hasn't lived up to the potential, to the pressure, to the literal visions that Velen had about him. His road in life has not been an easy one, but he's putting himself back together one piece at a time, with Velen not even worried for a second. In none of his visions did Anduin remain idle for long. Velen has faith in the young man. Just like Thrall had faith in Anduin, just like Farron had faith in Anduin, and so many others. Perhaps one day, Anduin will dare to have faith in himself again. Will he abdicate the throne before that moment, handing it over to again Greymane, who should be taking care of business at the moment, or is somebody else going to step up? Or will he flow back into his role as king, as High King, all on his own, with enough time given? Time is going to tell. But I genuinely really like this dialogue right here. I thought it was pretty clever to play into the idea of expectations from our mentors, to then have a literal prophet stand there that had literal visions about him before, reminding us of the time that he saw Anduin the boy transformed into the man, leading a great army against the darkness. I thought it was pretty clever. Now, walking into the Dunwell, it knocks you out, and it has you wake up smoking the good stuff with some Silvermoon nobles. I've written out quite a lengthy opinion piece on the story bits about the first chapter of Midnight, but I might just save that for a later video, as I kind of feel like this one runs on long enough. In short, as I've also seen plenty of opinions fly by on the internet, personally, I don't mind the ending, but the road that led us there, for me, it should have been expanded upon a lot more. It should have been given maybe the entirety of the expansion to simmer and grow and cook, instead of, you know, here's 2 weeks of chapters and a raid to get these elves together. But that's me. By all means, let me know what you thought about it. Now onwards to covering so much more Story of Midnight, and soon speculate a little bit on things to come. But that will be for next time. For now, thank you very much for watching, everyone. Subscribe if you like my videos. Leave a like if you enjoyed this one. And until next time, see ya!
The world's soul, so long denied me, shall be mine.